In a humble abode within the hidden leaf village, Shun Chuyun stirred from his slumber, still enveloped in a haze of confusion. Wasn't I just a security guard who stumbled upon fortune on my way to work? Where am I now? Before he could dwell on his perplexity, a sudden influx of memories flooded his mind, revealing the startling truth. He had traversed into the realm of Naruto and assumed the identity of Kamatsuki Izumo, one of the two revered figures in Konoha. At this moment, however, Chuyun was merely a student at the Ninja Academy. His parents had perished during the Second Great Ninja War, leaving him with this modest residence and a meager pension. Upon grasping his current predicament, a wave of anxiety washed over Chuyun. As an ardent admirer of Naruto, he was acutely aware of the perils that loomed over the ninja world. In the near future, the Third Great Ninja War was destined to erupt, claiming countless lives, even those of formidable ninjas like the Third Raikage of the Cloud Village. Furthermore, Konoha would soon face invasions from the likes of Orochimaru and Pein, culminating in the cataclysmic Fourth Great Ninja War, a clash of divine proportions. In such a treacherous world, the prospect of merely surviving seemed a lavish dream. Although the original narrative saw him emerge unscathed, he was no longer the Chuyun of the story. Could the ninja world possibly unfold as it had before, with a mere hint of danger? Chuyun, possessing only the strength of a Chunin, would stand no chance to make matters worse. He was currently just a low-ranking student, barely above the likes of Might Guy and Obito, and far inferior to the top student, Kakashi in this Legend of the Eyes world. How could he possibly endure? As Chuyun lamented over his uncertain future, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! The ultimate gatekeeping system is now activating. As long as the host or their clone stands guard near the gate within the designated area, and that area remains free from large-scale invasions, rewards shall be granted. The longer the guard duty lasts, and the greater the combined strength of individuals within the area, the higher the probability of receiving substantial rewards. Rewards are dispensed every 24 hours. Upon hearing this voice, Chuyun realized that this was his golden opportunity. However, he could not help but chuckle at the irony of it all, that a gatekeeping system. It was akin to being a security guard once more, just as he had been in his previous life. In his past existence, he had embraced the leisurely life of security guard in his 20s, bypassing 40 years of struggle. Now, in this new life, he would begin his security career before even reaching the age of 10, effectively skipping an astonishing 60 years of hardship. In his former life, he had chosen to be a security guard due to his love for a laid-back lifestyle. In this new existence, he could continue to lead a relaxed life while simultaneously growing stronger through his gatekeeping duties. What a delightful arrangement. As Chuyun reveled in his envisioned future, another voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Please select the designated area for binding. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that to maximize his rewards, he should choose the region with the highest collective strength in the ninja world. Without hesitation, he decided on Konoha, for in the current ninja realm, there was no place as formidable as the Hidden Leaf Village. Bind to Konoha. Ding! System binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes, please. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a Mangekyō Sharingan akin to that of Uchiha Madara. In an instant, Chuyun felt a warmth radiate from his eyes. Simultaneously, a rush of adrenaline surged through him, provoking unexpected emotional fluctuations. Instinctively, he covered his eyes. This sensation soon subsided. Approaching the mirror, he beheld his pupils transformed into a striking crimson hue, with a central black dot encircled by 3 interlocking tomo, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky. After a fleeting glance, he swiftly closed his Sharingan. Although possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan significantly enhanced his physical prowess, he was aware that he could not maintain it for long. Even that brief moment had left a twinge of pain around his eyes. Nevertheless, in that fleeting instant, he comprehended the abilities of his Sharingan. His left eye's Mangekyō capability augmented the potency of Jutsu, while his right eye's enhanced his physical attributes. At first glance, these abilities seemed inferior to Obito's Kimui or Shizui's Kodo Amatsukami. However, upon deeper reflection, he recognized their potential. If Obito's and Shizui's techniques relied on skill, his Mangekyō leaned towards overwhelming brute force. With sufficient strength, No matter how elaborate an opponent's techniques might be, they could be shattered by the sheer disparity of power. In light of this, he realized the formidable nature of his Mangekyō abilities. Of course, the true extent of their effectiveness could only be determined through practical experimentation. Furthermore, in that brief moment, he observed that his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Madara, and with the same Mangekyō Sharingan. He appeared even more like him. Had he truly become the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Initially apprehensive about his journey into the ninja world, Chuyin's worries dissipated upon acquiring the system. With the gatekeeping system at his disposal, he could effortlessly grow stronger. Realizing that the greater the collective strength of those in the designated area, the more rewards he would receive, he set his sights on becoming the strongest ninja in the realm, ultimately unifying the ninja world and relocating all ninjas to Konoha. This would ensure his rapid ascent in power. However, the ambition of unifying the ninja world was grand thus. He resolved to first establish a more attainable goal, to become Hokage. By achieving that status, he could avoid undertaking missions and freely strengthen himself while lounging at the gates of Konoha. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of curiosity about whether, with the gatekeeping system in place, he would be able to thwart invasions from Orochimaru and Pein. Lost in thought, Chunin suddenly realized that time was of the essence. The start of his classes at the Ninja Academy was fast approaching. He hastily rose from his bed, darted out the door, and purchased 2 rice balls at the entrance, devouring one as he sprinted toward the academy. Employing the shadow clone technique, he sent a clone to stand guard at the gates of Konoha. While racing down the street, he spotted a familiar figurehead child wearing sunglasses and a sports jacket, assisting an elderly lady across the road. Recognizing this scene, Chunin knew it was his desk mate, Obito. Obito spotted Chunin as well, waving enthusiastically and calling out, "Chunin, what a coincidence! Didn't expect to see you out this late. Let's hurry to school, or we'll be late." Chunin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth even at this hour. Obito seemed unfazed, helping an elderly lady across the street. No wonder he was always late. Chapter 2. After assisting the elderly lady across the street, Rin, Obito, and Kai hurried to the Ninja Academy, yet they still arrived late. At the entrance of the classroom, their teacher, Sarutobi Koji, intercepted them with an expression of annoyance. He turned to Obito and inquired, "Obito, are you trying to use the excuse of helping an old lady cross the road for your tardiness again?" "Teacher, I genuinely was helping the old lady. And Izumi can attest to it." Obito scratched his head, explaining. Sarutobi Koji glanced at Izumi, who nodded in affirmation. "Teacher, Obito truly was late because he assisted the old lady. And you? What was your reason for being late?" "That old lady was as stout as a tank. I mean, as hefty as a member of the Akimichi clan. Obito couldn't manage her alone, so we struggled together to help her across the street. Which is why we were late." Izumi fabricated a reason, thinking it better not to mention his recent time travel. Upon hearing Izumi's implausible excuse, Sarutobi Koji sighed, rubbing his forehead. "You couldn't even concoct a more reasonable explanation. However, considering this is your first tardiness, you and Obito may enter." As Izumi entered the classroom, he recognized many familiar faces. Seated in front of him was Kakashi Hitaki, with silver hair and a black mask, wrapped in a scarf. Behind him sat Rin Nohara, sporting short brown hair adorned with 2 purple markings. Additionally, he spotted the exuberant Might Guy and his fellow Konoha's 2 great shinobi, Tetsuya. Izumi took his seat, and Obito settled beside him. In his mind, Izumi posed some inquiries to the system. "System, you previously mentioned that if the bound area is not subjected to large-scale invasion, rewards would be granted. Now that I am bound to Konoha, what happens if it faces a large-scale invasion? If Konoha undergoes a large-scale invasion, the host will need to re-establish binding and recalculate time," the system replied. Thus, it seemed that if Orochimaru or Pein invaded Konoha in the future, he would need to intervene, at the very least ensuring that the battle remained outside Konoha. "Can I bind to another area again?" "Yes. And if the host rebinds to a previously bound area, the previous time will continue to be counted." This inquiry stemmed from Izumi's contemplation regarding the impending Third Great Ninja War, where he would undoubtedly be dispatched to the battlefield, as all his classmates had been in the original narrative. Consequently, he considered changing his bound area from Konoha to the campsite on the battlefield, allowing him to strengthen himself even while deployed. With that, Izumi's questions about the system were resolved. Just as he finished his thoughts, a restless Obito leaned closer and remarked, "Izumi, I heard that Kakashi's father failed a mission while saving his comrades and committed suicide a few days ago. What do you think about it? Before Izumi could respond, he noticed Kakashi clenching his fists tightly. Clearly, Kakashi had overheard Obito's comment and was affected by it. Izumi continued without hesitation. In the world of ninjas, those who break rules and regulations are deemed worthless. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's fists tightened further, nails digging into flesh. However, in my view, those who do not cherish their comrades are worth even less than that. Therefore, White Fang is truly a hero. At this, Kakashi finally relaxed his grip, turning in surprise to look at Izumi before quickly facing forward again. Izumi perceived a flicker of appreciation in Kakashi's eyes. Obito, astonished by Izumi's response, laughed. Izumi, it seems we share the same heroic perspective. Your thoughts mirror mine perfectly. Izumi mused to himself that those were Obito's words, which he merely articulated first. As Obito spoke, Izumi noticed Kakashi's body visibly relaxing. While Izumi and Obito exchanged banter, a piece of chalk struck Obito on the head. Sarutobi Koji, visibly furious, addressed them. Izumi, Obito, your tardiness is one matter, but to chatter in class is unacceptable. Out to the corridor with you. He then directed his gaze towards Tetsuya, who was fast asleep. And you, Tetsuya, step out for punishment as well. Startled awake, Tetsuya, his face adorned with a bandage crossing his nose and cheek, immediately followed Izumi and Obito out of the classroom. After merely a few minutes standing outside, Izumi contemplated that standing in the corridor would yield no educational benefit. He decided it best to replace his clone and monitor the gate at the entrance of Konoha. After all, his clone was merely a basic one, not a shadow clone, and thus rather fragile. The moment it dissipated would affect his training speed. Moreover, having just acquired the Mangekyō Sharingan akin to Madara's, he yearned for an opportunity to test his newfound abilities. As Izumi prepared to leap out the window, Obito grabbed his arm. Hey, Izumi, where do you think you're going? It's rather dull standing here. The entrance to Konoha is spacious and bathed in sunlight. I intend to take a nap there. How unbrotherly of you. We must skip class together. Obito exclaimed excitedly. We'll join you. Tetsuya added. You two should focus on your lessons. Mastering ninja knowledge is essential for becoming stronger, Izumi advised them. It's fine. Obito waved dismissively. Izumi offered no further persuasion and instructed, then follow me. With that, he gracefully vaulted through the window, followed closely by Obito and Tetsuya. As the trio just cleared the window, they heard Sarutobi Koji's voice bellowing behind them. Izumi, Obito, Tetsuya. You three fools. The class competition is in 3 days, and you dare skip class? Izumi paid little heed to Sarutobi Koji's words. After all, his method of strengthening himself involved lounging at the gate rather than laboriously attending classes and practicing jutsu like other students. Yet, the competition in 3 days was crucial for him, if he aspired to become Hokage. The simplest path was to emulate the genius Kakashi from the original narrative and be taken under the wing of Minato Namikaze, thus entering the lineage of Hokage. Therefore, Izumi resolved to showcase his talent in the upcoming competition, aiming to catch the attention of Sarutobi Izashi. Chapter 3, Becoming Strong and the Hokage After Leaving the Ninja School. Chunin addressed Obito and Gongzi Tai, saying, let us first procure 3 reclining chairs, and then we can head to the gates of Konoha to lounge and rest. All right, we will follow your lead. Obito and Gongzi Tai nodded in agreement. In the morning rush to school, Chunin failed to notice the scenery along the streets. Now, at last, he had the time to appreciate the sights he had only seen in anime during his previous life. There were numerous shops lining the roadside, including Ichiraku Ramen selling noodles, Barbecue Q offering grilled meats, and the Yamamoto flower shop. These establishments instantly evoked a sense of familiarity with the authentic Konoha in Chuyun's heart. Soon, Chuyun arrived at a store selling reclining chairs. He casually selected 3 folding lounge chairs and then began to choose a pair of goggles. Beside him, Obito inquired, Chuyun, what do you need goggles for? I believe they make one appear more stylish, Chuyun replied nonchalantly. However, his true intention was to acquire a pair to cover his eyes, ensuring that others could not discern his Sharingan when he activated it. After all, the Uchiha clan had yet to face annihilation. If anyone discovered that a foreigner possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, be it from the Uchiha clan or elsewhere in the village, Chuyun would undoubtedly be subjected to scrutiny. Upon hearing Chuyun's explanation, Obito accepted it with a hearty laugh, saying, haha, it seems that not only do we share the same perspective on matters, but our tastes are also remarkably alike. In that case, as a good brother, I shall help you select a pair of goggles. I want them to be pure black. Chunin did not refuse Obito's goodwill, but instead reminded him. The three of them sifted through the dazzling array of goggles. Before long, Obito selected a black pair. Chunin, you will look splendid in this one. After trying it on and admiring himself in the mirror, Chunin indeed appeared quite dashing. Given his resemblance to Madara, who was also quite handsome, paired with the goggles meticulously chosen by Obito, Chunin's allure was on par with Kakashi's. Furthermore, the goggles matched his requirements perfectly, concealing the appearance of his pupils. They also featured a rubber strap to ensure they would not slip off during combat. Let us go with this one. Chunin then paid for the goggles and, accompanied by Obito and Gongzi Tai, made his way toward the gates of Konoha. Exiting the shop, Chunin immediately donned the goggles. The three youngsters each carried a folding lounge chair as they approached the gates of Konoha. From a distance, Chunin spotted his shadow clone sitting next to the gate, engaged in conversation with the guarding ninja. After setting up his lounge chair and reclining, Chunin dismissed his clone and basked comfortably in the sun. After over an hour, he awoke to find Gongzi Tai soundly asleep beside him. In the original narrative, Gongzi Tai also served as a gatekeeper in Konoha. Could it be said that by bringing him here so early, he had spared him decades of detours, allowing him to become a guardian of Konoha ahead of time? Turning his gaze to Obito, who was drooling in his sleep, Chunin felt a hint of exasperation. Obito had always lagged behind in class, while he lay here growing stronger. Obito would only become weaker. In this light, he mused that Obito bore some resemblance to his former self. In his previous life, he would see others sleeping in class and join them, only to discover that while others diligently studied at home, he merely played as if nothing had happened. In the end, when others excelled in exams, he found himself perplexed as to why, despite both of them sleeping in class, their results were so disparate. He wondered if, 3 days from now, during the class competition, Obito would find himself equally bewildered. Chunin smiled faintly and drifted back to sleep. Time passed, and he was roused by the voices of others nearby. Upon awakening, he found Lin, Kakashi, and Might Guy standing before him. With a gentle smile, Lin remarked, "You three truly know how to sleep. It's already lunchtime, and you're still dozing." At the sound of Lin's voice, Obito sprang awake, grinning as he asked, "Lin, what brings you here?" "We figured you might not have brought any food, so we brought our meals to share with you," she replied. "Haha, that is fantastic," Obito exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Chunin couldn't help but admire Lin's kindness. It was no wonder Obito struggled to let go of the past in the original story. Without hesitation, Chunin picked up his chopsticks. "Let us dig in." He began to eat. To his surprise, Lin's culinary skills were quite commendable. This meal could easily be considered the best he had since the passing of his parents. After all, the original body had hardly any cooking prowess, often resorting to either purchasing dubious food or concocting culinary disasters. While they ate, Kakashi turned to Chunin and said, "Thank you for your words regarding my father." "Kakashi, I merely expressed my genuine thoughts. There is no need for thanks," Chunin replied calmly. "However, I don't quite understand. If what you say is true, does that imply that the current rules are flawed?" Kakashi asked, perplexed. "Indeed, the current rules are certainly flawed," Chunin affirmed with a nod. "Ninja missions that fail can incur appropriate penalties or compensations to the employer. In essence, the failure of a ninja is amendable rather than wholly impermissible. Moreover, failing in the pursuit of saving a comrade is entirely reasonable." Kakashi, who had appeared despondent, suddenly seemed enlightened by Chunin's words, his spirit visibly rejuvenated. He revealed the first genuine smile he had shown in nearly 10 days. "Chunin, thank you." "For what?" "We are comrades," Chunin replied with a smile. Reflecting on the tragic lives of Kakashi and his teammates in the original narrative, coupled with his fondness for them in his previous life, Chunin felt that while he grew stronger, he could also alter the unfortunate fates of Kakashi and others. As for the potential disruption of Madara's or Kage's schemes, that held little concern for him. In his previous life, he was merely a security guard, fearful of displeasing superiors and disappointing clients. Now, having crossed into the world of Naruto with a golden opportunity, he ought not to fear this or that. Otherwise, what was the point of his transmigration? With his newfound abilities, Chunin believed he should not be the one fearing the hidden powers, but rather the other way around. After a moment of elation, Kakashi sighed. "Unfortunately, we have no means to change these ninja regulations." Chunin, however, held a different perspective. "Why can't we change them? Once I become Hokage, altering these rules will be a breeze." Chapter 4. The terrifying similarity to Madara. Kakashi gazed at Izumi, a notion blossoming within him that had never before crossed his mind. Becoming Hokage? Such a role has never piqued my interest. However, aiding Izumi in his quest to ascend to Hokage seems a commendable choice. If Izumi were to take on the mantle, he could undoubtedly avert tragedies akin to that which befell my father. While Kakashi remained indifferent to the position of Hokage, his companion, Obito, exhibited a flicker of excitement. "Foolish Izumi, I am the one destined to become Hokage," he declared, only to hastily add, "No, I'm not interested in men." At first, Obito was perplexed by his own words, but soon enough, realization dawned upon him. "What are you saying, Izumi? Since when have you become so flirtatious?" A faint blush crept onto Obito's cheeks. Rin, observing from the sidelines, also registered the shift, her cheeks tinged with crimson as her thoughts ran deeper than Obito's. When had Izumi transformed so drastically? Not only could he now discern the flaws within the current ninja regulations, but he also seemed knowledgeable about a plethora of unrelated matters. It felt as though the present Izumi was a far cry from the one she had known. Kakashi smiled as he regarded Izumi and the others. If these were to be my comrades in the future, sacrificing missions for them would not be an insurmountable task. Well, except for Obito. After finishing their meal and engaging in light conversation, Rin reluctantly waved goodbye to Izumi and the others. "It's almost time for our afternoon class. We should head there now." "Bye." Izumi waved back at Rin. In the afternoon, Izumi and his companions continued to lounge comfortably, just as they had in the morning. When Izumi pretended to head to the restroom, he stealthily employed the shadow clone technique, allowing his clone to watch over the entrance of Konoha while he ventured to a nearby training ground to experiment with the abilities of his newly acquired Mangekyō Sharingan, reminiscent of Madara's. At the training ground, several jonin were engaged in taijutsu matches. It was out of the question for him to unleash the Mangekyō for testing, as the energy expenditure was beyond his current capacity. Moreover, there was no necessity to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan for these trials, as he had no immediate use for it. Fortunately, the Sharingan he had obtained from the system reward differed significantly from the ordinary Uchiha clan Sharingan. His Sharingan allowed him to switch freely between the One Tomo and the Mangekyō state. Observing the jonin sparring, Izumi initially refrained from activating his eyes, only to discover that even without them, he could clearly perceive the movements of the jonin. This clarity stemmed from the enhanced vision granted by the awakening of his Sharingan, coupled with the physical prowess bestowed by the Mangekyō in his right eye. He estimated that, without activating his eyes, his vision rivaled that of a typical Uchiha with a single Tomo. Upon activating his One Tomo Sharingan, he noted that the movements of the jonin seemed to slow down in his perception. Even the most minute actions were rendered crystal clear. When one of the jonin performed the body replacement technique, Izumi activated his Two Tomo Sharingan, discovering that he could effortlessly discern the flow of chakra within the jonin. Subsequently, upon activating his Three Tomo Sharingan, his perceptive abilities surged, enabling him to observe the movements and chakra flows of the jonin without missing a single detail. Should he wish to, Izumi could easily replicate the actions and techniques of these ninjas. No wonder Kakashi was referred to as the copy ninja in the original narrative. With an all-encompassing chakra and the formidable replication abilities of the Sharingan, he could imitate any technique at will. With the Sharingan, Izumi felt that both defending against enemy attacks and exploiting their vulnerabilities for counterattacks became a trivial endeavor. Rising swiftly, Izumi executed a series of taijutsu maneuvers at an impressive speed, realizing that his actions surpassed those of the jonin by a considerable margin, both in swiftness and strength. This was evidently a result of the capabilities conferred by his right eye, akin to Madara's. As for the abilities of Madara's left eye, Izumi currently lacked offensive ninjutsu to test, but the fact that his earlier clone had persisted until he reached the entrance of Konoha, without dissipating, indicated that his techniques were far superior to those of an ordinary ninja. After all, a typical ninja's clone would not endure for such a duration. Regarding further experimentation, Izumi could only hope that the system would reward him with additional ninjutsu in the coming days, allowing him to test them during the class competition 3 days hence. Having completed his trials, Izumi returned to the vicinity of the Konoha gate as dinner time approached. He dispatched his clone to a secluded spot, allowing it to dissipate as he reclined on a lounge chair. Just as he settled in to daydream, Steel awoke. "Izumi, Obito, I must return home for dinner. See you tomorrow, goodbye." Obito also stirred and waved at Izumi, stating, "Izumi, I need to head home as well, goodbye." Izumi waved back, continuing to lounge. Simultaneously, he informed them, "Tomorrow, I will not be attending school, as it would be a waste of time to go there only to come here. All right, we'll skip class and come here to keep you company tomorrow." Obito and Steel nodded in agreement. Izumi understood that both of them had families, and if they were to skip school, their teachers might assume they were missing and seek them out at home, causing undue worry for their families. He, on the other hand, was an orphan. Even if he skipped school, there would be no family for the teachers to inquire about. After lounging for a while, feeling hunger pangs, Izumi utilized the shadow clone technique once more, instructing the clone to remain there as he hastily acquired some food nearby. He returned to the entrance of Konoha, reclining once more. He intended to sleep at the gate that night, as the weather was mild, and with his physical condition, he had no fear of catching a cold. Before long, the night passed, and while Izumi enjoyed a deep slumber, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has guarded for an entire day. Reward: C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Receiving this C-rank ninjutsu was satisfactory for Izumi, for normally, this was a technique only attainable by a CH nin. However, it soon dawned on him that he possessed only water-type chakra, lacking fire-type chakra. Without fire-type chakra, how could he utilize the fire release? Curious, Izumi sought to test the fire release ninjutsu granted by the system to see if it could be executed without fire-type chakra. He instructed his clone to remain idle and ventured to an isolated location. After forming the necessary hand seals, he found that there was no reaction whatsoever. Izumi then expressed his frustration to the system in his mind. System, what use is a fire release technique when I lack fire-type chakra? The system offered no response. Realizing that the system was not a true artificial intelligence, but rather an artificial inefficiency, he could only hope for it to reward him with fire-type chakra the following day. After returning to the Konoha gate and exchanging places with his clone, Izumi resumed his position on the lounge chair. Before long, Obito approached, prompting Izumi to inquire, "Obito, why have you come alone today? Where is Steel?" Chapter 5. The battle against Uchiha Tekai yesterday. Teacher Hauer visited Ziddy's home to inform his father about Ziddy's truancy. Ziddy's father insisted that he must not skip class again today. Thus Ziddy was unable to come out. "Did Teacher Hauer not visit your home?" Izumi inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Perhaps my grandmother is too old, and Teacher Hauer feared that if he informed her of my truancy, it would upset her health. That's likely why he didn't come to my house," replied Obito, scratching his head. "Teacher Hauer seems to be aware that you were sleeping at the gate of Konoha. He asked me to tell you that you must participate in tomorrow's class battle. If you refuse, he will compel you to withdraw from school," Izumi continued. Obito recognized that as a member of the Sarutobi clan, it would be exceedingly simple for Sarutobi Hauer to ascertain his whereabouts from the previous day. Therefore, he was not surprised that Teacher Hauer knew he had been sleeping at the entrance of Konoha. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the requirement to attend the class battle and face Uchiha Tekai. He then heard Obito say, "Teacher Hauer mentioned that he would arrange for you to battle Uchiha Tekai tomorrow, so be sure to prepare well." "Oh, I see," Izumi nodded. He speculated that the reason Sarutobi Hauer insisted on his attendance and arranged for him to fight Uchiha Tekai was likely to make him aware of his own weaknesses, prompting a change in his habitual truancy. After all, it was improbable that Sarutobi Hauer would pit him, the student ranked second to last in class, against Uchiha Tekai, who held the second position. Seeing Izumi's lackluster reaction, Obito grew concerned for him. "Izumi, is that your only response? Uchiha Tekai is a genius of our clan. Even Kakashi can only manage to edge him out slightly. You should take this seriously and prepare accordingly." Izumi did not respond to Obito's concern, but instead shifted the conversation with a jest. "So you admit that Kakashi is strong? I'm currently addressing your situation. As for Kakashi, I will surpass him sooner or later," Obito exclaimed passionately. "Rest assured, I will strive to grow stronger and defeat Uchiha Tekai," Izumi declared, reclining back. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind. "As long as I diligently lie here at the entrance of Konoha, I will become stronger." Upon hearing Izumi's words, Obito ceased his incessant nagging. Muttering to himself, "I really don't understand where Izumi draws his confidence from." During lunchtime, Rin and Kakashi arrived at the entrance of Konoha once more, bringing lunchboxes to share with Izumi and Obito. Halfway through their meal, Rin remarked, "Izumi, tomorrow you will be battling Uchiha Tekai. Be cautious. I have fought him several times, and his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and strategies are all formidable," Kakashi added. "Don't worry about me. It's as if you all expect me to lose," Izumi shrugged. "Just make sure to take Uchiha Tekai seriously," Kakashi reiterated. "All right," Izumi replied. After lunch, He bid farewell to Rin and Kakashi, once again reclining comfortably. Beside him, Obito grumbled, "You promised Kakashi you would take this seriously, yet here you are, just lying down. I fear you may regret this tomorrow. It seems I will have to personally intervene to rescue you from Tekai." As before, after sending Obito off, Izumi continued to sleep at the gate of Konoha that night. The next morning, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has stood guard for 2 days. Reward and compensation, fire release chakra attribute. Upon hearing this voice, Izumi marveled. Finally, the system remembers that I lack the fire release chakra attribute. This reward was indeed substantial, considering he previously possessed only the water release attribute. Moreover, there were no means in the world of ninjas to enhance one's innate chakra attributes without this system reward. Acquiring such attributes would have been exceedingly difficult. Of course, possessing solely the water release chakra did not preclude one from becoming powerful, as evidenced by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who wielded water release with exceptional skill. However, possessing a greater variety of chakra attributes would grant Izumi more options. Having received the fire release chakra attribute, Izumi resolved to immediately test the C-rank fire release technique, Great Fireball Technique. Using the Shadow Clone Technique to leave a clone at the gate of Konoha, he ventured to a secluded area. After forming the necessary hand seals, a fireball the size of a hot air balloon erupted from his mouth, striking the ground. Instantly, a circular pit with a 4-meter radius and a depth of 2 meters appeared, resembling the aftermath of multiple grenades detonating in succession. Izumi was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. An average ninja using the same amount of chakra would have only managed to create a pit with a 2-meter radius and a depth of half a meter, while his creation was significantly larger. This was evidently a result of the capabilities granted by the Mangekyō Sharingan, akin to Madara's. After gaining a basic understanding of his abilities, Izumi decided against further experimentation. After all, Sarutobi Hao-air had scheduled the class battle for today. There would be ample opportunities for practical testing during the battle. Thus, Izumi departed, heading toward the Ninja Academy. Not long after Izumi's departure, Uchiha Tekai, a classmate, passed the spot where Izumi had tested the Great Fireball Technique. He was taken aback by the enormous pit before him and instinctively speculated. Such a large pit must be the result of an advanced technique executed by a Chunin level ninja. If only I could wield such powerful fire release techniques. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, with my innate talent as a genius ninja, I am confident that I can achieve such results within 6 months. With that, Tekai strode confidently toward the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Izumi found numerous students gathered in the training grounds. Obito spotted him and waved, "Izumi, over here." Izumi sauntered over to Obito. "Why are you here so early today?" "I had to arrive early. After all, I'm going to defeat Kakashi today," Obito exclaimed excitedly. Izumi glanced at Kakashi, who was practicing shuriken throwing. Meanwhile, Obito was happily chatting with Rin. Izumi joined in their conversation. Before long, all the students from their class had gathered. Sarutobi Hao-air approached the training grounds, and upon seeing Izumi, he sternly remarked, "Izumi, after skipping class for so many days, you finally decided to show up. Now that you're here, I will ensure you witness the vast difference between you and a genius ninja. You must understand that you have no right to skip class." Chapter 6. The arrogant and powerful Uchiha Tetsuho Izumo shrugged nonchalantly, choosing silence. His objective for the day was to showcase his talents and catch the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Defeating his opponent, Uchiha Tetsuho, or altering Sarutobi Koji's perception of him, were merely secondary concerns. Observing Izumo's indifferent demeanor, Sarutobi Koji felt that Izumo was remarkably unperturbed, akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. However, he refrained from further comments to Izumo, instead addressing the other students in the class. "You two must grasp the vast chasm between yourselves and true genius ninjas. The first match today pits Uchiha Tetsuho against Kakashi. Pay close attention and discern the extent of the disparity between you and Tetsuho, as well as Kakashi." As Sarutobi Koji finished speaking, Uchiha Tetsuho and Kakashi faced each other, and the battle commenced. In an instant, Uchiha Tetsuho launched several shuriken toward Kakashi. With a swift sidestep, Kakashi effortlessly evaded the attack. However, Tetsuho's onslaught was far from over. He manipulated the shuriken with invisible threads, relentlessly directing them towards Kakashi. Of course, the invisibility was only applicable to others. For Izumo, who possessed eyesight comparable to a standard Sharingan, the strings were glaringly apparent. While Kakashi could not perceive the threads like Izumo, he still dodged the barrage of shuriken through his remarkable reflexes and speed, simultaneously inching closer to Tetsuho. Though Kakashi faced obstacles from the shuriken, he ultimately reached Tetsuho's side. Drawing his white Fang short sword from behind, he struck at Tetsuho. In response to Kakashi's approach, Tetsuho relinquished control of the shuriken, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch to parry the blow. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, one wielding a short sword, the other a kunai, their figures flickering and colliding with intensity. Nearby, Might Guy and others began to murmur. Indeed, Kakashi and Tetsuho are astonishingly swift. Their speed is such that we can scarcely discern their movements. Moreover, their strength is formidable. Even with my specialization in taijutsu, I can only match them. Meanwhile, Izumo observed the duel with a sense of boredom. To him, both combatants appeared sluggish, their strength merely relative to their current grade. Their power paled in comparison to the lower-ranked ninjas he had witnessed in the training grounds. After several exchanges, Kakashi gained the upper hand, delivering a kick that sent Uchiha Tetsuho flying. Simultaneously, as Tetsuho landed, he formed seals and executed the earth release, inner decapitation technique. In an instant, Kakashi pulled Tetsuho underground, leaving only his head exposed, while Kakashi's short sword rested against Tetsuho's neck. Uchiha Tetsuho, you have lost. Sarutobi Koji promptly approached, announcing, Kakashi triumphs over Tetsuho. After pulling Tetsuho from the ground, Sarutobi Koji instructed the two, now, perform the reconciliation seal. Tetsuho, with an expression of discontent, complied with Kakashi. Damn it. I couldn't even use my newly learned technique before losing. This is so frustrating. After they concluded the reconciliation seal, Sarutobi Koji addressed the class, through Kakashi's recent performance. You should now comprehend the distance between you and true genius. Although Tetsuho lost, his tactics and taijutsu are exceptionally formidable. Even Tetsuho is a figure beyond your reach. Might Guy and others chimed in. Indeed, though Tetsuho was defeated, it does not diminish his strength. After all, he is the only one in our class who can hold his own against Kakashi. Sarutobi Koji then turned to Uchiha Tetsuho, stating, Tetsuho, take a moment to rest. When you are ready, you will face Izumo. Your task is to demonstrate your superiority and make him realize he is nothing compared to you, and that he has no right to skip classes. Teacher, I refuse to fight Izumo. He is so weak that battling him would be a waste of my time. Uchiha Tetsuho protested. As a genius ninja of my caliber, my only rival is Kakashi. Tetsuho, it is precisely because you were second only to Kakashi that you were tasked with proving yourself against Izumo. Why not have Kakashi face Izumo directly? I have noticed that Izumo and Kakashi seem to share a good rapport. If they fought, Kakashi might hold back, thereby failing to impress Izumo as intended. After much persuasion from Sarutobi Koji, Uchiha Tetsuho reluctantly acquiesced. Initially, only a few were aware of the impending match between Izumo and Uchiha Tetsuho, as Sarutobi Koji had only instructed Obito to inform Izumo. However, once the entire class caught wind of the news, astonishment rippled through the students. Is there even a comparison between Izumo and Tetsuho? Even without a match, Izumo must know that the disparity is as vast as that between a firefly and the sun. Indeed, Tetsuho is not only the second in our class, but also a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan. Izumo, a mere civilian ninja and an orphan, stands no chance against the prodigious Tetsuho. With Tetsuho's high intellect and strategic prowess, he probably won't even need to resort to taijutsu to easily defeat Izumo. As the chatter buzzed around him, Izumo felt overwhelmed by the noise. He simply wished to conclude his match with Uchiha Tetsuho and capture Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, before retreating to the Konoha gates to continue his training. After a series of matches, the penultimate duel featured Obito facing Might Guy, culminating in Guy delivering a decisive kick that sent Obito flying. Finally, it was time for the last battle, Izumo against Uchiha Tetsuho. Tetsuho, exuding arrogance, regarded Izumo with disdain. Observing Tetsuho's insufferable expression, Izumo couldn't help but mutter to himself, it seems I have traversed into the authentic world of Naruto. The Uchiha clan is indeed as proud as depicted in the original work, provoking a desire to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Chapter 7. A humiliating defeat. After standing face-to-face with Uchiha Tetsuka, Sarutobi Koji turned to him and inquired, Tetsuka, your shuriken is currently unusable. Would you like to fetch a new one from the ninja tool storage room? Teacher, you underestimate me. Uchiha Tetsuka replied with a smug expression. I need no shuriken to deal with Izumo. Sarutobi Koji then directed his attention to Izumo, asking, "What about you? If you require any ninja tools, you may retrieve them now. I'll take a F-Ma Shuriken," Izumo responded, striding toward the storage room. Upon exiting, he held a F-Ma Shuriken in his hand. Positioned across from Uchiha Tetsuka, Sarutobi Koji announced, "The match between Kamatsuki Izumo and Uchiha Tetsuka begins." As soon as the words left his lips, Izumo hurled the F-Ma Shuriken toward Uchiha Tetsuka. The latter regarded the incoming shuriken with disdain. "It's far too slow. I can evade this without even moving." With that, Uchiha Tetsuka sidestepped effortlessly to the left, avoiding the shuriken as it continued its trajectory. Suddenly, as the shuriken slipped into his blind spot, it transformed into a replica of Izumo, who then kicked toward Tetsuka's back. Simultaneously, the original Izumo dissipated into a cloud of smoke not far from Tetsuka. Realizing what had transpired, Uchiha Tetsuka's eyes widened. If the F-Ma Shuriken had flown at a sluggish pace, Izumo's kick was akin to a bullet in its swiftness. By the time Tetsuka reacted, Izumo's foot had already struck his back. Bang! Uchiha Tetsuka crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. After a brief moment, he staggered to his feet, his mouth filled with dirt and blood, a tooth lying on the ground beside him. The spectators, Izumo's classmates, were left in shock. Am I seeing things? Did Izumo transform into a F-Ma Shuriken and kick Tetsuka away? When did he become so adept in battle strategy? Moreover, Tetsuka, despite not having activated his Sharingan, possessed a keen insight far superior to that of an ordinary person. Yet, neither he nor the onlookers had detected the ruse in Izumo's shadow clone technique. This indicated that it was not Tetsuka's perceptiveness that faltered, but rather the exceptional prowess of Izumo's jutsu. Even the previously aloof Kakashi was taken aback. While Izumo's transformation into a F-Ma Shuriken seemed straightforward, Kakashi, as the top prodigy of the Ninja Academy, recognized that such ingenuity required a profound mastery of both ninja tools and techniques to devise a strategy that combined the two so seamlessly. In the realm of ninja combat, simplicity and effectiveness often lead to greater success than overly complex tactics. The ability to conceive such a concept was already a significant achievement. Even more challenging was ensuring that Izumo's clone and transformation could deceive the perceptive Uchiha Tetsuka. Otherwise, even the most brilliant idea would be rendered ineffective against someone with such acute insight. Thus, the fact that Izumo successfully sent Uchiha Tetsuka flying demonstrated that his combat intelligence, tactical application, and understanding of ninja tools and techniques far surpassed Tetsuka's. Unlike his classmates, Kakashi, as the heir of the prestigious Hatake clan and son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, possessed a broader perspective. He understood that among the geniuses of the Uchiha clan and others he had encountered, there were indeed individuals capable of devising such a strategy. However, only Izumo had managed to execute it so flawlessly and deceive the observant Uchiha Tetsuka. Even he himself could not have achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Obito, observing from the sidelines, leaped with joy at Izumo's success, genuinely happy for his friend. "I thought Izumo was merely slacking off these past few days, but it seems he has secretly devised such an effective strategy. He must have been contemplating this constantly while resting. Clearly, he took our advice to heart." However, a tinge of regret crossed his mind. Too bad that Izumo's kick didn't knock Tetsuka out. Now that Tetsuka is back on his feet, given his prowess in taijutsu and ninjutsu, Izumo may soon find himself in a precarious situation. After all, I saw Tetsuka practicing late last night in the Uchiha compound. With Izumo's skills in taijutsu and ninjutsu already lagging behind Tetsuka's, and having been idle for days, he is unlikely to hold his ground. Thus, Obito resolved to keep a close eye on the match, prepared to intervene if necessary. Rising from the ground after being humiliated, Uchiha Tetsuka spat out blood and dirt. "I am truly incensed. Does Izumo think he can defeat me with such a mere trick? I was simply careless. From here on, I will fight seriously." Unfazed by Tetsuka's bravado, Izumo reflected on his findings. Upon entering the storage room, he had utilized the shadow clone technique to create a clone while transforming his original self into a F-Ma Shuriken, which the clone held. As Kakashi had surmised, this tactic was not a product of Izumo's own genius. He had borrowed it from Naruto and Sasuke's strategy against Zabuza in the anime. The real challenge, however, lay not in conceiving the tactic, but in deceiving the astute Uchiha Tetsuka. It was evident that the enhancement of the Sharingan's abilities was not to be underestimated. What should have been the most susceptible technique, the shadow clone jutsu, had successfully misled one of the Uchiha clan's most renowned geniuses. Now, Izumo had showcased his remarkable tactical acumen before everyone. However, to be considered a true prodigy and catch the eye of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he needed to demonstrate his proficiency in taijutsu and ninjutsu as well. After all, a genius need not excel in every aspect, but they must not exhibit any glaring weaknesses. Chapter 8. The cackling Uchiha. After Uchiha Tei had finished his taunts, he noticed that Yin remained utterly indifferent, which only fueled his frustration further. How dare you underestimate me, Yin? With that, Uchiha unleashed his utmost speed, charging towards Yin with a fierce determination. He could even hear the gusting wind roaring past his ears due to his rapid pace. In an instant, he swung a powerful punch towards Yin. Uchiha Tei's speed, both in running and striking, had reached the level of a genin. Yet, despite Yin not activating the Sharingan beneath his goggles, he effortlessly perceived Tei's movements. Just as Tei's fist was about to connect with Yin, the latter gracefully sidestepped, evading the blow by mere strands of hair. Having missed his first strike, Uchiha Tei leaped and aimed an elbow towards Yin. However, Yin stepped to the left, again dodging by an almost imperceptible margin. Tei had initially believed that defeating Yin with taijutsu would be a straightforward task, only to find himself thwarted twice. Yin, what are you dodging for? However, before Tei could finish his sentence, Yin suddenly appeared behind him. Tei had no time to react, his body instinctively attempting to turn. But before he could complete the motion, Yin delivered a swift kick to his waist, sending him flying once more. Witnessing this spectacle, the students who had been observing immediately rose to their feet. What kind of otherworldly speed does Yin possess? Not only did he effortlessly evade Tei's attacks, but he also appeared behind him in the blink of an eye, delivering a kick that sent Tei sprawling. Why didn't he even blink? How did he accomplish that? Even Tei, a genius of the Uchiha clan renowned for his reflexes, couldn't he respond in time? If we were in his place, we likely wouldn't even be able to react instinctively. Tei crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Lying there, he resembled Yin lounging in a chair at the gates of Konoha, yet the state of his mind was entirely different from Yin's. Unlike the first time he was kicked away by Yin, Tei now felt a profound awe regarding Yin's capabilities. How could such speed exist? From the very beginning, when Yin had effortlessly dodged his attacks, Tei sensed something was amiss with Yin's strength. Although his own speed was considerable, there were still a few classmates, like Kakashi, who could evade him. However, no one in the class, including Kakashi, could dodge with such precision as Yin had done. As for Tei himself, he was utterly incapable. Even among the Uchiha clan, those who had activated their Sharingan could not match Yin's prowess. Only those who had unlocked the second tomo of the Sharingan could achieve such feats. This suggested that Yin, a mere civilian ninja without any bloodline limit, possessed perceptive abilities that rivaled those of Uchiha clan members with the second tomo activated. Such insight was utterly terrifying. Tei was bewildered, unable to fathom how an Uchiha genius could be outclassed in perception by a civilian ninja like Yin. Even more unfathomable was how Yin could possess such formidable insight. Moreover, Yin's ability to dodge his attacks by mere hair's breadth was a testament to not only his perceptiveness but also his astonishing speed. This velocity was something Tei had never even sensed from Kakashi. Was this fellow secretly training every night like I do? Yet, he had previously been the lowest performer in the class. Even if he had trained hard recently, how could he possibly surpass me, the diligent second best in our class? At this moment, Tei's heart was not only filled with confusion, but also with a sense of indignation. It was one thing to lose to Kakashi, another member of the Konoha elite. It was entirely unacceptable to be bested by a civilian ninja like Yin. Uchiha Tei rose from the ground, a defiant laugh escaping his lips as he brushed off the dust from his attire. Ha! I must admit, Yin, you are a formidable opponent. But alas, today you are destined to lose to me. With that, Uchiha Tei began to weave hand signs, observing Tei's grandiose declarations before he even began forming seals. Yin found the situation somewhat amusing. Indeed, the Uchiha clan, much like the second pillars, had a penchant for theatrics. Had he charged at Tei just now, Tei would have had no opportunity to form the seals. In such circumstances, this fellow's preamble was quintessentially Uchiha. Yin wore a calm expression, while Sarutobi K's face paled. Tei, stop. Although Yin was swift, being struck by your ninjutsu would still inflict severe injury. Sarutobi Kage then glanced at Yun and noticed that he too had begun to form hand signs, his gestures mirroring Tei's but executed with far greater speed. Then, both of them simultaneously unleashed their techniques. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. On one side, a fireball with a radius of approximately 2 meters erupted from Uchiha Tei, while on the other, Yun conjured a fireball with a radius of around 4 meters. The two colossal fireballs collided violently, sending a massive cloud of dust swirling across the training field. As the dust began to settle, a pit measuring 4 meters in radius and 2 meters deep appeared on the ground. Yun emerged unscathed, whereas Uchiha Tei's hair and clothing had been singed to a charred black. Gazing at the immense crater before him, Tei stood frozen, his heart filled with shock and dread. Yun could also perform the Great Fireball Technique, and its power was astonishing. Fortunately, my fireball was aimed at the ground before him. Yun must have seen that I did not target him, which is why he directed his technique at the earth as well. Had my fireball been aimed at Yun? As he contemplated the consequences of such an act, Tei's body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Kage, as the teacher, shared the same sentiments as the other students. They stared at the massive crater, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces, their pupils constricting dramatically, filled with terror. This was no mere joke. Could such devastation truly be wrought by a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy? Chapter 9. The Emergence of Genius. Victory. They couldn't help but murmur. If Izumi's great fireball jutsu had struck not the ground, but Iron Fire himself, or even us, would we still be standing here? No wonder Izumi had been skipping classes every day lately. The knowledge we are currently acquiring must be utterly useless to him. With such prowess, skipping classes is the least of his concerns. Graduating early from the Ninja Academy would pose no challenge at all. Moreover, it seems that his truancy is merely a fade. He must be secretly honing his skills in private. As Kakashi surveyed the scene before him, his previously impassive expression transformed into one of astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the massive crater before him. Although he had yet to master the fire release techniques, he could clearly discern the immense power of Izumi's Great Fireball Jutsu. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its expertise in fire release. Even the title of Hokage was born from the prowess of Uchiha Madara, a master of the art. Yet, how is it that Iron Fire, a member of the Uchiha, was bested in fire release by Izumi? Furthermore, from his perspective, even a middle-ranked Uchiha ninja, by augmenting their chakra, could only produce such power. Just how much chakra did Izumi invest in this Great Fireball Jutsu? Has he truly attained the chakra levels of a Chunin? Previously, Izumi was merely a mediocre student, often at the bottom of the class rankings during competitions. Now, he has exhibited strength rivaling that of a Chunin. What a terrifying rate of growth. Or perhaps, he had been concealing his true abilities all along. I had intended to defeat Iron Fire one last time to prove my strength before applying for early graduation. It now appears that unless I defeat Izumi, I cannot substantiate my claim of being the top of the class. Therefore, I must strive to overcome Izumi in the next battle before I can submit my application for early graduation. Izumi, observing the astonished and silent expressions of those around him, felt a sense of joy. These individuals have finally quieted down, no longer chattering incessantly as they had before the duel. It seems that the effects of the Sharingan, akin to Madara's, are indeed impressive. He utilized only a standard amount of chakra, comparable to that of Uchiha Iron Fire, yet achieved such remarkable results. Truly, the Sharingan is extraordinary. Even a basic attack matches the potency of others' grand techniques. This effect only fuels Izumi's desire to continue training and growing stronger. Thus, Izumi turned to the still-stunned Sarutobi Kage and inquired, "Teacher, may I announce the outcome and seal the reconciliation?" Sarutobi Kage finally snapped back to reality. Oh, I declare that Shingetsu Izumi has triumphed over Uchiha Iron Fire." Announcing the result aloud, Sarutobi Kage was filled with both astonishment and a hint of embarrassment. After all, his intention in arranging this match was for Izumi to comprehend the disparity between him and Iron Fire. Yet, the difference was evident, albeit not quite as he had envisioned. Continuing, Sarutobi Kage proclaimed, "Seal the reconciliation." Izumi stepped forward to seal the reconciliation with Uchiha Iron Fire. Iron Fire, with a look of relief, remarked, "Izumi, thank you for your mercy." Witnessing the once proud Iron Fire now appear humble, Izumi refrained from sarcasm and replied simply, "What is there to thank? We are classmates. You had no intention of truly injuring me, did you?" After all, they are merely children. Uchiha Iron Fire scratched his head and nodded in agreement. He then declared, "In the next match, I want to fight against you again, although I know it will be challenging to defeat someone as formidable as you. The honor of the Uchiha clan does not allow me to accept defeat so easily." Izumi remained non-committal. His current objective had been achieved, and there was no need to battle Uchiha Iron Fire again. After all, wouldn't it be more beneficial to spend this time training at the gates of Konoha? Furthermore, his singular target for the next battle is Kakashi. By defeating Kakashi, he aims to capture the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and truly be recognized as a genius in his eyes. Only in this way could he, like Kakashi, become a disciple of the eternal prodigy and eventually attain the title of Hokage, easing his path to the position. At that moment, Kakashi approached Sarutobi Koji. "Teacher, I wish to face Izumi in the class competition 3 days from now. After defeating him, I will apply for early graduation." "Very well. Then your first match in 3 days will be against Shingetsu Izumi." Sarutobi Koji nodded. "As for your early graduation, we shall see the outcome of your battle with Izumi first." Understood, Kakashi agreed. After sealing the reconciliation with Uchiha Iron Fire, Izumi made his way out of the Ninja Academy. This time, Sarutobi Koji refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks, allowing Izumi to leave. He quietly murmured, "This matter concerning Izumi must be reported to the third Hokage without delay." He then addressed the remaining students. "Everyone, please return to the classroom for self-study. I have matters to attend to." With that, Sarutobi Koji turned and departed. As soon as he was out of sight, Obito hurried after Izumi. "Hey, Izumi, wait for me." Following their departure, the news of Shingetsu Izumi's victory over Uchiha Iron Fire spread like wildfire throughout the Ninja Academy, causing quite a stir. Shingetsu Izumi defeated Uchiha Iron Fire? I know who Uchiha Iron Fire is, but who is Shingetsu Izumi? You mean Shingetsu Izumi, a commoner ninja, defeated the Uchiha clan's genius, Uchiha Iron Fire? Moreover, not only did he defeat Iron Fire, but he also comprehensively outperformed him in strategy, physical combat, and ninjutsu? This Shingetsu Izumi is truly astonishing. Why have we never heard of such a genius before? Many students even flocked to the training grounds to witness the immense crater left by Izumi's great fireball jutsu. With such power and fire release, do we truly deserve to share the same academy with him? This monster-level genius can likely only be rivaled by Kakashi. At last, among us commoner ninjas, a genius has emerged who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the scions of noble families. I hear the next match will be between Shingetsu Izumi and Kakashi. I must witness it. While the students and faculty at the Ninja Academy engaged in fervent discussions about this event, Sarutobi Koji arrived at the Hokage's office. Chapter 10. The Emergence of Genius. With the potential of Watergate knock, 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 Sarutobi Koji rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Upon entering, Sarutobi Koji was greeted by Sarutobi Hisashi, who took a puff from his pipe and smiled. "Ah, it's you, Koji. What brings you here?" As a member of the Sarutobi clan, Koji had a good rapport with Hisashi, which allowed him to enter the Hokage building without prior notice. Thus, he bypassed the usual pleasantries and directly addressed Hisashi, "Lord Third. We have a prodigy in our class who rivals Kakashi. I have come to report this to you." Koji then elaborated on the battle between Chunin and Uchiha Taika. Upon hearing this, a look of appreciation spread across Hisashi's face as he took another puff from his pipe. To evade Uchiha Taika's assault by mere strands of hair, such perceptiveness is beyond the capability of most Uchiha Jonin. Moreover, appearing behind Uchiha Taika in an instant indicates that he is exceptionally skilled at speed. If he continues to develop, he may well become a speed-type ninja akin to White Fang or Minato in the future. Most importantly, according to your account, this young lad's great fireball technique is far more potent than that of ordinary ninjas. This suggests either an extraordinary chakra reserve or an unparalleled chakra control ability. Of course, there is a third possibility, though I doubt it applies to him. As he spoke, the image of Uchiha Madara surfaced in Hisashi's mind. The third possibility he referred to was the power of Madara's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. However, Hisashi was not entirely certain about the specifics of Madara's abilities, as his knowledge stemmed from classified documents in Konoha regarding Madara. Emerging from his reverie, Hisashi continued, "Given all this, it seems that this young man named Chunin is indeed a genius. However, the surname Shingetsu? Could he be a commoner ninja?" "Yes, Lord Third," Koji nodded. Moreover, Chunin's parents perished during the Second Great Ninja War, leaving him alone at home. At this, Hisashi's eyes brightened. Since the era of the Second Hokage, Konoha had been subtly promoting the notion of commoner ninjas taking the place of clan ninjas as the mainstay of Konoha's forces. In his generation, his disciple had been the commoner genius Orochimaru, while in the younger generation, there was the commoner prodigy Minato. However, after these, no commoner geniuses had emerged until now. The arrival of Chunin reignited the hope for future commoner talents in Konoha. From what you've said, this Shingetsu Chunin indeed appears to be a remarkable talent. It's a pity I haven't witnessed his battle with Uchiha Taika. Lord Third, in 3 days' time, I will arrange for him to battle Kakashi, Koji reminded Hisashi. However, he did not extend an invitation for Hisashi to watch. Knowing well that the third Hokage had countless responsibilities and likely would not attend a match between 2 students from the Ninja Academy. Koji then added, Kakashi mentioned that after defeating Chunin, he intends to request early graduation from the Ninja Academy. Hisashi's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he took a drag from his pipe. It seems that Kakashi is still affected by his father's situation. However, this makes it even less appropriate for him to graduate early. After all, given the tragedy surrounding his father, entering the ninja world too soon and witnessing its brutality could further impact his mindset. Yet, he possesses the strength to graduate, and we have no grounds to prevent him. We can only await the outcome of the battle between Shingetsu Chunin and Kakashi 3 days hence. Noticing Hisashi's troubled demeanor, Koji shifted the topic. However, Lord Third, although Shingetsu Chunin is a genius, he has a rather undesirable habit. He seems quite lazy, often skipping classes to lounge in the sun at the Konoha Gate. Skipping classes to sunbathe at the Konoha Gate? That behavior is reminiscent of the Nara clan, Hisashi remarked, somewhat astonished. Yet this Shingetsu Chunin can defeat Uchiha Taika even while skipping classes, which speaks volumes about his talent. If he devoted every moment to mastering ninjutsu, surpassing Kakashi in the future would not be out of the question. Such a talent must not be squandered. Starting tomorrow, he must not be allowed to skip classes any longer. Understood, Lord Third. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Gate, Chunin was soundly asleep, dreaming of becoming the 5th Hokage. Beside him, Obito was unable to sleep, gazing at Chunin with a perplexed expression. How can this guy, who sleeps here with me every day, easily triumph over Taika? While I can't even defeat Guy? This is utterly abnormal. Could it be that he sleeps during the day and secretly trains at night? No. I must investigate whether he practices at night. If that is the case, our brotherly bond may not survive. Moreover, it was indeed curious that every time they arrived at the Konoha Gate, Chunin's clones would already be there. Could he be honing his chakra control this way? Or does he harbor some inexplicable obsession with the Konoha Gate? Obito pondered endlessly, ultimately succumbing to sleep like Chunin. Not long after, as usual, Chunin awoke to Rin's voice. Rin, Kakashi, and Guy arrived with lunchboxes to share with Chunin and Obito. While eating, Rin looked at Chunin with admiration and asked, Chunin, your great fireball technique is so much stronger than Taika's. Is it because your chakra control is exceptional? Sort of, Chunin replied while munching. After all, the ability to unleash greater power with an equivalent amount of chakra could be considered a mark of strong chakra control, couldn't it? Could you teach me chakra control when you have time? I aspire to become a medical ninja, which requires high proficiency in chakra control, Rin eagerly inquired. Of course, I'll teach you chakra control as a token of gratitude for sharing lunch with me, Chunin replied. Fantastic. Rin cheered. I'll ensure my cooking is even better in the future. No need for that. Your cooking is already quite delicious. Chunin smiled gently at Rin. Seeing Rin and Chunin so engrossed in their conversation, Obito felt a pang of jealousy. He interjected, attempting to divert the topic. Chunin, what do you think? I can't even beat Guy. Am I really that weak? Chapter 11. A stronger self must be ruthless with shadow clones. Upon hearing Obito's words, Izumo felt somewhat speechless. What do you mean you can't even defeat Guy? Shouldn't you reflect on what you're saying? My dear Guy is a man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion. He is famously known as Might Guy, the one-for-one. Even Madara acknowledges him as the strongest in taijutsu. Is it truly embarrassing to admit you cannot surpass him? Before Izumo could respond, Guy interjected, visibly displeased. Obito, what do you mean by that? I burned my youth just to surpass you. Obito, chase after me from behind, for that is the essence of youth. Obito wanted to argue further with Might Guy, but Izumo intervened. Obito, Guy, there is no need for your rivalry. In my opinion, both of you will one day become renowned powerhouses in the ninja world. As for your strength, you will undoubtedly surpass the level of a Kage. Thus, there is no need to dispute who is stronger. Both of you will stand atop the ninja realm. Upon hearing Izumo's words, both Obito and Guy, as well as Kakashi and Rin, were momentarily taken aback. Obito stood up and patted Izumo on the shoulder. "Truly, you are a good brother, Izumo. Your foresight is indeed commendable." Guy gazed at Izumo as if he were a kindred spirit, feeling the flames of youth within him burn even brighter. "Izumo, ever since my childhood, my father and I have been looked down upon by other ninjas in the village. You are the first one to say I will become strong. And not just any strength, but that which surpasses the Kage level. A powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Izumo, I acknowledge you. Let me catch up to you with my efforts. My youth will not be overshadowed by your talent." Kakashi found it hard to believe. Was Izumo serious? Although he held no disdain for Might Guy and Obito, the notion that they would achieve the level of strength Izumo spoke of was utterly implausible. After all, Izumo implied that Might Guy and Obito's abilities would eventually surpass that of the third Hokage, even greater than his father. Yet at this moment, both of them were merely the underachievers of their class. Rin looked at Izumo with admiration. While others looked down upon Obito and Guy, Izumo valued them, proving that he was indeed different from the rest. As Izumo and the others conversed, the younger students, including Tetsu and Asuma, arrived at the gates of Konoha. They were surprised to see Izumo chatting with Rin and the others. "What? I thought Izumo had become so strong by secretly studying. I didn't expect him to be lounging here, sunbathing." However, they speculated that perhaps he was merely pretending, and that he might be studying at night. Noticing Kakashi's presence, they recalled the upcoming duel between the two in 2 days. They wondered who would emerge superior in that contest. Yet, they considered that Izumo had previously been just an underachiever. In his fight against Tetsu, he had likely exhausted all his strength. If that were the case, he would still fall short against Kakashi, especially since Kakashi's father was the renowned White Fang, who undoubtedly had his own trump cards. The chatter continued until it was nearly time for afternoon classes, after which they departed the gates of Konoha with Rin. Once the group of noisy youngsters finally left, Izumo felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He finally had time to ponder his gains and transformations over the past few days. His current strength was, without a doubt, worlds apart from when he first arrived. Initially, he was merely an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy, not even a genin. Now, having acquired a Mangekyō Sharingan akin to Madara's, his strength had surged immensely. Moreover, he had defeated the Academy's renowned genius, Uchiha Tetsu, and had become the second most talented student, just behind Kakashi. Izumo speculated that he had likely caught the attention of Hiruzans, given his remarkable talent that could not go unreported. This brought him one step closer to his aspiration of becoming Hokage. Furthermore, he had transitioned from being an unnoticed figure in Konoha and the Academy to being recognized as a genius admired by many. These individuals could be viewed as the foundation of his future quest to become Hokage. As the day passed, morning arrived anew. Early the next day, Izumo was awakened by a voice in his mind. "Ding! The host has completed 3 days of gatekeeping. Reward: B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique." Izumo's eyes lit up. Shadow clone technique? What a splendid reward! Compared to the ordinary clone technique, it is significantly more stable. With this, he would no longer need to skip classes to accumulate gatekeeping time. After all, the stability of shadow clones would allow him to effectively manage his time without any issues. Additionally, when the shadow clones dissipate, they would return the accumulated memories to the user. In the original story, Naruto used this method to expedite his learning process. Similarly, Izumo could adopt this approach for his studies. After all, shadow clones are not the true self. The original can relax while the clones must keep learning. A strong individual must be ruthless with their shadow clones. Moreover, even if Izumo employs the shadow clone technique, no one would suspect its origin. He could simply claim it was the only ninjutsu left to him by his deceased parents. Since his parents had passed away, no one could verify this. Besides, the shadow clone technique is not as rare or valuable as the multiple shadow clone technique. In the original story, not only Konoha ninjas, but also many from other villages mastered the shadow clone technique, such as the Iwagakure Jonin, Gamabunta, who fought Kakashi in the Kanabi Bridge mission. While Izumo contemplated these thoughts, a voice interrupted his musings. Sarutobi Koji approached him, saying, "Izumo, you certainly made it difficult for me to find you. If I hadn't asked Obito, I wouldn't have realized you were not only lounging here during the day but also at night. Koji-sensei, is there something you need from me? Yesterday, I reported your battle with Uchiha Tetsu to the third Hokage, who praised your talent greatly. He instructed me to remind you not to waste your abilities any longer and to stop skipping classes. All right, Izumo nodded. He had never expected to be allowed to skip class indefinitely at the gates of Konoha. After all, no teacher would permit a gifted student to do so. This was also why he had thought of utilizing the shadow clone technique to cover for himself. After agreeing with Sarutobi Koji, Izumo performed the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a clone identical to him appeared before him. You will stay here at the gates of Konoha, he instructed his shadow clone. Then, he took several books from his bag and handed them to the clone. Make sure to memorize these. Izumo, you are quite the ruthless capitalist. Even exploiting your own shadow clone for its value, the shadow clone remarked, bemused. Izumi paid no heed to the complaints of his shadow clone. Instead, he walked alongside Sarutobi Koji towards the direction of the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Koji, witnessing Izumi's use of the shadow clone technique, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Chapter 12. Izumo's heroic rescue. It is worth noting that the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, typically reserved for elite shinobi. Yet Izumo, merely a student at the Ninja Academy, has astonishingly mastered this advanced skill. His victory over Uchiha Tetsuhan serves as a testament to his prodigious talent, which now surpasses that of Tetsuhan and even approaches the level of Kakashi. Furthermore, Izumo's adeptness at utilizing the shadow clone technique suggests he has possessed this skill for some time. However, during his battle with Tetsuhan, he refrained from employing this technique, indicating that he did not exert his full strength and indeed retained much of his power. This extraordinary restraint, coupled with his triumph over Tetsuhan, underscores the magnitude of Izumo's innate abilities. Curiosity consumed Sarutobi Koji as he pondered the outcome of the upcoming duel. Would Izumo emerge victorious, or would Kakashi claim the day? Upon entering the classroom with Sarutobi Koji, Izumo promptly found his seat and succumbed to sleep. With the shadow clone at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient for his learning. His only responsibility was to relax. Observing Izumo's immediate descent into slumber, Sarutobi Koji hesitated to speak. He reflected on Izumo's notable progress since he had not skipped class, and thus chose to remain silent. The day passed in this manner, with Izumo sleeping through most of it. As the school day drew to a close, he stirred awake, only to feel a gentle poke from Rin behind him. Turning, he found her extending a note. Izumo accepted the paper and adjusted himself to sit properly. Before opening the note, he instinctively glanced at Obito nearby, who was still sleeping soundly. Upon unfolding the note, he discovered Rin's request for assistance with chakra control after dinner. Considering he had enjoyed her bento for several days and recalling her previous mention of this, Izumo decided to acquiesce. He tore a piece of paper from his notebook and wrote, "Certainly, meet me in the Konoha forest after dinner. Don't forget your notebook. And please lend your shadow clone to me when we pass the Konoha gate." He then rolled the note and discreetly passed it to Rin while the teacher's back was turned. As the school bell rang, Obito finally woke up, glancing at Izumo's now vacant seat. "This guy is so eager to leave after class," he muttered. But defeating Tetsuhan proves his strength. Could it be that he has truly been putting in the effort? Tonight, I shall follow him closely to uncover whether he is secretly studying. After school, Izumo savored a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku before heading to the Konoha forest. Upon arrival, he discovered that Rin had already arrived. "Rin, you're here even earlier than me," a slacker who has tea returned home. "Of course, I had to arrive a bit earlier." "I wouldn't want to waste your precious time, Izumo," she replied. "My time isn't precious at all. Wasting it is no concern," he retorted casually. Rin, sensing his earlier lethargy, opted to remain silent about it. "By the way, Izumo, I've handed your notebook to your shadow clone," Rin remarked with a smile. "I never expected you to be so fond of idleness while your clone works so diligently. When I reached the Konoha gate, your clone was still studying. I'm relieved to hear my clone isn't slacking off," Izumo replied with a grin. Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she continued, "But truly, you are remarkable. Mastering such a challenging technique like the shadow clone is no small feat. You must have been quietly diligent before learning it." Izumo reflected on his days of lounging in a chair, realizing he hadn't exerted much effort. Not wishing to dampen Rin's enthusiasm, he shifted the topic. "Rin, let us commence our chakra control practice." Upon hearing this, Rin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Today, I will teach you how to climb a tree without using your hands. This method will help you develop your chakra control." Although Izumo had never practiced chakra control before, acquiring the shadow clone technique had endowed him with formidable chakra management skills. After all, the technique required him to evenly distribute his chakra without strong control. It would be impossible. I'll demonstrate for you first, Izumo said, striding toward a nearby tree. He positioned himself vertically against the trunk and ascended with ease until he reached a sturdy branch, where he inverted himself, hanging effortlessly. Rin was captivated, clapping in awe. Wow. Izumo-kun, you're incredible. But how did you manage that? This is the technique I wish to teach you for improving your chakra control, he replied calmly as he descended. You must concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing them to adhere to the tree. Only then can you climb like I just did without using your hands. The challenge lies in the precise amount of chakra required. It must be just right to achieve what I demonstrated. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder you chose to teach me about chakra control here in the Konoha forest. Rin exclaimed, enlightened. All right, Rin, now it's your turn to try. Remember to imprint this sensation in your body. With that, Rin approached the tree, cautiously mimicking Izumo's earlier ascent. As she reached the branch where Izumo had previously hung, she attempted to mirror his movements. Izumo-kun, I did it, she called out happily. Having succeeded in her first attempt, it appears your chakra control is quite impressive. Achieving this on your first try, Izumo complimented her. Rin beamed at him. But just as she smiled, she lost focus and failed to maintain her chakra, causing her to tumble down. Unprepared for the fall, she struggled to adjust her body midair. If she landed headfirst, the consequences could be dire, given the height from which she fell. Chapter 13 would release as Lin hung approximately 2 meters above the ground. Izumi leapt up and caught her with both hands. Gazing at Lin with concern, Izumi inquired, Are you all right, Lin? I'm fine, Izumi-kun, Lin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. But could you please set me down now? With a smile, Izumi gently placed her on the ground. It was no wonder that in the original story, Obito was so captivated by Lin. Indeed, her blushing face was utterly adorable. Izumi continued with a grin, Lin, achieving such impressive results on your first attempt is quite remarkable. If you practice a few more times, you should master it. He reassured her, and there's no need to be afraid. I will be here to catch you. Feeling a bit shy, Lin responded, Izumi-kun, there's no need for you to catch me anymore. I'll be mentally prepared this time. With that, she walked towards the tree once more. This time, Lin hung upside down from the tree for a full 3 minutes before momentarily losing focus and falling. However, she had prepared herself mentally beforehand, and she landed steadily on the ground without Izumi's assistance. Despite this, a tinge of wistfulness washed over her, as she missed being caught by Izumi. Unaware of Lin's subtle emotions, Izumi remarked, Lin, it seems your control over chakra is indeed impressive. With a few more practices, you should be able to master climbing trees on your own. Now, let us move on to the next exercise, water walking. Water walking? What is that? Lin asked, her face filled with curiosity. Just follow me, and you'll find out, Izumi replied, leading her to a small river near the Konoha forest. He intended for her to practice walking on the water. Even though the weather was not particularly cold, he would ensure that Lin wouldn't fall into the river. At his speed, she would only get her shoes wet. Izumi first stepped forward, floating above the water's surface, and then began to walk step by step. Lin watched in awe, her admiration evident. Izumi-kun, is this the water walking technique you want to teach me? Yes, this is water walking, he confirmed while making his way back to the riverbank. The key is to continuously release an appropriate amount of chakra from your feet onto the water's surface. This is significantly more challenging than climbing trees. Upon returning to the bank, Izumi added, you can give it a try like before, but don't be afraid. I'll catch you if you fall. Lin took a deep breath and approached the water. Unlike her previous experience with climbing trees, the moment she stepped onto the river, she plummeted down. Izumi swiftly reached out and lifted her back onto the shore. As he set her down, Lin's cheeks flushed and her gaze fell to her shoes. Upon realizing they were merely damp, while her pants remained dry, she beamed at Izumi. Izumi-kun, you're so quick. Izumi, who had accumulated over 30 years of experience in his 2 lifetimes, felt his face heat up at her remark. What do you mean by quick? Don't slander me. Seeing Lin's cheerful demeanor, he decided to encourage her further. You can rest assured, I can easily catch you before you fall into the water. Try again. Meanwhile, wearing protective goggles, Obito arrived at the Konoha gates. He stealthily peered towards the entrance and spotted Izumi. What is this guy up to? He is so peculiar, staying here at the Konoha gates even at night instead of going home. As he observed, Obito noticed Izumi was diligently copying notes at a table. This guy promised to skip class with me, yet he is secretly taking notes at night. Anger bubbled within him as he approached the gates. But a doubt crossed his mind. Given how lazy Izumi is, would he really be copying notes at night? Standing before Izumi, Obito tentatively asked, "Are you Izumi?" "I am not Izumi. I am his shadow clone. That guy is off charming girls while I'm stuck here copying notes." The shadow clone replied angrily, continuing its work. Obito's suspicions were confirmed. "I knew it. Izumi is too lazy to be studying at night. But when did he learn the shadow clone technique? I've been lounging around with him all day. How did I not notice? Moreover, the shadow clone mentioned that Izumi was with a girl. If he has someone he likes and didn't tell me, I must find out who he is dating." Obito then asked the shadow clone, "Do you know where Izumi is on a date with a girl?" "I do not know," the shadow clone replied. Aware of Izumi's whereabouts and company, but refusing to divulge that Lin was the one he was with, especially given that she had a crush on Obito himself. With no choice left, Obito turned to leave. "Looks like I'll have to find him on my own." By the riverside, Lin repeatedly approached the water, and each time, Izumi would lift her back onto the shore. The children in the world of Naruto were inherently mature, and with each physical interaction between Izumi and Lin, she began to grow accustomed to the sensation of being held by him, even developing a sense of dependency. After all, being with Izumi gave her immense comfort. As he always caught her swiftly, after several attempts, Lin finally managed to take a few steps on the water before falling again. Izumi quickly scooped her up and set her on the bank. Lin gazed at him with a sense of achievement. "Izumi-kun, I finally managed to walk on water for the first time. Indeed, you've done remarkably well, mastering it so quickly. However, you must be tired. Shall we call it a day?" Lin felt a pang of reluctance. Did they have to part ways so soon? But then she heard Izumi suggest, "Moreover, your shoes are wet. How about we start a fire here to dry them? I can catch some fish to grill for a late-night snack." Lin clapped her hands in delight. "That sounds wonderful. For the past few days, you've been eating my bento. I haven't had the chance to taste your cooking yet." Thus, Izumi and Lin seamlessly coordinated their efforts. Lin gathered twigs to start a fire by the riverbank to dry her shoes, while Izumi picked up a stick to fish. His eyes fixed on a fish, he declared, "Would release. Fish spearing technique." With precision, he struck the fish. Handing it to Lin, he said, "Lin, could you help me with the scales?" Lin took the fish from Izumi's hands. "Izumi-kun, the name of your technique is quite amusing. I thought you were genuinely using the first Hokage's would release." "Haha, I just thought of that name on a whim." Izumi chuckled, secretly pondering that with the gatekeeping system, perhaps one day he might genuinely acquire the first Hokage's would release. Chapter 14. A clap of hands. Whatever comes to mind after catching a few fish, Chunin sat down on the grass with Rin to grill them. However, as they continued to cook, Chunin soon realized something was amiss. The fish he was grilling had all turned charred, while Rin's fish gleamed with a golden hue, appearing incredibly appetizing. Rin smiled at Chunin and remarked, "It seems your culinary skills are not quite as impressive as your talent in ninjutsu." With that, Rin offered him one of her perfectly grilled fish, saying, "You should eat this instead." Feeling embarrassed, Chunin accepted the grilled fish from Rin's hands. Taking a bite, he found the exterior crisp while the inside was tender and succulent. "Rin, your cooking is truly exceptional. This fish is delicious," Chunin exclaimed. "If you find it tasty, then please enjoy it more," Rin replied with a gentle smile. As Chunin and Rin engaged in their cheerful conversation, a small head poked out from the nearby bushes. This was, of course, Obito, who had been searching for Chunin. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Obito's mind conjured a mix of good and bad news. The good news, his dear friend Chunin had indeed not been lying. He had not been secretly studying at night. The bad news, his friend had been secretly courting the girl he had a crush on. Emerging from the bushes, Obito glared at Chunin. "What are you up to, you rascal?" he demanded. "Obito, you're here. I was just teaching Rin about chakra control," Chunin replied, unfazed by Obito's anger, and continued, "I'm a bit tired from teaching, so we're grilling some fish to eat." "Obito-kun, you've come just in time. Join us." Rin chimed in, her face still adorned with a smile. Obito eyed Chunin and Rin suspiciously. "Aren't you two on a date?" he asked. "Obito-kun, what nonsense are you speaking?" Rin blushed and lowered her head. "You're overthinking it. Rin just asked me to teach her chakra control, so that's why we're here," Chunin clarified. Oblivious to Rin's bashful demeanor, Obito scratched his head, revealing a smile. "I see. Then I'll join you for a meal." The trio spent the evening chatting and enjoying the grilled fish, departing only late into the night. Before parting ways, Rin flashed a smile at Chunin, saying, "Chunin-kun, tomorrow you will be battling Kakashi. Good luck." "All right, goodbye." Chunin waved to Rin. The following morning, Chunin awoke to the familiar sound of the system's notification. Ding. The host has completed 4 days of guard duty. Reward. A clap of hands. Whatever comes to mind. A clap of hands. Whatever comes to mind. Isn't that a skill of Hashirama Senju? Chunin mused, though Hashirama was rather dramatic, calling out his technique each time, which is why in my past life, people dubbed it a clap of hands, whatever comes to shout, despite the comical name. The skill was indeed effective. After all, in the world of Naruto, most techniques required hand seals, and even the fastest ninjas needed some time to perform them, except for monsters like Hashirama. With this skill, Chunin could significantly reduce the time needed for hand seals, allowing him to strike faster than others. Satisfied with his reward, Chunin performed the shadow clone technique, leaving a clone behind as he set off towards the school. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the Hokage's office, a masked Umbu reported to the third Hokage, who wore a white Hokage robe lined with red, "Father, address me by my title during work," Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted sternly. The Umbu paused before continuing, "Third Hokage. That so-called Shingitsu Chunin is merely an ungraduated student from the Ninja Academy. He may just be a fleeting phenomenon. As the Hokage, do you really need to attend the battle? The leaves dance in the wind, and the fire of the village burns bright," Sarutobi replied, taking a puff from his pipe. "The flames will illuminate the village, and the leaves will grow anew. Talented students like Shingitsu Chunin are the new saplings we must nurture." Furthermore, some ordinary ninjas from Konoha, having heard of the battle between the commoner prodigy Chunin and the elite Kakashi, made their way to the Ninja Academy. They were eager to witness who would emerge as the superior fighter. Upon arriving at the training ground, Chunin discovered a crowd waiting, including his opponent, Kakashi. Shortly after Chunin's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared with several Umbu, instantly igniting the excitement of the onlookers. Who would have thought the Hokage would come to watch the battle between these two talented students? This is truly rare. One exclaimed. Indeed, I wonder who will ultimately triumph. Regardless of the victor, the attention of the third Hokage will surely be drawn to them. To be acknowledged by the village leader was a coveted opportunity that many ninjas could only dream of. Conversations erupted as the crowd speculated on the outcome. "I believe Kakashi will be the victor. After all, he is a renowned genius, and with the legacy of the Hatake clan and the teachings of the formidable White Fang, he is bound to win." Not necessarily. Perhaps Shingitsu Chunin has some hidden cards up his sleeve? Hidden cards? Surely Kakashi must have some tricks as well. Last time, Uchiha Itachi was aware of the need to conceal his true strength. Wouldn't Kakashi be the same? Meanwhile, Sarutobi's gaze shifted to Chunin, who stood opposite Kakashi. Upon seeing Chunin's appearance, Sarutobi was taken aback. The boy bore a striking resemblance to one of Konoha's founding figures, Uchiha Madara. Recalling that Chunin's great fireball technique was larger than ordinary, Sarutobi's curiosity deepened. However, considering that Madara had been deceased for many years, it was likely just a coincidence. Chunin, noticing Sarutobi's scrutiny, realized his appearance had caught the Hokage's attention. With him nearby, even with his goggles, it seemed he could not use the Sharingan this time. After all, the Sharingan was associated with a sinister aura. If Sarutobi sensed it, it could lead to significant complications. Nevertheless, Chunin remained confident in his ability to defeat Kakashi. It was vital for him to emerge as Konoha's foremost genius, paving the way for Eiko to become his jonin instructor and laying the groundwork for his ambition to become the fifth Hokage. Chapter 15, Izumo vs. Kakashi. Before Izumo stood Kakashi, who was lost in thought. He had resolved that defeating Izumo would allow him to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. As for the graduation requirements, he had long since fulfilled them. Thus, the only obstacle remaining for him to graduate was to best Izumo. Sarutobi Koji first addressed the two. "If you need any ninja tools, you may retrieve them from the equipment room now." Kakashi drew his white Fang short sword from his back and chose not to visit the tools room. Meanwhile, Izumo entered the equipment room and emerged with a plethora of shurikens in hand. Once Izumo and Kakashi took their positions, Sarutobi Koji announced, "Shingitsu's Izumo versus Hatake Kakashi. Let the battle commence." No sooner had he finished speaking than Izumo hurled all the shurikens he held towards Kakashi. The shurikens flew forth along varied trajectories. Yet they shared a singular target, Kakashi. Kakashi unsheathed his white Fang short sword, returning each shuriken aimed at him. The sound of the shurikens slicing through the air echoed as they relentlessly charged towards Izumo. Their speed hardly diminished compared to Izumo's initial assault. Izumo, rooted in place, merely swayed slightly, deftly evading the projectiles with a posture that brought him almost in contact with the flying shurikens. Among the spectators, some had witnessed the earlier battle between Izumo and Uchiha Tetsuhira. However, the The majority were newcomers, drawn by the tales of Izumo's prodigious talent. They were astounded by the scene before them, astonished that this commoner, Shingitsu Izumo, truly possessed keen insight and remarkable speed, just as the rumors had claimed. It appeared that his victory over Uchiha Tetsuhira was indeed a testament to his formidable prowess. After all, even ordinary Chunin would struggle to evade such rapid shuriken attacks. In the crowd, one individual was also witnessing Izumo's combat prowess for the first time, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like many others, he was filled with astonishment. While others viewed Izumo's performance through the lens of a genin or Chunin, Hiruzen assessed it from the perspective of a village leader. Arguably the most powerful figure in the ninja world. The insight and speed displayed by Izumo marked him as a true genius. As a middle-aged Hokage, Hiruzen had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, among them, none at Izumo's age had exhibited such levels of perceptiveness and velocity. Even renowned speedsters like Hatake Tsukumo and Namikaze Minato could not compare, nor could Hiruzen himself during his youth. Thus, Izumo's demonstration not only indicated his extraordinary insight and speed, but also suggested that his innate talents surpassed those of Hatake Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, and even Hiruzen himself. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others marveled at Izumo's capabilities, Kakashi continued to launch chakra-infused shurikens at him. Just as Kakashi prepared to strike with his short sword against the last shuriken, it suddenly transformed into the likeness of Izumo. Simultaneously, this shuriken kicked towards Kakashi. Although Kakashi failed to recognize that the final shuriken had been altered by Izumo's transformation technique, he remained alert, recalling Izumo's previous tactics against Uchiha Tetsuhira. As the kick approached, Kakashi swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping Izumo's strike. Izumo pressed on, relentlessly attacking Kakashi. Despite Kakashi's evasive maneuvers, he was struck several times by Izumo's rapid onslaught. The impacts left Kakashi in a disheveled state, each blow a reminder of Izumo's formidable strength. Even though the injuries were minor, Kakashi felt a searing pain, a testament to Izumo's power. Undeterred, Izumo continued his assault on Kakashi. At last, Kakashi discerned an opportunity to counterattack. With a resounding thud, he struck Izumo, who dissipated into smoke. The spectators were left in disbelief. What? The student who had dominated Kakashi was merely a shadow clone of Shingitsu Izumo? If that were the case, how formidable must the real Izumo be? Moreover, the shadow clone technique was classified as a B-rank jutsu, typically mastered only by J-level ninja. For a student yet to graduate from the academy to command such a technique was nothing short of extraordinary. While they struggled with a few simple jutsu, he had mastered such powerful techniques, and with greater efficacy than the average ninja. Was he truly still a student? Many among the crowd had never even heard of the shadow clone technique, yet Izumo wielded it with practiced ease, an unfathomable feat. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Izumo's opponent, was equally astounded. The fact that the earlier combatant was merely a shadow clone was astonishing. Izumo, a commoner ninja, had not only learned the shadow clone technique, but had done so through self-study. Such talent could indeed rival Kakashi's own. It was worth noting that when Kakashi learned the shadow clone technique under his father's guidance, it had taken him a full 10 days. Izumo's proficiency suggested he had mastered the technique long ago. Additionally, utilizing shadow clones requires a substantial reserve of chakra. Otherwise, one merely weakens their own strength. The potency of Izumo's shadow clone indicated the sheer magnitude of his chakra. Realizing that Izumo had only been a shadow clone, Kakashi's mind raced with astonishment before he sprang into action, forming seals at an astonishing speed. Observers nearby murmured in disbelief. Was such rapid seal formation truly within the capabilities of a student who had yet to graduate from the academy? It seemed that Shingitsu Izumo had greatly underestimated Kakashi. Had he employed jutsu against Kakashi during their duel, he might have already been defeated. Indeed, it appeared that Shingitsu Izumo was not only slightly inferior in strength to Kakashi, but also lacking in composure, having become overly arrogant after his recent victory over Uchiha Tetsuhira. Alas, this child appeared destined to be nothing more than a fleeting spark. As Izumo listened to the chatter around him, he maintained an outward calm, though internally he lamented. These people truly understood nothing, they simply chose to criticize without any insight. If the Kakashi before him were the genuine article, he would have already unleashed a mighty fireball. Chapter 16. Shining deception and betrayal. In that moment, Izumo thought to himself, however, since this fellow intends to employ ninjutsu against me, I shall show no mercy. With a clap of his hands, a moderately sized fireball jutsu was swiftly formed. The spectators were left astounded. Did he truly just clap his hands to instantaneously execute a C-rank ninjutsu without forming any seals? Am I imagining things? How could I witness a feat achievable only by the first Hokage from a student who has yet to graduate from a ninja academy? It was no wonder Kakashi remained unfazed while quickly forming hand seals. The current situation resembled a scenario where Izumo wielded a colossal 40-meter blade. Even if Kakashi were to take a head start of 39 meters, he would still be unable to evade Izumo's prowess. We had previously thought Kakashi's speed in forming seals was beyond our reach. Yet here was Izumo, manifesting his desires without the need for seals. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the ordinary ninjas present taken aback, but even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was rendered speechless. Izumo's ability to perform ninjutsu without hand seals was astonishing. After many years, I am once again witnessing such a seemingly unfair talent. For years, only the first Hokage could accomplish such a feat. Even I, myself, could not hope to achieve it. This velocity eclipsed even the swiftest seal formers like Uchiha Madara and the single-handed seal user, Minato Namikaze. Thus, in this regard, Izumo stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. What a terrifying gift. This child bears a resemblance to Uchiha Madara, yet possesses abilities akin to the first Hokage. Were it not for the impossibility of such a lineage, I might genuinely suspect a connection between him, Madara, and Hashirama. Noticing the astonishment in Hiruzen's gaze, coupled with a hint of peculiarity, Izumo pondered briefly and deduced Hiruzen's thoughts. As he unleashed the fireball jutsu, he silently clarified in his mind, "My situation is neither Madara's infidelity nor Hashirama's betrayal, whether in appearance or in abilities reminiscent of Hashirama. These are merely coincidences." At that moment, Kakashi, struck by the fireball jutsu, transformed into a ninja dog resembling a caped creature adorned with a forehead protector. As Izumo gazed at the canine, he noticed a slight resemblance to Kakashi's ninja dog, Pain, albeit not entirely identical. It was likely a parent or an ancestor. This was also the reason Izumo refrained from employing ninjutsu during his battle with Kakashi's shadow clone. After all, the transformation technique used by the ninja dog was not as adept as Kakashi's own, allowing Izumo to identify the deception upon their first encounter. As for the real Kakashi's whereabouts, Izumo remained unaware. The onlookers felt their intellect was being overshadowed. What? Not only was the earlier Izumo not the real one, but even Kakashi was an imposter? Is this the nature of a battle between geniuses? While we ordinary ninjas charge forth with kunai in hand, these prodigies possess a multitude of insights. Initially, we believed that Izumo's lack of direct confrontation with Kakashi stemmed from his ability to manifest desires at will. Now it appears that he had likely discerned Kakashi's true nature long before. Otherwise, how could his fireball jutsu have been so diminutive? We had previously thought that his evasion of Kakashi's returning shuriken was already a demonstration of his extraordinary perception. Little did we know, he had even recognized the Kakashi transformation that had eluded so many of us. Just as Izumo's fireball jutsu dissipated, a movement occurred beneath the sand behind him. Kakashi, with sand atop his head, suddenly appeared behind Izumo, a kunai poised against his neck. Kakashi glanced at the injured yet not gravely harmed ninja dog and addressed Izumo. "Izumo, I appreciate your restraint towards my ninja dog, Richard. However, it is unfortunate that in this match, I have emerged victorious. Before everyone arrived, I had transformed into a leaf using the transformation technique. Anticipating your formidable insight would unveil my ruse, I instructed Richard to bury me beneath a layer of sand. Subsequently, Richard transformed into my likeness to engage you in battle. Hence, the scene before us." Kakashi then comforted Izumo. "In this contest, I devoted my utmost effort in meticulous preparation. Although I did not engage in a direct confrontation using ninjutsu, it nonetheless reflects my full capabilities, including my summoned beasts. Therefore, your defeat is not without justification." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a profound sense of regret. Indeed, Izumo rightfully deserved recognition as a genius comparable to Kakashi, yet ultimately, Kakashi had triumphed. A contest is a contest. In the end, Izumo had lost. Amidst the crowd, Uchiha muttered quietly, "The Izumo who fought Kakashi earlier was merely a shadow clone. Perhaps the Izumo standing here now is still a shadow clone?" The other Uchiha clan members nearby scoffed at Tei, mocking him. "Tei, it seems you've been bitten by a snake and now fear the rope for 10 years. You are overestimating Izumo far too much. Let us not even entertain the notion that he could devise such a strategy. Even if he could, How could he possibly have enough chakra to create 2 shadow clones? Initially, we believed you were merely caught off guard by a common ninja like Izumo. Now, seeing your fervent defense of him, it appears you are not as formidable as you claim. Uchiha opened his mouth to retort but quickly realized the improbability of his assertion and chose to remain silent. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the Izumo held at Kunai's edge by Kakashi suddenly burst into smoke. Simultaneously, the shuriken on the ground behind Kakashi transformed into Izumo's likeness, hands clasped, lips pursed, aimed directly at Kakashi. Kakashi turned in shock to face the Izumo behind him. Izumo, you possess such an abundance of chakra that you can deploy 2 shadow clones simultaneously? Kakashi then lowered his head in resignation. It seems this time, I have lost. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this revelation. Indeed, Uchiha had been correct. The earlier Izumo was merely a shadow clone. How could he create 2 shadow clones at once? Where did he acquire such chakra? We have yet to master the basic clone technique, while he effortlessly utilizes the shadow clone technique. Our chakra reserves are meager, and yet he can simultaneously wield 2 shadow clones. Why is there such a vast chasm between us, fellow students of the Ninja Academy? The spectacle of Izumo's brilliance not only captivated the crowd, but also left Hiruzen Sarutobi in deep contemplation, his thoughts swirling with myriad possibilities. Chapter 17, A Once-in-50-Years Genius. 3 generations astonished, I initially believed that Shinue Izumi's performance had already exceeded my expectations. To my astonishment, he ultimately triumphed over Kakashi in a most dazzling manner. At such a tender age, even before graduating from the Ninja Academy, he was capable of producing 2 shadow clones simultaneously. The sheer volume of chakra he possessed was nothing short of remarkable. For children of his age, mastering the shadow clone technique would typically classify them as geniuses. Yet, even the prodigious Kakashi could only manifest a single shadow clone. How then could one not be utterly amazed that a commoner like Shinue Izumi could generate 2? Beyond the astonishing chakra reserves, what truly captivated me was his application of the shadow clone technique. Kakashi's tactics were already quite unexpected, but Izumi managed to outmaneuver Kakashi through his adept use of the technique. This illustrates the brilliance of Shinue Izumi's strategy. The battle revealed that Izumi surpassed Kakashi in various aspects such as insight, speed, the ability to perform ninjutsu without hand signs, and chakra volume. In essence, Shinue Izumi is a super genius far beyond Kakashi. Moreover, Izumi's genius transcends even that of renowned talents like Orochimaru and Namake's Minato. If Orochimaru is a genius that appears once in a decade, then Shinue Izumi is a once-in-50-years prodigy. His level of genius could even rival that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Even more gratifying is the fact that he is merely a commoner ninja. Initially, among his peers, only the noble-born Kakashi could be deemed a genius. Now, however, we have the emergence of Shinue Izumi, a commoner ninja. This presents a promising candidate for the continued implementation of the Konoha ninja democratization policy. Upon reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt immense satisfaction with Shinue Izumi. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Everyone, please quiet down. The third Hokage's voice commanded immediate silence among the gathered crowd. He continued, the recent battle was truly spectacular. Both Shinue Izumi and Kakashi exhibited remarkable prowess. With the duel concluded, I hereby declare that Shinue Izumi has triumphed over Hitaki Kakashi. Turning to Izumi and Kakashi, he instructed, Izumi, Kakashi, seal your reconciliation. After they performed the reconciliation seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen elaborated. While both fighters demonstrated extraordinary capabilities, ultimately, it was the victor, Shinue Izumi, whose performance eclipsed the rest. His insight, speed, chakra volume, and ability to execute ninjutsu without hand signs are far beyond what the title of genius can encapsulate. Shinue Izumi is a super genius, a rare talent appearing once in 50 years. Thus, I have resolved to make an unconventional decision, to take Shinue Izumi as my direct disciple. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. What? After so many years, the third Hokage intends to take on a disciple? A direct disciple at that? It is noteworthy that Jiraiya, as the third Hokage's pupil, already has his own disciple, Namake's Minato. In this context, if the third Hokage takes Shinue Izumi as his direct disciple, then Izumi would effectively become Minato's uncle in terms of teaching hierarchy. No wonder the third Hokage deemed this a departure from convention. Typically, Izumi should be a disciple of the legendary Sannin. Some in the crowd expressed envy towards Izumi, while others voiced skepticism. Could a mere child who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy truly be worthy of being the third Hokage's disciple? After all, Izumi's victory over Kakashi was largely attributed to his ability to produce 2 shadow clones. At first glance, his chakra volume appears impressive, yet it may merely be the result of him pushing his body and potential to the limits for this match. If that were the case, he might not only fail to be a genius, but could even diminish his potential through such exertion. This would certainly be a significant embarrassment for the third Hokage. Izumi, overhearing the murmurs, paid them no mind, his thoughts wandering to another matter. Initially, he perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision as an attempt to take advantage of him. However, considering his original ambition to become Minato's disciple, this arrangement positioned him as a disciple of Hiruzen, thereby making him Minato's uncle. Viewed in this light, it seemed quite advantageous. Consequently, he tacitly accepted Hiruzen's decision, albeit with one lingering concern. Would this seemingly frivolous old man lead him astray? Among the crowd, Rin joyfully clasped her hands, exclaiming, Izumi-kun has become the direct disciple of the third Hokage. How wonderful! Although Kakashi felt a pang of disappointment from his defeat, he gazed at Izumi with admiration, devoid of any resentment or jealousy. Having been bested by Izumi, he understood just how formidable Izumi's strength truly was. Uchiha in the crowd felt a mix of delight and envy, having accurately predicted the outcome. After all, the third Hokage is a leader of the village, while Izumi is undeniably strong. It seems rather fortuitous that he could become the third Hokage's disciple simply by defeating Kakashi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Tei, still undergoing the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will of fire, held a deep admiration for the Hokage. Thus, he challenged Izumi, saying, Izumi, I mentioned before that I wish to duel you again. After you rest, let us battle. Izumi shrugged, replying to Tei, you do realize that to challenge me, you'll need to defeat Kakashi first. After contemplating this logic, Tei turned to Kakashi, declaring, Kakashi, once you recover, let us engage in a match. No need to rest. Let us go right now, Kakashi responded, still feeling a hint of frustration from his first defeat. Without hesitation, Tei and Kakashi commenced their battle. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Tei lay defeated on the ground, exclaiming in frustration, damn it, Kakashi has improved significantly since the last time. How on earth did Izumi manage to defeat such a formidable Kakashi? As Tei lay there, Uchiha Obito approached, offering to help him up. The lively Obito had refrained from speaking earlier, as he was preoccupied with a lingering question. As he assisted Tei, he turned to Izumi and inquired, Izumi, you have this peculiar habit of leaving your shadow clone at the Konoha gate. Tell me, did you also leave a shadow clone there during your battle with Kakashi? Chapter 18. The duel at the apprenticeship feast. Shimizuki paid no heed to Obito's inquiries, nor did he intend to conceal the truth. After all, if one were not blind, it was only a matter of time before others discovered that he had dispatched a shadow clone to guard the gates of Konoha. Thus, Shimizuki addressed Obito directly. It is impossible for the gates to be left unguarded. Indeed, when I arrived this morning, I sent out a shadow clone to watch over the Konoha gates. Upon hearing Shimizuki's words, Obito displayed a knowing expression, devoid of surprise. However, the others present were utterly astounded. Shimizuki had already dispatched a shadow clone to the Konoha gates prior to attending the ninja school. If that were the case, then during his battle with Kakashi, Shimizuki had not only refrained from exhausting his potential, but had utilized merely half of his chakra. In light of this, the sheer magnitude of Shimizuki's chakra was truly terrifying. Just moments ago, they had questioned the wisdom of the third Hokage's decision. Now, it appeared that the third Hokage had struck gold. It could be said that Shimizuki was the epitome of a common ninja. The only peculiar aspect was the decision to have a shadow clone guard the gates. However, considering the personalities of his senior brothers and sisters, it seemed rather fitting. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at Shimizuki in disbelief. He fought me using only half of his chakra? What a jest! The ability to create 2 shadow clones to battle me already indicated a formidable chakra reserve. Yet, this fellow managed to allocate half of his chakra to a clone before our duel. How foolish I was to think that while Shimizuki was stronger than I, it was only marginally so. The gap between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. If even someone of Shimizuki's caliber did not graduate early from the ninja school, what right do I have to do so? I have resolved to continually challenge Shimizuki until I can defeat him. Otherwise, I shall not graduate early. Iron Fire, who was being helped up by Obito, shared a look of incredulity with Shimizuki. This individual had defeated Kakashi with merely half of his strength. Yet, I had been bested by Kakashi, his subordinate. Just how terrifying was this fellow's prowess? In that moment, Uchiha Ironfire's gaze towards Shimizuki mirrored that of Uchiha Kagami towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He had, in that instant, become a devoted admirer of Shimizuki. Upon hearing Shimizuki's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even brighter. He approached Shimizuki and said, "Shimizuki, how about we hold your apprenticeship feast at my home in 3 days? I will ensure that representatives from both the commoners and the ninja clans of Konoha attend." "All right." Shimizuki mused, finding no objection to the suggestion. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Shimizuki on the shoulder, adding, "Very well, but be prepared to display your full strength at that time." After all, had Obito not posed that question earlier, many would have harbored doubts about you. Most of those attending the apprenticeship feast will not have witnessed your battle with Kakashi. They may question your worthiness as my disciple. I will arrange for you to face others in combat to prove your strength. You must seize this opportunity and prepare adequately. I understand. Rest assured, Shimizuki nodded in agreement. Furthermore, you may also invite some individuals to the feast. I will have invitations delivered to your home. After giving Shimizuki a few more reminders, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to leave. However, the class battles were not yet concluded, and the remaining students took turns to compete. Yet, after witnessing Shimizuki and Kakashi's duel, the others found the subsequent matches rather dull and quickly departed. It was not until nearly lunchtime that the class battles in Shimizuki's cohort came to an end. Once more, Obito and Guy occupied the last 2 positions, having originally been at the bottom alongside Shimizuki. Sarutobi Koji glanced at the clock, his spirits lifted by Shimizuki's acceptance as the 3rd Hokage's disciple, and announced, "There's not much time left until lunchtime. Everyone may head to eat early." As soon as his words echoed, the children present erupted in joy. Rin approached Shimizuki with a smile, saying, "Shimizuki-kun, you are truly remarkable. Congratulations on becoming the 3rd Hokage's disciple." "Thank you, Rin," Shimizuki replied with a smile of his own. Meanwhile, Obito, witnessing the cheerful exchange between Shimizuki and Rin, felt a pang of jealousy and rushed to Shimizuki's side, exclaiming, "Shimizuki, to celebrate your becoming the 3rd Hokage's disciple, I invite you and Rin to a feast at Barbecue Q." "Sounds good," Shimizuki agreed. Obito was clearly willing to spend quite a bit, anticipating that Rin would not be taken away from him. After all, the prices at Barbecue Q were not insignificant. However, since Obito had extended the invitation, Shimizuki saw no reason to decline. Kakashi, observing the group, stood to the side, silently watching Obito. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Kakashi's gaze, Obito blurted out, "Let us add Kakashi to the mix. We should all go." Guy and Tetsuya chimed in as well. Obito fished out his small wallet and counted it 3 times. "If everyone is invited, my wallet will surely be emptied." "Just kidding, Obito-kun. We'll cover our own expenses," Guy and Tetsuya replied. "Then, shall we go Dutch?" Shimizuki proposed. Sure, everyone agreed, and they made their way towards Barbecue Q. As they vanished from view, Uchiha Ironfire, who had been wrestling with his emotions, finally decided to join them, declaring, "If we're going Dutch, then I'm coming along too." While Shimizuki and his friends joyfully dined at Barbecue Q, the news of Shimizuki's victory over Kakashi and his subsequent acceptance as the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple spread throughout Konoha. In the grand residence of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi listened in astonishment to Hyuga Hizashi's report. To have evaded Kakashi's attack by a mere hair's breadth. It seems this Shimizuki possesses not only remarkable speed, but also an insight that rivals even the ordinary ninjas of our Hyuga clan. Moreover, to have mastered the shadow clone technique at such a tender age is indeed astonishing. Most incredible of all is his ability to perform jutsu without hand seals at such a young age, an accomplishment typically reserved for the 1st Hokage. Each of these individual talents would suffice to label one as a genius. Yet, he possesses an extraordinary array of abilities at such a young age. It is no wonder that despite his prodigious talent, Namake's Minato could only become the 3rd Hokage's grandson disciple, while Shimizuki has become the 3rd Hokage's apprentice at such a young age. Although Minato has yet to achieve particularly noteworthy accomplishments, as the leader of Konoha's 2nd most prestigious faction, the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi was acutely aware of Minato's strength and potential. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and a glimmer of anticipation crossed his face. "I hear that Shimizuki will demonstrate his strength at the apprenticeship feast. I am quite curious about what kind of surprise this apprentice of the third Hokage will present us with. Chapter 19. I am the Hokage. You will regret this in the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing the news that the third Hokage had taken Kamatsuki Izumi as his disciple. Notice the peculiar expression on the face of the clan member before him. He inquired, "Is there something else you wish to report?" "Lord Clan Leader, there is a piece of news I am uncertain whether to convey," the clan member replied, his expression growing increasingly odd and conflicted. "Speak freely." Fugaku insisted with a serious tone. The clan members have remarked that Kamatsuki Izumi bears a striking resemblance to Lord Madara, the Uchiha member disclosed. Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. Realizing the clan member still stood before him, he quickly adopted a grave demeanor and cautioned, "Very well, I understand. It must merely be a coincidence. Let us refrain from excessive discussion on this matter." After the clan member nodded, Fugaku continued, "You may leave now." Once the Uchiha member exited and closed the door, Fugaku murmured to himself, to resemble Lord Madara yet possess the ability to perform jutsu without hand signs like the first Hokage. This child is truly extraordinary. Setting aside these peculiarities, in terms of talent, Kamatsuki Izumi is indeed a prodigy. Even at his age, I could not have achieved such feats. I wonder, however, how his true strength compares to these rumors. His upcoming apprenticeship banquet presents a splendid opportunity to witness his abilities firsthand. With a sigh, Fugaku lamented, "Alas, the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village continues to deteriorate, and we are perilously close to being ostracized by Konoha. This Kamatsuki Izumi, held in such high regard by the third Hokage at such a tender age, is a significant figure. I have heard he shares a good rapport with Obito. If this child truly possesses extraordinary talent and continues to be favored by the third Hokage, he could serve as a vital bridge to mend relations between us and the village. Conversely, if his talent proves fleeting, he will inevitably be discarded by the third Hokage. And at that point, the Uchiha clan, already at odds with the Hokage's faction, will be in dire straits. I sincerely hope Kamatsuki Izumi is a genius comparable to Lord Madara or the first Hokage." The entire village of Konoha buzzed with excitement over Kamatsuki Izumi's acceptance as a disciple by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Hokage's office was no exception. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat within his office, facing Danzo, whose head and right eye were wrapped in bandages. With an icy demeanor, Danzo questioned, "Hiruzen, do you genuinely believe that this Kamatsuki Izumi possesses talent comparable to that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara?" "Indeed, in my estimation, that child's talent is nearly on par with those two legends," Hiruzen responded, taking a puff from his pipe. "In that case, you should entrust this child to Root for proper training," Danzo asserted matter-of-factly. "This child possesses remarkable talent, but is an orphan without any ties to the village, making him susceptible to losing control. Only by placing him under Root's guidance can we ensure Kamatsuki Izumi remains within the village's sphere of influence." "Danzo, let us not forget that I am the Hokage. The most gifted child in the village should rightfully be under my tutelage," Hiruzen replied, exhibiting none of the indecisiveness that characterized his later years. "I will forge a bond with that child, instilling in him a sense of belonging to the village." Danzo persisted, "Hiruzen, it is evident that the child has already developed his own consciousness, making it difficult for him to form a bond with you. Entrusting him to Root is the most prudent course of action. Hiruzen, I shall reiterate, I am the Hokage, and I alone bear the responsibility for Kamatsuki Izumi's training." Danzo found himself momentarily speechless by Hiruzen's declaration. After a moment, he turned and departed, grumbling, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret your decision today." With a resounding bang, Danzo slammed the door of the Hokage's office as he stormed out. Once he had left, the still youthful Hiruzen muttered to himself, "A genius like Kamatsuki Izumi, comparable to the first Hokage, and Danzo dares to suggest I hand him over to Root? Should I truly surrender Kamatsuki Izumi to them, it would not be long before the Hokage is no longer I, but rather Danzo himself. Moreover, with such a significant age gap between us, I need not fear any threat to my position. Furthermore, as a common orphan, he is easily manageable. It is far better for me to personally cultivate a bond with him. It appears Danzo has grown increasingly dismissive of me. Forgetting my title of ninja hero, I must teach him a lesson soon." Upon returning to the Root base, Danzo reprimanded his assistant who had reported the news. "Why was I not informed sooner of a genius like Kamatsuki Izumi emerging in the village?" "Lord Danzo, Kamatsuki Izumi first showcased his talent during the recent battle with Uchiha Te," the assistant explained, his head bowed in trepidation. "At that time, His display was not particularly remarkable, merely surpassing Uchiha. To ascertain whether his talent reached the level of Kakashi's, we decided to observe for a few more days, intending to report after his battle with Kakashi. However, we were taken aback when the third Hokage personally witnessed their match and immediately took Kamatsuki Izumi as his disciple, which is why we are late in informing you. The assistant paused before asking, Lord Danzo, the apprenticeship banquet for Kamatsuki Izumi is just days away. Should we take action before then? Are you a fool? That man, Hiruzen, treasures his disciples more than himself. Danzo snapped at the assistant. To act against his disciple would be akin to attacking him directly. Should I target him? Even if I fail, the repercussions would hardly be unbearable. But if I were to harm his disciple, he would likely retaliate with all his might. If I could successfully act against his disciple, do you think I would have allowed Orochimaru to live this long? Enough. This matter ends here. You will face punishment for your incompetence. Danzo huffed coldly. The assistant, relieved, exited the room. Danzo's assessment may indeed hold merit. Based on the original narrative, it seems Hiruzen truly prioritizes his disciples above himself. In the original story, when Danzo attempted to assassinate Hiruzen, the latter did not pursue retribution, nor did he hold Yamato accountable for his involvement. This indicates that Danzo could act against him without facing severe consequences. Furthermore, during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, the third Hokage did not seek to take Orochimaru's life, but merely sealed his hands. From this, it appears the third Hokage does indeed prioritize his disciples over his own safety. Thus, while Danzo could not ascertain with absolute certainty how the third Hokage would react should he target Kamatsuki Izumi, he was unwilling to take that risk. He lamented to himself, "Curse be Hiruzen for always staying a step ahead. The pivotal decision that led to his becoming Hokage, he was ahead of me. Now, with a talent like Kamatsuki Izumi emerging in the village, he is ahead once more. Why must I always fall just short?" Chapter 20. When the Hokage cannot rely on connections outside Orochimaru's research facility, Sarutobi Shinizuke found the enigmatic figure of Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru, with his long black hair, possessed golden slit pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of his nose, and pale skin, adorned his ears with bluish-green tomo-shaped earrings. With a perplexed expression, he inquired of Shinizuke, "My dear Shinizuke, what an unexpected visitor you are. How did you find your way to me? It seems you have been so engrossed in your research that you remain oblivious to the happenings in the outside world," Shinizuke remarked, rubbing his forehead. "If you were aware of the recent events, you might deduce the purpose of my visit. Has something significant occurred in the village?" Orochimaru, who had been ensconced in his underground laboratory, was genuinely unaware of the latest developments. Recently, a prodigy has emerged in the village, surpassing even Kakashi. By the name of Kamatsuki Izumi, Shinizuke revealed without hesitation. He then succinctly recounted the details of Izumi's battle with Uchiha and Kakashi, ensuring Orochimaru grasped the essence of the situation. Upon hearing Shinizuke's account, Orochimaru, despite his own genius and familiarity with many others, felt his pupils widen in astonishment. Such remarkable insight, astonishing speed, the ability to perform ninjutsu without hand signs, an immense reservoir of chakra, and an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Truly, he is a genius deserving of the title. Indeed, Shinizuke continued, "My old man believes he is a once-in-50 years talent and intends to accept him as his disciple. In 3 days, a welcoming banquet will be held in his honor. However, given that Kamatsuki Izumi was previously unknown, many in the village will likely question his worthiness to be my old man's disciple. Hence, he plans to have you demonstrate your prowess at his age during the banquet. This will not only quell the villagers' doubts, but also further enhance Izumi's burgeoning reputation." Orochimaru licked his lips with a long tongue, intrigued. "You wish for me to battle this Kamatsuki Izumi to dispel the skepticism surrounding him? Does my teacher possess such confidence in my little junior? Does he believe Izumi can truly surpass me at the same age?" Orochimaru recalled how his own teacher had once labeled him a prodigy seen only once in several years. Now, however, his teacher deemed Kamatsuki Izumi a prodigy of 50 years, a distinction that far exceeded the praise given to him. As a genius, Orochimaru held a degree of pride. He was reluctant to concede that his talent paled in comparison to someone he had never heard of. Moreover, his relationship with the third Hokage was quite delicate. While he did not harbor jealousy, he felt a twinge of resentment over the high regard in which his teacher held his little junior. After all, no banquet had been held when the three of them became disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Do not underestimate Kamatsuki Izumi," Shinizuke promptly cautioned Orochimaru. My old man insisted on personally observing his battle with Kakashi, which I thought unnecessary. Yet, to my surprise, the boy triumphed over Kakashi with less than half his strength. Such genius is not to be taken lightly. When you face him, do not be too complacent, lest you suffer a crushing defeat. After offering his warning, Shinizuke prepared to depart. Since I have fulfilled my old man's request, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to leave. Orochimaru remained in place, musing with great interest, a talent that far exceeds my own. If I were to unleash my strength from my youth, how would you, little junior, respond? I am truly curious about the extent of this once-in-50 years genius my teacher speaks of. Though Orochimaru felt no jealousy towards Izumi, he was filled with curiosity about his abilities and talent, accompanied by a hint of defiance. At the gates of Konoha, Izumi had finished a barbecue meal with Rin and others and lay down to rest. As it was the afternoon break, he intended to take a nap before heading to school. However, a spirited figure with a kappa head, thick eyebrows, and a resolute demeanor, clad in a green bodysuit, stood before him. Izumi, Guy beamed, showcasing his gleaming teeth. Our youth has just begun. Why do you appear wilted? Come, let us engage in a battle of youth. Izumi felt at a loss for words. Who said I was wilted? Like Teiho, if you wish to challenge me, you should first defeat Kakashi. Much like Uchiha Teiho, Guy had been persuaded by Izumi to challenge Kakashi. The two began to spar vigorously in an adjacent clearing. Hearing the commotion, Izumi realized his nap was now impossible. However, it mattered little. There would be plenty of time to rest during afternoon classes. Seizing the opportunity, Izumi resolved to reflect on his recent gains. Primarily, through the gates of opening, he had acquired the techniques of clap of the hands, whatever you call for appears and shadow clone jutsu, significantly enhancing his prowess. Although endowed with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was currently unable to use it publicly or wield its full potential. Thus, the abilities gained in recent days had greatly bolstered his strength. Furthermore, these rewards facilitated his inclination toward laziness. One technique eliminated the need for hand seals in combat, while the other allowed him to absorb knowledge without daily study at the village gates. Contemplating the use of the Sharingan, Izumi silently mused. If only I could freely control the form and aura of the Sharingan, I would be able to wield it at will. For now, he could only employ the Sharingan in front of those who were less familiar with it or eliminate anyone who had witnessed its use. At this moment, the Sharingan served primarily as a safeguard rather than a conventional weapon. Nevertheless, having it was better than not. As a non-Uchiha, acquiring the Sharingan through sheer luck was already commendable. Izumi then pondered that if Obito were to learn of his thoughts, he would likely consider him ungrateful. After all, Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, had yet to awaken even the most basic one-tomo Sharingan, while Izumi, an outsider of the same age, had already attained the Mangekyō Sharingan. This left one perplexed as to who truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. Lost in thought, Izumi redirected his focus to reflect on his recent achievements. In addition to the rewards gained from the gates of opening, another significant milestone was his display of talent that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to accept him as a disciple. He had effectively met the most fundamental requirement for becoming Hokage, being part of the Hokage lineage. This reminded Izumi of a humorous anecdote he had encountered in his previous life. First Hokage, we cannot rely on connections to become Hokage. Second Hokage, understood, brother. Third Hokage, understood, master. Fourth Hokage, understood, grandmaster. Fifth Hokage, grandfather, I understand. Sixth Hokage, I comprehend, ancestor. Seventh Hokage, indeed, my previous life. Although a jest, it underscored the significance of being part of the Hokage lineage in the pursuit of becoming Hokage. Moreover, being a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen ensured his safety, alleviating concerns about Danzo or any schemers plotting against him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen now bears the illustrious title of the God of Shinobi, and he would not permit anyone to lay a hand on his disciples. Of course, it is his own formidable strength that serves as the foundation for this protection. Possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan provides him with a safeguard for his own security. However, the use of the Mangekyō Sharingan ultimately comes at a cost, and it is wise to refrain from its use whenever possible. Becoming a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, thus ensuring one's own safety, is undoubtedly a more advantageous arrangement. Chapter 21. The Ultimate Technique of Konoha. Next, we delve into the matter of Sarutobi Hiruzen hosting a master-disciple banquet for Izumi. Undoubtedly, holding such a banquet will elevate his reputation throughout Konoha. This, in turn, will help establish a solid foundation of public support for his future aspirations to become Hokage. Moreover, hosting a banquet would naturally prompt the attending guests to bring gifts, alleviating his current financial struggles as an orphan. Previously, Izumi was merely a nameless civilian orphan in Konoha. Now, he has become the prized disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Minato Namikaze must refer to him as a senior uncle. Similarly, the talented Kakashi will find himself relegated to the status of a junior in the hierarchy. It is fair to say that the rewards gained from his recent battle with Kakashi far surpass those from his previous encounter with Uchiha. After all, the latter's fight was known to only a select few, while this recent clash has resonated throughout Konoha and even attracted Hiruzen's intervention. Thus, the gains from this battle are significantly greater. As Izumi reflected on Hiruzen's advice to showcase his abilities through combat at the banquet, he pondered who his opponent might be. Regardless, his singular goal remains victory. Achieving such recognition as a genius in the eyes of the villagers is crucial for laying the groundwork for his future as Hokage. It is not merely a title that grants one the position of Hokage. It is the acknowledgement of the people that truly matters. Furthermore, as his instructor advised, it is essential to minimize enemies while maximizing allies. Gaining recognition as a genius at the banquet would undoubtedly garner him more support in his quest to become Hokage. Not long after these thoughts, the duel between Guy and Kakashi concluded. The still evolving Guy lay defeated on the ground. I can't believe I lost to Kakashi. Even in my strongest suit of taijutsu. This is not the youth I envisioned. Hearing his lament, Izumi consoled him. Guy, do not lose heart. Do you remember what I told you? Of course. You are the only one who believed I could become the strongest in the ninja world. Guy exclaimed, rising to his feet with determination. I have a technique, the ultimate taijutsu of Konoha, which might give you a chance against Kakashi, Izumi offered. Really? Please teach me. Guy's excitement was palpable. Is there truly such a technique? We want to learn too. Rin and Obito chimed in eagerly. Kakashi, however, wore a peculiar expression, sensing a vague familiarity with Izumi's words. As Izumi rose from his seat, he turned to Obito. Obito, please stand before me so I can demonstrate for Guy. Obito complied, positioning himself in front of Izumi. Squatting down, Izumi clasped his hands together, retracting his ring and pinky fingers to reveal only his thumb, index, and middle fingers. Seeing this gesture, Guy appeared puzzled. Is this a fire technique? But I can't even learn ninjutsu. Kakashi, however, had already deduced the technique Izumi was about to teach, his expression becoming increasingly strange. When did he master this technique? With a smirk, Izumi addressed Guy. This technique is called the 1,000 Years of Death. I will demonstrate it once. So pay close attention. He then lunged towards Obito with the intent to execute the move. Ah! Obito yelped, leaping up in shock, not due to the force of Izumi's strike, but rather the sheer embarrassment of the situation, especially with Rin watching nearby. What kind of technique is this? Is this truly the ultimate taijutsu of Konoha? Obito protested. Rin, witnessing the scene, blushed adorably, adding to the absurdity. Is this really the technique you intend to use to defeat Kakashi? Guy queried, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Indeed, though it is classified as an E-rank technique, Izumi confirmed. However, if you were to attack Kakashi with a C-rank fireball technique, he might not take it seriously. But attacking him with an E-rank 1,000 Years of Death would surely instill fear. The expressions of those around them grew increasingly peculiar, yet Guy nodded earnestly, as if truly absorbing Izumi's words. Observing Guy's earnestness, Kakashi felt a tightening sensation within, imagining the prospect of daily challenges from Guy. With the threat of the 1,000 Years of Death looming, he realized he must be cautious in future encounters. Izumi continued, in terms of taijutsu, this is the only technique I can teach you. For everything else, trust your father and follow his training plan. My father? He is merely a low-ranking ninja. He can't teach me much, Guy replied, a hint of self-deprecation evident. At that moment, Guy remained unaware of his father's true strength, mistakenly believing him to be an ordinary genin. This misconception was not entirely his fault, as both he and his father had often been looked down upon by many in the village. It is understandable for a young child to feel inferior under such circumstances. Izumi shook his head, addressing Guy. In my view, your father's spirit and strength are formidable. You just have yet to realize it. If your father were to unleash his full power, there would be no more than 8 individuals in the village capable of defeating him. Is my father truly that strong? Why has he never mentioned it? Guy asked, astonished. The notion that Guy's father possessed such strength, potentially rivaling that of a Hokage, left Kakashi and the others equally astonished. Indeed, I believe that if your father were to unleash his full potential, he could reach the level of a Kage, Izumi explained. The reason he has never disclosed this to you is precisely what makes him strong. Despite possessing such power, he remains unassuming, content to be regarded as a perpetual low-ranking ninja because he wishes to devote his energy to your education, indifferent to fame or fortune. To Izumi's perspective, before the 8 gates, the damage to one's body was minimal. If Might Guy's father, Might Duel, desired to be viewed as a powerful ninja, he could easily unlock the 3rd gate and possess the strength of a Nin or even a special jonin, thus avoiding the label of a perpetual low-ranking ninja. However, Duel chose not to pursue this path, as he did not value such superficial accolades. Instead, revealing his strength would likely lead to assignments outside the village, detracting from his ability to educate Guy, much like some children left behind in Izumi's previous life. The fact that Duel had always kept a watchful eye on Guy in Izumi's former world only further substantiates this point. Thus, it became evident why Might Duel concealed his true prowess. Of course, all of this remained within the realm of Izumi's conjecture. Chapter 22. The man who transformed the 7 into the auspicious 3 treasures. It turns out that Kai's father is truly remarkable. Lin and the others expressed their admiration. Encouraged by Izumo's words, Kai felt a surge of confidence, rekindling the flames of youth within him. Izumo then reminded the group, since Uncle Might Guy chooses not to reveal his strength, he surely has his own reasons. Therefore, it is best for only us to know about this matter for now. Rest assured, we will keep it confidential. The others nodded in agreement. After their promise, Izumo felt no concern about them disclosing the information, for he deemed them to be quite reliable. The present company could very well serve as his foundation should he aspire to become Hokage in the future. This is also why, despite not actively seeking their favor, Izumo occasionally shared snippets of information with them. The group chatted for a while longer, and soon it was nearly time for afternoon classes. They set off together toward the Ninja Academy. Having skipped his midday nap, Izumo dozed off during the afternoon. Now recognized as a genius by the Hokage, he had also become the Hokage's disciple. Moreover, Sarutobi Koji understood that although Izumo had not engaged in formal study, he had diligently practiced the shadow clone technique. Thus, he said nothing about Izumo sleeping during class. In the afternoon, after school, many students' parents arrived to pick them up. As Izumo prepared to head back to the gates of Konoha, he encountered Might Guy, who had come to collect Kai. Kai looked at Izumo and said to his father, "Dad, this is the Shingitsu Izumo I told you about." Might Guy gazed at Izumo, astonished. So, he is the genius Shingitsu Izumo, the one who predicted you would become a top ninja in the world and has recently gained much fame in the village. It seems Kai has forged some youthful friendships at school. Dad, Izumo has helped me a lot today. I would like to invite him over for dinner. What do you think? Of course, that's perfectly fine. Kai, I am very pleased that you have made good friends at school. Might Guy responded with excitement. Kai then waved at Izumo. Izumo, would you like to come to my house for dinner? Izumo pondered for a moment, as he had something to discuss with Might Guy. He smiled as he approached the father and son. Sure, I would be delighted. After greeting Might Guy, Izumo followed Kai and his father toward their home. Upon arriving at Kai's doorstep, Izumo found a somewhat dilapidated wooden house. After chatting with Kai in his room for a while, Might Guy called them to dinner. The table was set with a plate of fish and 2 dishes of vegetables. For Kai's family, this was a commendable meal, considering Might Guy's modest income. Izumo did not mind, as he was accustomed to simple fare. In fact, the boxed lunches from Lin had been quite delightful over the past few days. As they ate, Might Guy smiled at Izumo and said, "Izumo, thank you for always looking after our Kai." The Might Guy was not particularly eloquent and did not seek to flatter others. He was aware of who treated Kai well. "Uncle Guy, there's no need to be so formal. Kai and I are good friends," Izumo replied. "Dad, Izumo is indeed my good friend. He not only taught me a secret technique today, but also instilled me with greater confidence." Kai chimed in. "Uncle Guy, your strength must be considerable, right?" Izumo inquired directly. "I possess a secret technique called the 8 gates, which, when fully unleashed, allows my power to briefly surpass that of a jonin." Knowing that Izumo was a close friend of Kai, Might Guy did not withhold much information. "The reason I have not displayed my strength is that I prefer to undertake tasks within the village. This way, I can devote more time to observing Kai's growth during his youth. To me, a true strongman is not one who defeats others, but one who protects what is most important to them." "Dad," Kai gazed at Might Guy with deep emotion. Izumo nodded in agreement, confirming his earlier suspicions. Might Guy scratched his head and said with a smile today, "You taught Kai a secret technique and helped him build his confidence. If you are interested, you could learn this secret technique alongside him. However, I wonder if you would be willing?" "Uncle Guy, I think I'll pass," Izumo replied with a shrug and a smile. "Kai understands me. I'm quite lazy. Not to mention, I hardly practice ninjutsu on a regular basis." "Very well." Though Izumo declined, Might Guy remained cheerful in his response. "Uncle Guy, since you wish to continue undertaking tasks within the village, have you ever considered joining the Konoha police force?" Izumo turned the conversation back to Might Guy. "Joining the police force would allow you to remain in the village while providing a stable income. Furthermore, the Konoha police force currently has a strained relationship with the villagers and could greatly benefit from the inclusion of a low-key and amicable ninja like yourself." Might Guy scratched his head. "If the police force would accept me, I would certainly like to join. It would provide a much better income than I currently have, without hindering my ability to care for Kai. However, I have heard that only the Uchiha clan can join the police force, and I am widely regarded as a perennial jonin in the village. They likely would not approve." "Uncle Guy, I will attempt to discuss this matter with the Uchiha clan," Izumo assured him. The reason he proposed this was that his small ambition was to become Hokage. Additionally, his gatekeeping system required a stronger Konoha, thus increasing his chances of receiving better rewards. He wished to avoid the eventual downfall of the Uchiha clan, as such an event would severely weaken Konoha and diminish the rewards he could garner from the gatekeeping system. Although he had yet to become Hokage, he believed that the position was already within his grasp. Naturally, he did not wish for his own influence to wane. Of course, Izumo did not expect that simply arranging for Might Guy to join the police force would alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. He merely sought to dismantle the notion that only members of the Uchiha clan could enter the police force, thereby fostering better communication between the Uchiha and the villagers. This matter would still require discussion with Uchiha Fugaku. Previously, he had been an insignificant figure, lacking the standing to negotiate with Uchiha Fugaku. However, now that he had become the disciple of the third Hokage, he might not be able to directly place Might Guy in the police force, but he would at least have the opportunity to communicate with Uchiha Fugaku. After discussing this matter, Izumo turned to Might Guy. "Uncle Guy, in 3 days, I will be holding my apprenticeship banquet. I would like to invite you and Kai to attend. Additionally, I wish for the third Hokage to understand your strength, as it would significantly improve your and Kai's living conditions. Would you be willing to accept the invitation?" Chapter 23. The Evolution of the Sharingan. Might Guy scratched his head and remarked, "If only the third Hokage knows, it's not a matter of great concern. As long as it isn't common knowledge, that is sufficient. After all, I prefer to maintain a low profile." Out of gratitude, Izumi nodded in assurance to Might Guy. The reason Izumi proactively addressed Might Guy's financial difficulties and the Uchiha clan's crisis was, in truth, a strategic step towards his ambition of becoming Hokage. By doing so, his ascension to the position would be rendered considerably smoother. Moreover, once he became Hokage, he would require the support of these individuals to realize his aspirations. For his journey would not conclude with merely obtaining the title. He intended to unify the ninja world. It would be impractical for him to undertake this monumental task single-handedly, as it would surely exhaust him. After dining at the Kai household, Izumi returned to the entrance of Konoha and lay down to sleep. The following morning, the familiar sound of the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has guarded the gate for 5 days. Reward: Sharingan mutation. From now on, the host will have the ability to freely control the form and aura of the Sharingan. Upon hearing this notification, Izumi was filled with immense joy. Just the day before, he had wished for the ability to manipulate the form of his Sharingan, and now he had received this very reward. Henceforth, he could utilize the Sharingan in front of anyone without the fear of it being recognized. What was once his secret weapon had transformed into a conventional ability, granting him the freedom to wield it at will. This reward was an invaluable boon to him. Even more astonishing was that this reward revealed a latent mechanism of the system. It seemed that within reasonable boundaries, the system's rewards tended to align with his desires. Much like the previous instance when he wished for the shadow clone technique to replace himself at the gate, only to receive it the next day. This time was no different. Recognizing this potential mechanism brought Izumi great delight, as it suggested that if he contemplated his desires in advance, the likelihood of obtaining them would increase significantly. Of course, this mechanism appeared to be contingent upon reasonable parameters. After all, his predominant thought was unifying the ninja world and then relaxing, Yet the system had not directly granted him a reward sufficient for such an endeavor. After claiming his reward, Izumi removed his goggles. Initially, he had worn them to conceal the Sharingan. Now that he could freely control its form and aura, there was no longer a necessity to wear the goggles. However, discarding them outright seemed wasteful. Since Obito had a fondness for goggles, he decided to gift them to him at school. On his way to the Ninja Academy, Izumi stopped by a shop to glance at his reflection. Indeed, he noticed that without the goggles, he bore a closer resemblance to Uchiha Madara. In the restroom of the shop, he took out a mirror and examined himself. He discovered he could indeed alter the form of his Sharingan. First, he transformed it into the form he had seen in his previous life, resembling Sasuke's Sharingan. Then morphed it into the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and subsequently into the Rinnegan of Nagato. Similarly, he could control the emanation of the Sharingan, Byakugans, or Rinnegan aura at will. However, he could only modify the form and aura. He did not possess the abilities associated with different eyes. Nevertheless, Izumi speculated that should he acquire such eyes as rewards from the system in the future, he would likely gain both their form and aura, along with their respective abilities. It appeared that his journey towards strength was still a long one. Upon arriving at school, Izumi found Obito had not yet arrived. As the class bell rang, Obito dashed into the classroom as if he had timed it perfectly. After receiving a reprimand from the teacher, he settled beside Izumi. Izumi produced the goggles and quietly said to Obito, "Obito, I will no longer wear these goggles. Consider them a gift." Although they were unwanted by Izumi, Obito accepted them without hesitation. The day at the Ninja Academy swiftly passed as Izumi playfully teased Rin and annoyed Obito. That evening, Izumi returned to the entrance of Konoha and lay down. Shortly after, a ninja dispatched by the Hokage arrived to seek him out. This ninja had come to deliver an invitation for a master-disciple banquet, but could not find him at home, hence the search at the gate. Upon receiving the invitation, Izumi discovered not only some blank invitations but also a list of guests already invited by the third Hokage for the banquet. This list included notable figures from the Hokage's circle, such as the three advisors, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazuma, and Tsubaki Kaharu, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples, including Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. The leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans were also listed. Additionally, the heads of various prominent clans in Konoha were included, such as Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga, along with elite ninjas from the civilian sector, like the Jinjutsu master Waihai Kurenai and Iruka's father, Yumino Ika. Gazing at the guest list, Izumi couldn't help but marvel. What an extravagant lineup. Those in the know would recognize this as the guest list for his master-disciple banquet. To the uninformed, it could easily be mistaken for a deployment list for an invasion of another nation. The fact that such distinguished individuals would attend his banquet suggested that he was indeed on the path to prominence. However, Izumi was aware that these guests were primarily drawn by his esteemed teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rather than himself, which further solidified his resolve to become Hokage. Yet, one individual stood out to Izumi, Orochimaru. With Tsunade having left the village, seeking a life of luxury, and Jiraiya loitering outside the village, Orochimaru was the only one of the three legendary ninjas to attend. At this point, Orochimaru was likely absorbed in his research, so it was surprising that he would be present at his banquet. Nevertheless, this enigmatic figure had always shown a keen interest in prodigies. Would he now have his sights set on Izumi? After reviewing the guest list curated by his teacher, Izumi contemplated whom he should invite. However, aside from Might Guy, he realized he had no one else in mind but his classmates. Subsequently, he inscribed Might Guy's name along with those of his closer friends on the invitations. He organized the invitations, preparing to bring them to school the next day. Finally, Izumi reclined in his chair and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, the system's prompt roused him from his sleep. However, the reward he received this time was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 24. The Spiral Sphere Experiment. A voice resonated within the mind of Izumi as he experienced a tremor from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding! The host has successfully guarded the gate for 6 days, granting a reward of A-rank ninjutsu, the Spiral Sphere. The Spiral Sphere? This indeed is a commendable reward. Previously, he had acquired the Great Fireball technique, which endowed him with long-range combat capabilities. Now, obtaining the Spiral Sphere compensates for his shortcomings in close-quarters combat. Moreover, the Spiral Sphere is a signature technique of Naruto, the protagonist of the anime from his past life, renowned for its formidable power. Otherwise, Naruto would not have relied on it so heavily. What surprised Izumi was that the inventor of this technique, Minato Namikaze, had not yet conceived it at this point in time. After all, from his previous knowledge of the anime, Minato had drawn inspiration for the technique during the Third Great Ninja War while battling against a Wagakure, using the tailed beast bomb as his muse. Thus, receiving this technique as a reward from the system implies that he is now, in essence, the originator of the spiral sphere. This realization delighted Izumi, for it indicated that the system could bestow not only existing techniques, but also those that are yet to be developed. With this newfound joy, he ventured to an uninhabited clearing. Focusing his thoughts, a sphere of chakra began to coalesce in his hand, swirling and compressing in multiple directions. A high-density, rapidly spinning chakra sphere took form. Izumi then pressed the spiral sphere against the ground before him. Bang! An immense sound erupted, sending dust soaring and debris scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, a colossal crater, several dozen meters in diameter, lay before him. Gazing at the astonishing pit, Izumi couldn't help but marvel. Despite knowing that with Madara's Mangekyō Sharingan, the potency of his technique would be greatly amplified, he was astounded that he had achieved such devastation using only the chakra required for the standard spiral sphere. It appeared that Madara's Mangekyō Sharingan was indeed terrifyingly powerful, capable of enhancing the technique's efficacy without necessitating any intricate skills, pure strength shattering all forms of technique. Naturally, the inherent might of the spiral sphere contributed to this outcome. The commotion he had caused likely attracted the attention of many. Without delay, Izumi fled the scene of the incident, making his way towards the Ninja Academy. After all, he had yet to master Earth-release techniques and could not rectify the aftermath of his actions. On his journey to the academy, Izumi assessed the remaining chakra within him. He estimated that, given the chakra required for the spiral sphere, he could only execute a few more before depleting his reserves. Upon entering the classroom, he sat down nonchalantly. Shortly after his departure, a ninja arrived at the scene of the disturbance to investigate. The report quickly ascended the chain of command until it reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Leaning back in his chair, Hiruzen listened to the ninja's account. Third Hokage, a tremendous noise erupted from a clearing not far from the village gates. Upon our arrival, we discovered a massive crater, several dozen meters in diameter, seemingly created by a jutsu. Our investigation revealed that the disturbance was not caused by an unknown ninja infiltrating the village, but rather by one of our own. The prime suspect appears to be your newly accepted disciple, Kageyama Izumi, who was seen passing nearby at the time of the explosion. The fact that Izumi had not attempted to conceal his actions swiftly placed him under suspicion, leading to this report reaching Hiruzen. This was precisely why Izumi had not hidden his involvement. He trusted that his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would shield him from any repercussions, and would likely take pleasure in doing so. Upon receiving the news, Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. A crater of such magnitude? Is this truly the work of my newly accepted student? Realizing that the reporting ninja was still present, Hiruzen regained his composure. Very well, I am aware of the situation. You need not continue your investigation. You may leave. Yes. Third Hokage. After the ninja departed, Hiruzen summoned a member of the Umbu. You are to investigate thoroughly whether the enormous crater at the village gates was indeed caused by my disciple, Kageyama Izumi. I will head toward the village gates to assess the situation. Once you have gathered the necessary information, report back to me. The Umbu operative promptly left to carry out the orders, while Hiruzen made his way toward the village gates. It must be noted that the investigative efficiency of the Konoha Umbu was remarkably high. Before Hiruzen even reached the gates, the Umbu returned with findings. Leaning close to Hiruzen's ear, he reported, Third Hokage, our investigation confirms that the enormous crater was indeed caused by your disciple, Kageyama Izumi. However, the exact method he employed remains undetermined. Preliminary assessments suggest he utilized a certain jutsu, while the possibility of using explosive tags or other explosives has been completely ruled out. Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement, and the Umbu swiftly retreated. Soon, Hiruzen approached the village gates. He noticed Izumi's shadow clone diligently transcribing notes, appearing to be studying. Hiruzen chuckled softly, shaking his head. This child, Izumi, is undoubtedly clever. Preferring to take the easy route for himself, he puts his shadow clone to work, learning diligently. It is a feat only he could manage among the students of the Ninja Academy. Even Kakashi, with his chakra levels, would struggle to maintain a shadow clone for an entire day without it dissipating. Without dwelling on it further, Hiruzen continued toward the colossal crater created by Izumi. Before long, he stood before the scene of the incident. Gazing at the vast pit, he felt a profound shock. Had he not been informed of its origin? He might have suspected it to be the result of a meteorite strike. Yet, staring into the depths of the crater, Hiruzen understood with clarity. This immense chasm was the handiwork of his newly accepted disciple, Kageyama Izumi. A mere student of the Ninja Academy had unleashed such overwhelming power with a single jutsu. Even knowing that Izumi was a prodigy, Hiruzen could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. After all, even he would require at least an A-rank jutsu to achieve such a tremendous effect. Moreover, the crater's details suggested that the jutsu responsible for creating it was unprecedented. As a commoner ninja and an orphan in Konoha, Izumi had no access to any means of acquiring such a technique. This indicated that the jutsu was most likely of his own invention. A student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy had devised a technique boasting power comparable to that of A-rank ninjutsu. How could this not leave Hiruzen in awe? With tomorrow's duel against Orochimaru looming, Hiruzen felt a surge of curiosity about the surprises Izumi would unveil in their encounter. Chapter 25. You call me uncle. I call you brother. We each have our own discussions. During the break, Izumo distributed the invitation cards for the apprenticeship banquet to his close friends in class. As for Mike Guy's invitation, Izumo asked Kai to deliver it to him when he returned home. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Koji announced a 2-day holiday, after which Izumo returned to the gates of Konoha and lay down. The day swiftly passed, and before long, it was the next day. The system notification in Izumo's mind awakened him. Ding! The host has guarded for 7 days. Reward: 0, 3 chakra. 0, 3 chakra? If Izumo was not mistaken, this unit must refer to the chakra measurement associated with Kakashi. 0, 3 chakra translates to roughly 1/3 of the chakra possessed by Kakashi, an elite jonin. It could be said that the amount of chakra was one of Izumo's shortcomings. To his surprise, he received 0, 3 chakra today, addressing this deficiency. Although in his previous life, many joked about Kakashi's lack of chakra and his energy reserves, this was partly due to Kakashi's Sharingan being perpetually active. In contrast, Kakashi's chakra was limited compared to those with vast reserves, like Naruto. Compared to ordinary jonin, Kakashi's chakra was, in fact, considerably more abundant. Thus, upon receiving this reward, Izumo felt a warm current surging through his body. He sensed a significant increase in his chakra reserves, estimating that he was now quite close to that of an ordinary jonin. This enhancement greatly improved Izumo's stamina. Previously, his chakra was only substantial compared to students from the Ninja Academy. Now, even when compared to a typical Chunin, his reserves were considerable. After contemplating these thoughts, Izumo finished his breakfast and set off towards the Sarutobi residence. After all, the apprenticeship banquet today was not merely a meal, it also involved sparring. So it would be wise to arrive early. Before long, Izumo reached the Sarutobi clan's estate, discovering it to be quite prosperous. Numerous shops lined the streets, bustling with patrons. The Sarutobi residence, however, presented a more understated, traditional Japanese courtyard. Upon entering the Sarutobi estate, Izumo was ushered in by a servant. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife, Izumo greeted them, master, mistress. Although opinions on Sarutobi Hiruzen varied among fans of the anime in his previous life, Izumo found him to be quite amiable. After all, this banquet would greatly benefit his aspirations of becoming Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile, while his wife, Buwako, engaged Izumo in friendly conversation. Not long after, guests began to arrive. The first to arrive were the youngest of the Hokage's disciples, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Minato, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, donned a green jonin vest over a blue bodysuit. Kushina, with her long red hair and a hairpin adorning her left side, wore a wrist guard on her left arm. Upon seeing Kushina's flowing locks, Izumo was reminded of Naruto's spiky hair and couldn't help but muse. The Uzumaki clan is known for their silky hair. Yet Naruto stands out with his prickly mane. Upon their first encounter, Minato's face displayed an awkward expression. Izumo understood completely, after all. He was a student who had not graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet had become the uncle of the youthful Minato, which must have felt strange for him. Thus, Izumo took the initiative to address Minato, saying, "Brother Minato, from now on, call me little uncle, and I shall call you brother. We shall each speak our minds." "All right, little uncle," Minato replied, visibly relaxing. Izumo then turned his attention to Kushina. "You must be Brother Minato's girlfriend, Sister Kushina, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Please feel free to visit my home anytime." Kushina responded warmly, welcoming Izumo. Following them, various clan leaders and elite ninjas from the common ninja populace continued to arrive. and the atmosphere in the Sarutobi residence grew lively. Izumo greeted each guest in turn. Next, Rin, Obito, Kakashi, and Guy arrived in succession. Soon after, the three advisors to the Hokage made their entrance. For the first time, Izumo laid eyes on the infamous ninja world strategist, Danzo Shimura. Known for his cunning and ruthless reputation, Danzo, upon seeing Izumo, recalled the image he had seen of him and thought that the boy with goggles bore an uncanny resemblance to Uchiha Obito. Now, seeing Izumo without the goggles, Danzo felt the resemblance was even more striking. As he noticed Izumo's peculiar gaze directed at him, Danzo felt increasingly uncomfortable. Just then, Might Guy, clad in his green bodysuit, rushed in, panting. Izumo stepped forward to greet him. "Uncle Guy, you made it." "Haha, I just completed a mission and rushed over. Thankfully, I wasn't late." Might Guy scratched his head sheepishly. Everyone present observed this interaction with curiosity. The peculiar man seemed to be a long-time jonin from Konoha. Yet it was surprising to see such a close rapport between Izumo and him. After chatting with Might Guy for a while, Izumo sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Master, that ninja earlier was Might Guy, known for his mastery of a secret technique called the 8 Gates. While his usual strength is at the jonin level, if he were to unleash his full potential, he could rival you." Hiruzen was initially taken aback by Izumo's revelation, realizing that such a talent had gone unnoticed in the village. "I never imagined there would be someone of such caliber here, capable of matching me when at full strength. It seems the 8 Gates is a technique on par with forbidden arts," he mused. However, he did not view Might Guy as a threat. After all, the more powerful a technique, the more challenging it was to master. Just like the Flying Thunder God technique, which, once learned, could be immensely powerful. Yet even he had not mastered it. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not harbor any apprehension towards Might Guy. He also did not feel inclined to covet the 8 Gates for himself. As Hokage, he had encountered countless techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen then remarked, "I never realized there was a talent in our village that had gone unnoticed for so long, discovered by you, a student who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. It appears you possess not only great talent, but also a keen eye for recognizing the abilities of others. In this regard, you seem less like an ordinary student and more like a seasoned elder, haha." Shifting the topic, he continued, "Since Might Guy is so formidable, we shall investigate further and provide him with appropriate support." Izumo nodded and added, "Master, there's something else I would like to discuss. Uncle Guy wishes to spend more time mentoring Kai, which is why he has been reluctant to take on missions outside the village, contributing to his low income. Therefore, I propose he could join the Konoha police force, allowing him to work within the village without sacrificing his earnings." Upon hearing Izumo's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively felt a twinge of caution, but he quickly relaxed. Had it not been for Izumo's suggestion, but rather that of Danzo, he might have contemplated whether the proposer harbored ulterior motives. However, Izumo was merely an ungraduated student from a ninja academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not perceive any schemes on Izumo's part, nor did he harbor suspicions towards Might Guy. After all, if a formidable warrior like Might Guy had any hidden agendas, he would have long since ascended to a higher status and would not have only now come into Hiruzen's purview. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Izumo, stating, "This idea indeed suits him well. However, the customary practice within the village dictates that personnel in the police force are typically from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the matter ultimately hinges on the Uchiha clan's stance. I maintain a cordial relationship with Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, so I shall inquire about their sentiments." Izumo readily volunteered to take on this task, understanding that if the third Hokage were to approach the Uchiha clan regarding this matter, it might arouse their suspicions. Conversely, as Izumo was relatively young, his inquiry would likely not provoke any doubts of ulterior motives. Just as Izumo was conversing with the third Hokage, Orochimaru made his entrance into the abode of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 26. The initiation of Orochimaru's A-rank ninjutsu upon the arrival of Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi ceased his conversation with Izumi and brought her before Orochimaru. He then proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, please quiet down." As Hiruzen spoke, the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. He continued, "I am grateful to all of you for attending the apprenticeship banquet of my newly accepted disciple, Shingetsu Izumi. However, given that my disciple has not yet made a name for himself, I suspect you are all quite curious about his innate talent and abilities. Therefore, I have decided to arrange a match between my new disciple and Orochimaru, who is also one of my students, so that you may witness for yourselves." Hiruzen then turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, Please demonstrate the strength befitting your younger apprentice's age in this duel. At the mention of Orochimaru, whispers erupted among the elite of Konoha. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was renowned throughout the ninja world for his formidable prowess. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru was also a celebrated prodigy in his youth. Furthermore, he held the ominous title of the Cold Lord, and it was unlikely he would show any mercy, even against his own junior. The fact that the third Hokage had arranged for him to spar with Shingetsu Izumi raised eyebrows. Did he truly have such confidence in this young man? Even if Orochimaru were to hold back to match Izumi's age, victory was far from assured for the latter. Izumi and Orochimaru faced each other, their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. Orochimaru, surveying Izumi, flicked his long tongue across his lips, contemplating the striking resemblance Izumi bore to Uchiha Obito, a true sign of genius. Let me see just how far your talents extend, he mused. With a sly smile, Orochimaru addressed Izumi. If you can defeat me in this battle, I shall present you with a rare and powerful gift, one that I hope you are worthy of receiving. Thank you in advance, brother Orochimaru, Izumi replied nonchalantly. Understanding that his opponent was Orochimaru, Izumi's objective was clear: to vanquish him and earn the village's recognition as a genius, thereby garnering favor and establishing a foundation for his future ambitions of becoming Hokage. This could be seen as Izumi's application of the mass line philosophy he learned in his previous life. As for the gift Orochimaru mentioned, he would gladly accept it as a bonus. At that moment, Hiruzen interjected, the duel between Shingetsu Izumi and Orochimaru can be observed freely by all present. There is no need for restraint. This statement was particularly directed at the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as their members would possess the keenest insights into the battle. However, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans appeared indifferent. Although Izumi was a talent, this battle seemed far beneath the level of their scrutiny. With the formidable Orochimaru as his opponent, Izumi decided to borrow Kakashi's weapon. He turned to Kakashi, requesting, Kakashi, may I borrow your short blade? Kakashi retrieved the blade from his back and handed it to Izumi. The reason Kakashi was permitted to carry a weapon into Hiruzen's residence was that, while the Umbu had noted his blade, they had not confiscated it. After all, the gathering posed no threat, not even to Kakashi's father, the White Fang. Drawing the short blade, a sharp glint emanated from it. What a fine weapon! If only I could possess one of my own. It is impractical to rely on others for every battle, Izumi thought wistfully. Seeing both combatants ready, Hiruzen announced, now that you are both prepared, let us proceed to my training grounds. His training grounds referred to a spacious area within the Sarutobi clan, spanning several thousand square meters. Izumi and Orochimaru stood facing each other in the open space. Hiruzen declared, the match between Shingetsu Izumi and Orochimaru begins now. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, Orochimaru began to swiftly weave hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones surged toward Izumi with blinding speed, resembling a locust swarm. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. The third Hokage instructed Orochimaru to use only the strength appropriate for Izumi's age, yet he has unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu, a technique typically reserved for high-ranking ninjas. Orochimaru must have mastered this jutsu after graduating from the Ninja Academy, and he shows no signs of holding back against Izumi. This far exceeds the expectations for someone of Izumi's age. Evading thousands of shuriken shadow clones required not only incredible speed, but also keen insight. Not only Izumi, a mere academy student, but even many members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans present would likely struggle to evade such an attack. What the third Hokage intended as a showcase for Izumi might instead culminate in his swift defeat. As the shadow clones descended upon him, Izumi calmly drew his short blade. Activating his Sharingan, he maintained the appearance and aura of his own eyes. With remarkable speed, he dodged one clone after another, expertly striking down those two densely packed to evade. Izumi's speed surpassed that of the approaching shadow clones, forcing many Uchiha and Hyuga clan members to activate their Sharingan and Byakugan to keep pace with his movements. Without such enhancements, their eyes could barely follow his actions. As Izumi deftly dispatched the shadow clones, he remained unscathed, his hair slightly disheveled, but otherwise composed. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. The outcome had truly exceeded their expectations. Chapter 27, The Unveiling of Izumo. A stun for the third generation, the spectators present were collectively astounded. Each thrown shuriken and shadow clone was effortlessly evaded or deflected by him, not even grazing the hem of his attire. The sheer speed and dynamic vision displayed were utterly terrifying. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy? This level of dynamic perception, even among the majority of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans present, seemed beyond their grasp. It was not merely about observing the shuriken's trajectories. One must also react swiftly enough to dodge or deflect them. Yet he not only achieved this, but did so with remarkable ease. Had we known he was an ungraduated student from the ninja school, we might have suspected he was an elite Chunin from the Uchiha clan in disguise. Among all present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Orochimaru. His vertical pupils widened in disbelief. How could such an attack be resolved so effortlessly? Initially, Orochimaru felt a tinge of jealousy due to his mentor Sarutobi Hiruzen's favoritism towards Kamatsuki Izumo. Additionally, he aimed to gauge the full extent of Izumo's abilities. Thus, he commenced with the A-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone shuriken technique, without anticipating that Izumo could evade it. His intent was merely to provoke Izumo into revealing his full potential. Yet, to his astonishment, Izumo not only countered this technique, but did so with remarkable nonchalance. Orochimaru himself had struggled for a considerable time after his graduation to master this powerful technique. The fact that Izumo, a student yet to graduate, could so effortlessly overcome a technique he had labored to learn, indicated that Izumo's dynamic vision and speed far surpassed his own at that age. In this regard, Izumo undeniably embodied a talent that eclipsed Orochimaru's own. However, the more impressive Izumo became, the more Orochimaru's pride as a genius was pricked. In a peculiar posture, he lay on the ground, cackling maniacally, the serpent-esque coiling formation. Soon, countless snakes slithered forth from Orochimaru's mouth, racing towards Izumo. As they advanced, they expelled swords from their mouths. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. For the mere image of innumerable snakes emerging from his mouth was enough to unsettle anyone. The guests stifled their discomfort while lamenting Orochimaru's blatant disregard for the third Hokage's orders. Although the current serpent-esque coiling formation was classified as B-rank ninjutsu, its complexity was somewhat less than that of the A-rank shadow clone shuriken technique. However, this technique proved to be even more troublesome than the previous one. While the shuriken technique could be evaded, the snakes of the serpent-esque coiling formation could not be escaped, as they were a mass of writhing serpents. Nonetheless, considering how easily Kamatsuki Izumo had dealt with Orochimaru's shuriken technique, losing to this wound brings shame upon him. It was merely a pity that it would not reveal whether he truly possessed the talent comparable to the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, as claimed by the third. Not far from Orochimaru, Izumo observed the serpents emerging and the swords being expelled with a sense of discomfort. After all, this technique, like most of Orochimaru's, was rather repulsive, diverging sharply from the aesthetics of other ninjas' techniques. It was uncertain whose style was superior or inferior. Without further contemplation, Izumo clapped his hands together and immediately unleashed the Great Fireball technique. Aware that his chakra reserves were ample, he infused a bit more chakra into the technique. A massive fireball, several dozens of meters in diameter, rapidly formed and shot towards the advancing serpents. Hiss! Upon contact, the serpents disintegrated into ash, their screams echoing in their final moments. Boom! The fireball, undeterred, crashed into the ground, creating a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter, with charred remnants strewn about. Gazing at the completely obliterated serpents, Izumo couldn't help but muse that the serpents of the Dragon Cave had met a fate at the hands of Orochimaru and his disciple Sasuke. Orochimaru frequently summoned a horde of snakes, only for them to perish at the hands of adversaries. Subsequently, Sasuke would use the multitude of snakes as a shield against damage. This duo was truly a menace. While Izumo was somewhat lost in thought as he witnessed the serpents vanish, the other spectators were wide-eyed in astonishment. Did I just see that correctly? Kamatsuki Izumo clapped his hands, forming a colossal fireball without even forming seals? Such an effortless conjuration of a massive fireball was a feat only the first Hokage could achieve. How could a student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy accomplish such a thing? Moreover, in addition to resembling Uchiha Madara, Izumo's ninjutsu power mirrored that of Madara himself. A mere C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball, incinerated the serpents conjured by Orochimaru's B-rank serpent-esque coiling formation. At that moment, Izumo's mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was equally astounded, his admiration for the boy unyielding. This child's talent had indeed exceeded my expectations. In the previous encounter with Kakashi, as he faced Kakashi's ninja hounds, Izumo had utilized a smaller fireball. Thus, Hiruzen had been unaware of the magnitude of Izumo's fireball as reported by his subordinates. Now, he finally bore witness to the colossal fireball that eclipsed ordinary expectations. The size of the crater was so immense that, had he not seen it with his own eyes, he might have believed it was the result of detonating hundreds of explosive tags simultaneously. A C-rank ninjutsu wielded by Izumo bore the destructive power akin to an A-rank technique. Such a talent was utterly remarkable. To achieve this level of effect, either Izumo's chakra reserves were extraordinarily abundant, or his control over chakra was simply unparalleled. It remained uncertain which scenario applied to Izumo. Nevertheless, either circumstance was sufficient to validate the magnitude of Izumo's talent. At that moment, Hiruzen recalled a crater he had seen at the gates of Konoha, pondering its similarity to the one created by Izumo's great fireball technique. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned notable differences. The crater left by Izumo was filled with the evidence of flames, whereas the previous one bore no such marks. This led him to question, what technique had Izumo employed to create a crater even larger than this one? Chapter 28, Orochimaru's Defeat, Inconceivable. Among the spectators present, there was a group that was far more astonished than the others, the members of the Hyuga clan. They observed the battle between Izumi and Orochimaru with their Byakugan activated, thus perceiving far more than the average onlookers. The one who grasped the entire process most clearly was the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi. To his discerning eyes, Izumi had utilized merely double the chakra of an ordinary fireball technique, elevating its potency to that comparable to an A-rank jutsu. It is noteworthy that the ability to channel such a considerable amount of chakra at the level of a mere academy student underscores Izumi's exceptional chakra reserves. However, this amount of chakra alone should not suffice to reach the standards of an A-rank ninjutsu, nor even a B-rank. The fact that Kamatsuki Izumi achieved this feat indicates that not only does he possess an extraordinary chakra volume, but his control over it is also remarkably superior. This level of chakra control is something Hisashi could not accomplish even in his youth, nor can he achieve it now. Among all the prodigies he has witnessed, none have come close to this. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not replicate such mastery. This suggests that Kamatsuki Izumi, a student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, possesses chakra control abilities that surpass even those of Hiruzen, the strongest ninja in the village. Such a talent transcends mere strength. It is utterly terrifying. If Izumi already wields such formidable chakra control now, what might he become in the future? At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, echoing in the ears of many. To wield such tremendous power with a single fireball, this child indeed possesses a vast reservoir of chakra. However, it seems this is not the entirety of his chakra capacity. I remember passing by the village gate on my way to the Hokage's residence and witnessing this child's shadow clone. Could it be that the chakra he displayed is only half of his total capacity? As the word settled, several others recalled seeing Kamatsuki Izumi's shadow clone at the village gate, initially mistaking it for the real Izumi, thus they had paid it no heed. In hindsight, the clone was diligently taking notes, a stark contrast to the laid-back persona of the rumored Kamatsuki Izumi. The one most profoundly affected by this revelation was Hyuga Hisashi. He found it hard to reconcile his judgment. From Izumi's earlier display of the fireball technique, it was evident that his chakra volume was significantly above average, but merely that. Now, to be informed that Izumi's actual chakra might be only half of that, it implied that his reserves were not just exceptional, but potentially as fearsome as his chakra control. Yet, whether this conclusion holds true would ultimately depend on Izumi's forthcoming battles. Consequently, the initial disdain Hisashi harbored towards this commoner orphan due to his noble lineage transformed into a focused admiration for Izumi's prowess. Izumi's performance not only astonished his opponent, Orochimaru, but also ignited a fierce determination within him. Orochimaru unleashed another serpent from his mouth, which in turn produced a sword, a sleek blade with a black hilt and a white edge. This sword appeared to be the Kusanagi, later wielded by Sasuke. It seemed that after two failed ranged assaults, Orochimaru intended to close the distance and engage in close combat. Drawing the Kusanagi, he surged towards Izumi with astonishing speed. Observers felt the battle was nearing its conclusion. The newly appointed disciple of the third Hokage, Kamatsuki Izumi, indeed embodied a rare genius of 50 years. Unfortunately, he was still but a child. No matter how formidable his ninjutsu, once Orochimaru closed in, he would surely be overpowered by the adult's superior physical prowess. While Izumi's earlier feats had captivated the audience, it seemed they would soon come to an end. As Orochimaru approached, he swung his sword down upon Izumi. With great effort, Izumi parried the strike with his short blades. Due to Izumi's inferior physical attributes compared to Orochimaru, the impact caused him to bleed from his palms. After enduring that blow, Izumi met Orochimaru's gaze and activated his three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing its inherent hypnotic capabilities. Despite the external appearance and aura of his eyes remaining unchanged, even Hisashi, with his Byakugan, could discern no anomaly. Simultaneously, Izumi drew forth his left hand. With a mere thought, a sphere of chakra materialized instantly in his palm. Under the hypnotic influence of the three-tomo Sharingan, even Orochimaru found himself momentarily ensnared in an illusion. In that fleeting moment, Izumi's Rasengan struck Orochimaru squarely in the abdomen. Orochimaru's body spun violently before crashing against the rocky wall. A resounding thud echoed as he collided, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, a massive circular crater, several meters in diameter, marred the wall. The sight left all witnesses, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, utterly dumbfounded and devoid of composure. Orochimaru's battered form, smeared with blood, lay at the base of the wall. Then, with a sudden gasp, Orochimaru expelled another version of himself from his mouth. The new entity also bearing traces of blood, indicating he had sustained considerable injury. Undeterred, the injured Orochimaru charged at Izumi once more. It was then that Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his stunned state. Leaping between the two combatants, he declared, "Kamatsuki Izumi triumphs over Orochimaru." Orochimaru halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, the assembled crowd remained engulfed in shock at the sight of Izumi's victory over Orochimaru. After a prolonged silence, they gradually began to accept the astonishing reality that Izumi had indeed defeated Orochimaru. The unexpected outcome left them in a flurry of hushed discussions, grappling with the implications of what they had just witnessed. Chapter 29, Two No-Hand Seal Ninjutsu. Orochimaru is stunned. The crowd murmured in disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu possesses such immense power? Why had they never encountered it before? Was this technique a creation of Kamatsuki Izumi? Or perhaps it was a secret imparted by the third Hokage to Kamatsuki Izumi? Given its overwhelming strength, this ninjutsu must surely be at least an A-rank technique. What is even more remarkable is that this jutsu is a no-hand seal technique, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Moreover, those with keener insight noticed something peculiar. Just moments ago, if Orochimaru had unleashed his full speed, he should have been able to evade Kamatsuki Izumi's ninjutsu. However, not only did Orochimaru fail to dodge, but he also appeared momentarily stunned, clearly an abnormal reaction. It seemed that Kamatsuki Izumi had not merely devised one no-hand seal technique, but two. That brief moment of bewilderment experienced by Orochimaru was likely due to the other no-hand seal genjutsu he had created. Furthermore, as Kamatsuki Izumi launched his attack on Orochimaru, he distinctly glanced at him, indicating that this no-hand seal technique required eye contact to activate. Although this was merely speculation, it provided a plausible explanation for Orochimaru's inexplicable pause. No wonder the third Hokage had chosen Orochimaru as Kamatsuki Izumi's opponent. He had evidently preemptively taught him two potent no-hand seal techniques. While the crowd had considered the possibility that these two techniques were born from Izumi's innovation, they reasoned that the ability to create even one no-hand seal technique was already extraordinary. The simultaneous creation of two such techniques seemed far beyond the capabilities of a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Thus, they instinctively dismissed this possibility. Conversely, the defeated Orochimaru harbored thoughts that diverged from those of the onlookers. No, these two techniques could not possibly have been taught to him by the third Hokage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was a professor of ninjutsu, then Orochimaru regarded himself as a scientist of ninjutsu. While Orochimaru may not have mastered as many types of techniques as Hiruzen, his understanding of ninjutsu far surpassed that of his former teacher. With his extensive knowledge, Orochimaru was acutely aware that no such techniques had existed in the shinobi world prior to this. Of course, these were merely Orochimaru's personal judgments. With Kamatsuki Izumi standing before him, he directly inquired, "Junior brother, if my guess is correct, the no-hand seal ninjutsu and genjutsu you used against me were both your own creations, were they not?" "Indeed, these two techniques are my own inventions. The no-hand seal ninjutsu is called Rasengan, and it should be classified as an A-rank technique," Izumi replied, having no intention of concealing the information now that he had revealed the Rasengan. As for the so-called no-hand seal genjutsu, he refrained from elaborating, as he had employed the Sharingan and had no true no-hand seal genjutsu to discuss. Moreover, he held no obligation to inform them. Naturally, he had no concerns regarding doubts about his Sharingan. After all, anyone in the shinobi world was familiar with its appearance. Upon hearing Izumi's declaration, While Orochimaru remained relatively composed, the others erupted in astonishment. What? This no-hand seal ninjutsu was actually created by Kamatsuki Izumi himself. Initially, they had thought it remarkable that a student who had not graduated from the Ninja Academy could master an A-rank technique. They were utterly flabbergasted to learn that this technique was of his own invention. As elite ninjas of Konoha, it was rare for any of them to create A-rank ninjutsu. Yet here was a student who had not even graduated creating such a formidable no-hand seal technique. Such talent in ninjutsu creation was truly on par with the second Hokage. Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru, standing across from Izumi, licked his lips. Rasengan, is it? The name certainly suits the technique. At this moment, Orochimaru was fully convinced that Izumi, at such a young age and prior to graduating from the Ninja Academy, could conceive a technique as powerful as the Rasengan. This level of genius was indeed beyond his own reach. Furthermore, Izumi had also created a no-hand seal genjutsu, even for Orochimaru. Achieving such a feat had only been possible after attaining the rank of jonin, despite the no-hand seal genjutsu being evidently inferior to the Rasengan. The simultaneous creation of two no-hand seal techniques was ample proof of Izumi's extraordinary genius. Upon hearing the mention of the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru sank deeper into contemplation. It could be said that Hashirama was one of Orochimaru's idols. Among the current inhabitants of Konoha, he was undoubtedly the individual most knowledgeable about the second Hokage. However, based on his understanding of Hashirama, even though the second Hokage had invented the most forbidden techniques in the shinobi world, he had not displayed such prodigious talent at Izumi's age. Thus, it was clear that Izumi's genius surpassed that of every living ninja in Konoha, even eclipsing that of the second Hokage. In this light, Kamatsuki Izumi truly was a talent rivaling that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, who had previously felt some dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding Izumi, was now utterly convinced of Izumi's extraordinary talent. This sentiment was not limited to Orochimaru. It resonated with everyone present. They were fortunate to witness the rise of a genius comparable to the god of ninjas. Izumi, unconcerned with the crowd's astonishment, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master, it seems that our village has never had a ninjutsu akin to the Rasengan. Thus, I have decided to submit the Rasengan to the village to fill this gap in our resources. Though he spoke thus, Izumi's true intention was merely to reciprocate Hiruzen's kindness. After all, regardless of Hiruzen's thoughts, this apprentice banquet significantly aided Izumi's aspiration to become Hokage. Hence, Izumi resolved to contribute this technique to the village, as there was no loss in doing so. As for the no-hand seal genjutsu, Izumi chose not to mention it, as he had no obligation to disclose it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Indeed, it appears that not only do you possess formidable talent, but your understanding of the will of fire is also profound. Since you have made this decision, the village shall officially record the ninjutsu you have created in our scrolls. Hiruzen also tacitly refrained from mentioning Izumi's other no-hand seal genjutsu. The announcement that Izumi intended to submit this technique to the village left the elite ninjas of Konoha utterly astonished. Likewise, Orochimaru's heart was in turmoil. He had initially believed that his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would invest significant resources and effort into Kamatsuki Izumi after taking him as a disciple. Yet, to his surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. Having just become Hiruzen's disciple, Izumi had already contributed an A-rank no-hand seal technique to the village. He had not only refrained from consuming the village's resources, but had instead made a substantial contribution. What Orochimaru did not realize was that for Izumi, the most crucial resource in all of Konoha was the village's gate, a resource he utilized daily. Another unexpected aspect for Orochimaru was Izumi's casual demeanor. If others were to conjure such a remarkable jutsu without a mark, they would likely regard it as a closely guarded secret. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Izumo surrendered it without a hint of concern. In Orochimaru's eyes, this act demonstrated Izumo's belief in his own capacity to devise a technique even more formidable than the Rasengan, rendering the latter unnecessary as a trump card. Even Orochimaru, who fancied himself the most brilliant scientist in the ninja realm, lacked such self-assurance. Yet here was Izumo, a mere student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, brimming with such confidence. Is this the audacity possessed by a ninja whose talent rivals that of the legendary Senju Hashirama? At this juncture, Orochimaru had not yet relinquished his aspiration to become Hokage. Thus, contemplating Izumo's prodigious abilities, he envisioned Izumo as an invaluable ally should he ascend to the position of Hokage. Simultaneously, akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru did not perceive Izumo as a potential threat to his ambitions. After all, despite Izumo's considerable talent, his youth rendered him less formidable in their eyes. Presently, Orochimaru's only dilemma was that he had defied Sarutobi Hiruzen's counsel by showcasing power that far surpassed what was expected of someone Izumo's age during the contest. Ultimately, although Izumo emerged victorious, Orochimaru believed that Izumo could not entirely dismiss this incident. For Orochimaru, it became imperative to make amends to ensure that Izumo harbored no resentment. After a moment's contemplation, Orochimaru conceived a method to compensate Izumo. Thus, the usually stoic Orochimaru unexpectedly broke into a smile, gradually making his way toward Izumo. Chapter 30. The gift received and the upcoming Chunin exam approaching Izumo. Orochimaru smiled and addressed him, "Little junior brother. I mentioned prior to our duel that if you could best me, I would bestow upon you a rare and powerful gift. Now, it is time to fulfill my promise." With that, Orochimaru opened his mouth and expelled a Kusanagi sword. This sword was the same black-handled blade with a white edge that he had just wielded. After ejecting the sword, Orochimaru grasped it and extended it towards Izumo. Having witnessed the entire process of the Kusanagi's emergence from Orochimaru's mouth, Izumo hesitated, pondering whether he should accept the sword with his own hands, especially considering it was drenched in Orochimaru's saliva. Accepting it would leave him sullied. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen intervened with a smile, addressing Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, your sword is covered in your saliva. I wouldn't dare accept it, let alone your junior brother." He then turned to a member of the Sarutobi clan beside him, instructing, "Take this sword and care for it properly before handing it over to Izumo." The implication was clear. It needed a thorough cleaning. Orochimaru, unfazed, continued to speak to Izumo. "Little junior brother, the Kusanagi sword is the gift I promised you. Additionally, I wish to present you with another gift as compensation. After all, Hokage-sama merely tasked me with battling you at my strength when I was your age." With that, Orochimaru opened his mouth once more, releasing a snake that held a scroll in its mouth. As he unfurled the scroll, he said to Izumo, "You must know that my summoned snakes hail from one of the three great sanctuaries, the Rigakubo. This scroll is the contract for summoning the snakes of Rigakubo. Simply inscribe your name in your own blood and seal it with your handprint to establish a pact with the Rigakubo." Izumo contemplated and decided to accept Orochimaru's compensation, recognizing that his future system might yield rewards akin to sage arts. Establishing a contract with Rigakubo could elucidate the origins of his sage abilities. Moreover, should he aspire to unify the shinobi world, the snakes from Rigakubo would prove invaluable allies, being cold-blooded and ruthless, unburdened by moral qualms. In contrast, the frogs of my Bokuzen might hesitate in such matters. Having resolved these thoughts, Izumo approached the scroll on the ground. Although it had emerged from a snake's mouth, it bore no contamination inside. Thus, he felt no trepidation as he bit his fingertip, drawing a small amount of blood to inscribe his name and affix his handprint. After completing the ritual, Izumo refrained from immediately testing the contract's validity, understanding that this was not the appropriate setting for such an endeavor. While he accepted Orochimaru's compensation, how he would treat Orochimaru in the future would depend on Orochimaru's subsequent actions. Though Izumo remained calm, those around him were visibly unsettled by his simultaneous acquisition of the Kusanagi sword and the Rigakubo contract. The fact that Shinketsu Izumo had received such opulent gifts was astonishing. While there were multiple Kusanagi swords, each was extraordinarily sharp, deserving of the title of a legendary blade. The Rigakubo contract was even more remarkable, as it was one of the three great sanctuaries, powerful and enigmatic. Currently, only Orochimaru held a contract with Rigakubo, and the summoned beasts from this sanctuary were arguably the strongest in the shinobi world, with some even possessing power equivalent to that of a village's leader. After Izumo sealed the scroll with his handprint, Orochimaru extended a friendly gesture, saying, "Little junior brother, should you encounter any issues with ninjutsu in the future, feel free to consult with your elder brother." "Of course, Orochimaru-senpai," Izumo replied nonchalantly. Though Orochimaru was indeed formidable in ninjutsu, Izumo understood that his own prowess stemmed entirely from rewards acquired through the system, rendering Orochimaru's expertise somewhat less beneficial to him. With the battle between Izumo and Orochimaru concluded, the formal apprenticeship banquet commenced. Following the customary procedures of the shinobi world, Izumo engaged with various prominent figures from the village, expanding his network significantly. After the meal, the banquet reached its conclusion, and guests gradually departed from Sarutobi, Hiruzen's residence. Before Izumo left, Hiruzen deliberately retained him, wearing a beaming smile as he spoke. Izumo, your performance today was exceptional, even surpassing my expectations. Although Orochimaru did not exert his full strength, the power he demonstrated was nearly that of A.J. Nin. To triumph over him in such circumstances truly brings me pride. It also reassures the villagers that my judgment in you is not misplaced. Moreover, I never anticipated you would create such a formidable jutsu as the Rasengan and contribute it to the village. You have bestowed upon me numerous surprises. Naturally, I must reward you accordingly. With that, Hiruzen entered his study and retrieved a scroll, presenting it to Izumo. The second Hokage developed a technique known as the Flying Thunder God, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. This jutsu allows for chakra marking at any location, enabling instantaneous travel to the marked site. This scroll contains the methodology for its application. This is my reward for your remarkable performance and for your contribution of ninjutsu to the village. Additionally, once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, I plan to arrange for you to join Minato's class. Namake's Minato is a genius in space-time ninjutsu and has mastered the Flying Thunder God remarkably well. In joining his class, you will learn even more about the techniques of the Flying Thunder God. Understood. I will diligently study the Flying Thunder God technique, Izumo responded. Hiruzen had gained some insight into Izumo and did not take his words at face value, knowing well the young man's laziness. It was improbable that Izumo would earnestly study the Flying Thunder God technique. At best, his shadow clones might engage with it. However, Hiruzen was open-minded about this. As long as Izumo continued to grow stronger, he would tolerate his laziness. Once this matter was settled, Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he broached the next topic. There is another matter I must inform you about. Recently, the shinobi world has been extremely unsettled, as if war could erupt at any moment. In just over 20 days, you will graduate from the Ninja Academy. Furthermore, in a month, our village will host a joint Chunin exam alongside Kumobikure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. Thus, you will participate in this joint Chunin exam in a month. I hope you can demonstrate the strength of the new generation of Konoha to the other villages. This may help avert the impending conflict. To this end, as long as it showcases the might of Konoha to the other ninja villages. One might even act with reckless abandon during this Chunin exam. I understand, and I shall prepare in advance, Izumi nodded. Chapter 31. The name of the talented Izumi. Known throughout Konoha Sarutobi, Hiruzen harbored the hope that Izumi could achieve what he aspired to himself. After all, Izumi possessed a unique system that allowed him to grow stronger effortlessly. Should a war break out, the ninja of Konoha would be scattered across various battlefields, consequently diminishing Izumi's pace of improvement. Thus, Hiruzen's desire to avert war aligned perfectly with Izumi's own wishes. However, Izumi was not overly optimistic about Hiruzen's hopes. In the original narrative, shortly after this Chunin exam, the Third Great Ninja War erupted. This war, like its predecessors, was merely a consequence of the unequal distribution of interests among the various villages in the ninja world. Pinning hopes on a single Chunin exam to stifle the onset of a ninja world war seemed virtually impossible. Therefore, Izumi's true aim was not to eradicate war entirely. He merely wished to showcase his formidable strength during the Chunin exam, as Hiruzen suggested. By doing so, he could demonstrate his prowess through real combat, allowing the villagers to comprehend his capabilities, thus laying a solid foundation for his future ambition to become Hokage. Having concluded this topic, Izumi engaged in further discussions with Hiruzen before taking his leave from the Sarutobi residence. Just a few steps outside, Izumi noticed Uchiha Fugaku, who wore a faint smile as he gazed in Izumi's direction, clearly waiting for him. This sight surprised Izumi. Fugaku had exited the Sarutobi household at the same time as others, but after the group departed, Izumi conversed with Hiruzen for several minutes. This indicated that Fugaku had patiently waited for him for quite some time. While it might be inconsequential for an ordinary person to wait for several minutes, Fugaku was the head of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's foremost noble family. The leader of the Uchiha clan waiting for a mere student, who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, for such an extended period while wearing a smile was indeed intriguing. However, Izumi did not keep Fugaku waiting for long and soon approached him. "Are you waiting for me, clan leader Fugaku?" Izumi inquired. "Indeed. I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time, Izumi-kun," Fugaku replied, his usually stern demeanor softened by an awkward smile. "I have heard that you share a close relationship with our Uchiha clan's Abido. Therefore, I would like to invite you to visit our Uchiha compound tomorrow. I wonder if you have the time?" With such a personal invitation from clan leader Fugaku, I certainly have the time. I shall visit the Uchiha compound tomorrow morning. Izumi nodded affirmatively. Coincidentally, I also have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Very well, then we shall meet tomorrow at our Uchiha clan, Fugaku concluded. Bidding farewell to Izumi as he made his way toward the Uchiha compound. Once he sensed that there were no others around, Fugaku murmured in quiet contemplation. I never expected that this talented Izumi would also have something to discuss with me. I wonder what it could be. However, the specifics would soon be revealed the following day. Our Uchiha clan's estrangement from the village has grown quite severe. This talented Izumi, so highly regarded by the third Hokage, may hold the potential to bridge the gap between us and the village. Moreover, Fugaku pondered the enigmatic nature of Izumi's unmarked ninjutsu, which appeared to surpass even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan genjutsu. The fact that he could momentarily bewilder a shadow-level expert like Orochimaru with mere eye contact was astonishing. After the conclusion of Izumi's apprenticeship banquet, the news of his exceptional talent, comparable to that of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Many of the attending ninjas recounted the details of Izumi's battle with Orochimaru to their families, evoking gasps of astonishment. In the homes of common ninja, admiration for Izumi filled the air. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for us common ninjas to have a prodigy like Izumi emerge among us. As fellow commoners, we must strive to foster a good relationship with him. Conversely, the noble families of Konoha adopted a more cautious stance. Given Izumi's prodigious talent, there existed a genuine possibility for him to ascend to the level of a god among ninjas. Furthermore, as the esteemed disciple of the third Hokage, he garnered significant attention. Thus, it was suggested that clan members refrain from creating any discord with Izumi and to manage their own conduct diligently. In the Hyuga clan, Konoha's second-largest noble family, the atmosphere was similarly charged. Within the confines of the expansive Hyuga estate, Hyuga Hayashi addressed several elders of the main family, stating, I can assert with clarity that I witnessed the battle between Izumi and Orochimaru most keenly today. Izumi is undeniably a true genius, exhibiting no weaknesses and excelling in every aspect. It is accurate to say that he is a prodigy worthy of comparison to the gods of ninjas. I am aware that several of our clan members are Izumi's classmates. Please remind them to maintain a harmonious relationship with him, even if they cannot become friends. They must not provoke him. Understood. We shall ensure compliance. The elders promised Hayashi before bowing and departing. After their departure, Hayashi mused. Only those geniuses who cultivate their talents truly deserve the title. I wonder how far this Izumi will advance in the future? Upon returning to the gates of Konoha, Izumi settled into a reclining chair, reflecting on the insights gained from the apprenticeship banquet. First and foremost, there was the Kusanagi sword obtained from Orochimaru. As Izumi departed from the Sarutobi household, the sword had been meticulously cleaned and maintained. Although the sword was somewhat unwieldy for Izumi's stature, wielding it with both hands posed no issue. Drawing the blade, Izumi felt the chilling aura it emanated. He positioned the sword with the blade facing upward on his lap and plucked a hair from his head, allowing it to drift slowly down onto the blade. Upon contact, the hair was effortlessly severed in two. Next, Izumi retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and struck it forcefully against the sword's blade, with a swift motion. The kunai was likewise cleaved in half, the upper portion flying off to the side. Through these experiments, Izumi discerned that this sword was indeed a remarkably sharp weapon. He could rely on it without concern for his weaponry until he reached the 6 paths level. With a decisive clap of his hands, Izumi mentally chanted, Summoning Technique. Chapter 32. A bountiful feast in a moment of experimentation, Izumi employed the summoning technique with only a minimal amount of chakra. Yet, to his astonishment, a serpent measuring several meters in length materialized before him. The appearance of this elongated creature confirmed to Izumi that his summoning contract was indeed successful. Observing the bewildered expression of the summoned serpent, Izumi kindly explained, I am the new contractor of the Dragon Cave. This summoning was merely a test to verify the success of our contract. There is no further matter at hand, so you may return. With that, the serpent vanished in a puff of smoke. Although the creature summoned was but an inconspicuous snake from the Dragon Cave, those witnessing the event at the gates of Konoha were nonetheless taken aback, engaging in animated discussions. Ignoring the murmurs surrounding him, Izumi continued to ponder in silence. While he had no need for training, the contract with the Dragon Cave would undoubtedly prove advantageous for him. At the very least, it would provide him with a formidable ally as he sought to unify the ninja world. Should he receive sage techniques as rewards in the future, he would possess a legitimate justification for their origin. If necessary, he could even utilize the serpents of the Dragon Cave as a shield, much like Sasuke did. Next, Izumi retrieved a scroll detailing the method for employing the Flying Thunder God technique. After perusing the scroll for merely a few minutes, he began to feel an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. Thus, he tossed the scroll to his shadow clone, instructing it to study diligently. After all, he was to return it to the third Hokage in 3 days, and his shadow clone could endure the toil. While success was not guaranteed, the endeavor would still hold significance for Izumi. He might eventually receive the Flying Thunder God technique as a reward from the system, allowing him to use it without the need for concealment, unlike his previous experience with the Sharingan. It was astonishing to think that he, still a student yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, had access to such an S-rank forbidden technique. It is essential to note that even among the prestigious Uchiha clan, S-rank techniques were exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent among smaller ninja clans. This rarity underscored the value of such techniques. Izumi then reflected on the various gifts he had received in the storage scroll upon leaving the residence of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Most of the attendees at his apprenticeship banquet were prominent figures of Konoha, resulting in an abundance of generous offerings. Upon completing his recollection, he calculated the total worth of all gifts, excluding that from Orochimaru, which amounted to nearly 40 million ryo. For Izumi, this was an extraordinary fortune. After all, a jonin would earn approximately 1 million ryo for completing a single S-rank mission. Thus, 40 million ryo would require a jonin to undertake 40 S-rank missions to accumulate. Moreover, if Izumi recalled correctly, the bounty on Asuma's head was 35 million ryo. This meant that the gifts he received exceeded the price for Asuma's life by 5 million ryo. It could be said that the gifts from this apprenticeship banquet had instantly transformed him from someone who was previously not affluent enough to enjoy a barbecue without splitting the bill, into a person enjoying newfound financial freedom. Although he had previously lamented the darkness surrounding the Hokage lineage, Izumi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a delightful surprise." The banquet had indeed brought him immense rewards, radically altering his social standing. However, Izumi remained humble, fully aware that the brutal Third Great Ninja War would soon unfold. Even masters like the Third Raikage could fall in such a conflict. Thus, despite being recognized as a genius throughout Konoha, the battlefield would be fraught with peril. Furthermore, a Chunin exam awaited him in a month, and if Konoha could field a talent like him, other villages would undoubtedly possess their own formidable contenders. Izumi's objective was straightforward: to pass the Chunin exam and solidify his reputation, transforming the villagers' perception of him from a mere genius into a true powerhouse, taking one step closer to becoming Hokage. With these thoughts in mind, Izumi had finally processed the gains from his apprenticeship banquet. Having nothing further to occupy him, he reclined once more. Before long, Rin sought him out. Dressed in a charming pale green floral dress distinct from her usual attire for the occasion of Izumi's banquet, Rin's appearance struck Izumi as particularly endearing today. Approaching Izumi's side, Rin bent down to gaze at him on the lounge chair and asked, "Izumi-kun, the weather is splendid today. Would you care to explore the village with me?" "Certainly. Let us stroll through the village and sample some of its renowned delicacies," Izumi replied after a moment's contemplation. Having spent a week in Konoha without truly exploring, he felt it was high time to indulge in the local cuisine, especially after acquiring a considerable fortune. Rising from the lounge chair, Izumi and Rin began their journey toward the village center. With a gentle smile, Rin turned to him and inquired, "Izumi-kun, have you ever tried the three-color dango from the village's dango shop? Would you like to taste it?" "Three-color dango? I have never had the pleasure." "Let us go and try it together," Izumi responded, harboring a fondness for sweets and a curiosity about the dango that had captivated so many in Konoha. As they strolled toward the dango shop, engaging in light-hearted conversation, they soon arrived at their destination. To Izumi's surprise, he spotted two familiar faces inside, Asuma and Kurenai. Upon noticing Izumi and Rin's arrival, Asuma's expression became somewhat peculiar. While Izumi and Asuma were not particularly close, their connection as the disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the son of the same Hokage fostered a sense of familiarity between them. Seeing Asuma's nervous demeanor, Izumi chuckled and reassured him, "Asuma, there is no need to be anxious. I won't spill the beans to the old man about your rendezvous with Kurenai." At this, Kurenai shyly turned away. Asuma, feeling slightly affronted, retorted, "You mock me, yet here you are on a date with Rin as well." Izumi glanced at Rin, who remained silent. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Noticing her bashful demeanor, he chose not to rebut Asuma. as he held genuine affection for Rin and welcomed the development of their relationship. After exchanging no further banter with Izumi purchased 4 skewers of dango and departed with Rin. As they meandered through the streets of Konoha, savoring the dango, Rin remarked, "You were truly impressive at the banquet today, Izumi-kun." Then, as if recalling something, she continued, a hint of melancholy in her voice, "With your exceptional talent, it seems unlikely that we will be placed in the same class when we graduate." Turning to Rin, Izumi noticed her gaze cast downward, her expression one of despondence. In that moment, she resembled a pitiable little kitten, evoking an instinctive desire to comfort her. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair as he reassured her, "Do not worry, Rin. I will ensure we are placed in the same class after graduation. Besides, you are far from ordinary. You are one of a kind in this world. I have faith that you will rise to become one of the top kunoichi in the ninja realm." Feeling both bashful and elated from Izumi's affectionate gesture and words, Rin's heart fluttered with joy. So, in Izumi-kun's eyes, I am truly special. Chapter 33. The moment of still water. Though the intention behind Izumi's words to Rin was to offer comfort, the essence of those words reflected Izumi's true thoughts. The third Hokage had informed him that he would soon be joining the Team Minato. However, he would not be a member of Team Minato as a disciple of Minato, but rather because Sarutobi Hiruzen was preoccupied, leaving Minato to serve as a temporary instructor. Thus, the composition of Team Minato would remain unchanged, consisting of Rin, Kakashi, and Obito. Ultimately, it appeared that he would still be in the same class as Rin. Izumi had no doubt about Rin's talent. Her abilities were somewhat reminiscent of Sakura's, possessing formidable chakra control and medical ninjutsu skills. With proper cultivation, it was evident that she could attain the status of a Kage. As they strolled through Konoha, Rin's smile, having been gently ruffled by Izumi, radiated like a blossoming sunflower. After a day of indulging in various delicacies, the evening approached. Izumi returned to the village gate and reclined, drifting into slumber early, mindful of his visit to the Uchiha clan the following morning. The next day, as dawn broke, the familiar sound of the system prompt echoed in Izumi's mind. Ding! The host has watched over the gate for 8 days. Reward: Phantom Body Technique. Upon hearing this, Izumi's expression turned peculiar. The Phantom Body Technique. Wasn't he that a ninjutsu invented by Uchiha Shursui? In the original narrative, Shursui had earned his esteemed reputation on the battlefield through this very technique. It was, without a doubt, one of Shursui's signature abilities, which explained the strangeness of Izumi's demeanor. After all, he was slated to visit the Uchiha clan today, and there was a chance he might encounter Shursui himself. The coincidence of receiving Shursui's iconic technique as a reward was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, Izumi felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this reward, for in his eyes, this ninjutsu was comparable to an S-rank forbidden technique. Contemplating the original inventor of this technique, Shursui, an idea suddenly struck Izumi. Within the Uchiha clan, many prodigies had yet to reach their full potential, such as Shursui and Itachi. If Izumi aspired to become Hokage and ultimately unify the ninja world, could he not take advantage of Shursui and Itachi's current immaturity to accept them as his disciples? Once they matured, they could become significant allies in his endeavors. The more he pondered this notion, the more feasible it appeared. However, he needed to consider the perspective of his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The current relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan was delicate. If he were to hastily accept Shursui and Itachi as disciples, it might provoke excessive scrutiny from the villagers. Therefore, it was imperative to consult Hiruzen's opinion before proceeding. With this thought in mind, Izumi rose from his chair and made his way to the Hokage's office. In his estimation, Hiruzen would likely acquiesce, for unlike Danzo, he genuinely wished to mend the rift between the village and the Uchiha clan. Accepting Shursui and Itachi as disciples could serve this purpose. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Izumi encountered no obstacles as he approached the office door. He knocked gently. "Is that you, Izumi?" "Come in," came Hiruzen's voice from within. As Izumi entered, he found Hiruzen just setting down his pen and looking in his direction. "Izumi, what brings you here?" Hiruzen inquired. "Master, after yesterday's banquet, Uchiha Fugaku invited me to visit the Uchiha clan today," Izumi replied. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Although he was already aware of this invitation, Izumi's decision to inform him showed a commendable transparency. Izumi continued, "I have heard that the Uchiha clan is home to many talented individuals, which sparked an idea. If I were to identify any prodigies within the Uchiha clan whom I deem worthy, may I take them as my disciples?" After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Your idea is indeed commendable. The Uchiha clan is rich in talent. Taking them as disciples for guidance could serve as a significant boon for the village in the future. If you identify any worthy individuals, feel free to accept them as your disciples. Thank you for your approval. With that, I have no further matters to discuss. I shall proceed to the Uchiha clan, Izumi stated. Very well, go ahead, Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. After Izumi departed, Hiruzen gazed in the direction he had left, murmuring, Izumi is truly astute, exhibiting a maturity beyond that of ordinary children. His ability to recognize individuals like Might Guy and to consider taking Uchiha prodigies as disciples reveals his foresight. I hope he can serve as a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan, fostering a better relationship. Taking a puff from his pipe, Hiruzen continued to ponder. While Izumi is already preparing for the future, I, as Hokage, must also anticipate what lies ahead. The atmosphere of war is thickening throughout the ninja world. It is time to summon Jiraiya back to be on standby, ready to adapt to any changes in the situation. Hiruzen called out Shinzo. A masked Umbu appeared before him. A few days ago, I instructed you to write to Jiraiya, requesting his return for Izumi's apprenticeship banquet, but he has yet to arrive. Prompt him again. Emphasizing that the Chunin exam is approaching and that he must return to oversee the proceedings as the chief examiner. With the participation of several villages, excluding Iwagakure, it is crucial for him to be present to maintain order. I have heard that the teams from Kirigakure and Kumogakure are led by formidable leaders, and the participating Jonin possess strong abilities. Orochimaru is preoccupied with research. Only Jiraiya can keep them in check. Understood. Shinzo responded before swiftly departing. After leaving the Hokage office, Izumi made his way to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this point, Obito was still in Konoha, and the Nine Tails incident had yet to occur. The Uchiha clan's territory had not yet been relocated to the outskirts of the village. Nevertheless, as Izumi entered the Uchiha compound, he noticed that the number of passers-by was dwindling. Even when he encountered a few individuals, they were predominantly members of the Uchiha clan, indicating a growing rift between the villagers and the Uchiha. Upon arriving at Fugaku's residence, a servant, already briefed by Uchiha Fugaku, guided Izumi into the Uchiha household. Chapter 34. The Phantom Body Technique and Sure-Sway. Upon the arrival of Izumi, Uchiha Fugaku rose to his feet. Welcome, Izumi-kun, to our Uchiha clan, he greeted warmly. Thank you, Fugaku-senpai, for inviting me to the Uchiha clan. This is my first visit, Izumi responded courteously. If you enjoy your time here, feel free to visit us often, Fugaku replied. Encouragingly. Certainly, I shall come again, Izumi nodded in agreement. After entering Fugaku's home and taking a seat, a girl with long black hair and striking black eyes, Uchiha Makoto, served tea to both Izumi and Fugaku. At that moment, two children emerged from the room. The older child, appearing about 6 years of age, sported a round nose and wore a black high-collared short-sleeve shirt paired with black trousers. A brown shoulder guard adorned his right shoulder, and white cloth wrapped around his legs, with the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on the back of his shirt. He carried a small tanto on his back. Recognizing the attire and appearance, Izumi instantly identified him as Uchiha Sure-Sway, a student at the Ninja Academy, 2 years his junior. Izumi's gaze shifted to the other child, who seemed only 2 or 3 years old. This boy had short black hair and black eyes, dressed in simple clothing emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan symbol. Recognizing him, Izumi realized this was Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Clearly, Fugaku intended for Izumi to meet these two children. After the children stepped out, Fugaku introduced them. These two are our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Sure-Sway, and my son, Uchiha Itachi. Hello, Izumi greeted them amiably. Izumi-senpai, Sure-Sway and Itachi greeted him in return. I witnessed the battle between you and Kakashi-senpai last time, Izumi-senpai, Sure-Sway remarked, enthusiasm in his tone. Your prowess is truly remarkable. I hope you can guide me in the future. Of course. In fact, I have time right now. Would you like to join me at the training ground for a spar? Izumi proposed. Absolutely, Sure-Sway responded eagerly. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku led Izumi to the training area at his home. Upon their arrival, an impish thought crossed Izumi's mind, and he turned to Sure-Sway. Sure-Sway, how about we engage in a friendly match? I'd like to assess your weaknesses while testing a newly invented jutsu. Sure, Sure-Sway nodded, intrigued. Fugaku, overhearing Izumi's words, felt a wave of curiosity. A newly invented jutsu? Could it be that Izumi has developed another technique? He marveled at the genius of Izumi, who, at such a young age, could create one technique after another while most could scarcely master existing jutsu. as they stood facing each other. Izumi clapped his hands and silently chanted, "Phantom Body Technique." The mischievous intent behind this jutsu was to test its effectiveness against Shursui, the very target of his experiment. Having just acquired this technique, he sought to understand its characteristics while simultaneously discovering Shursui's weaknesses. As he executed the technique, Izumi's eyes transformed into Sharingan. Yet his appearance and aura remained unchanged. Simultaneously, 3 phantoms of Izumi materialized beside him, with his true self blending among them as he advanced toward Shursui. Upon closing the distance, 2 of Izumi's phantoms swung their fists at Shursui. Seeing so many phantoms attacking him, Shursui decisively activated his Sharingan. However, under the gaze of his newly awakened abilities, he could discern no difference among the figures. Could these be shadow clones? No, Izumi-senpai mentioned this was a newly developed technique. Unable to identify which of the phantoms was the real Izumi, Shursui extended both hands to intercept the punches from the 2 phantoms. Using the momentum from the impact, Shursui executed a backflip, creating distance between himself and Izumi's illusions. He then retrieved 4 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Izumi and his phantoms. However, to Shursui's astonishment, all 4 shuriken passed harmlessly through Izumi's form. Why did he appear solid during his attack, yet now he seems to be an illusion? Just then, one of the Izumi phantoms swiftly appeared behind Shursui, pressing a shuriken against his neck. "Shursui, this is my recently developed teleportation technique. My technique does not possess a physical form, yet paradoxically, it can be considered as possessing one." As he retracted the shuriken, Izumi explained, "Fugaku." Observing the entire confrontation with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, could not discern any flaws in the technique. It was as if each one was the real body during the attack. Yet they transformed into phantoms when struck. Moreover, the speed at which this technique operates surpasses that of conventional shadow clones. Such velocity rivals even space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. This must be at least an A-rank technique. Izumi possesses extraordinary talent, inventing A-rank jutsu one after another. After being bested by Izumi, Shursui momentarily stood in awe before quickly regaining his composure. "Izumi-senpai, you are truly impressive, defeating me so effortlessly. I have no idea how to counter that technique." Izumi merely smiled, not responding, as he was well aware that this technique was not originally his invention. It was merely a reward he received from his observations. With a friendly grin, Izumi inquired, "Shursui, since this technique is so remarkable, would you like to learn it?" "Really? Can I truly learn it?" Shursui asked, excitement lighting up his face. "Of course. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Moreover, with your Sharingan. I have just thought of a method to utilize this technique through it." "Yes, I definitely want to learn," Shursui replied eagerly. Izumi then turned to Itachi, who was watching intently. "Itachi, you should also listen in." Itachi's face brightened with a radiant smile. Although he did not fully comprehend the value and power of the technique, he had witnessed Izumi use it to defeat his admired older brother, Shursui. Meanwhile, Fugaku, observing from a distance, felt a genuine smile emerge. Is this the aura of a genius with talent rivaling that of the god of ninjas? To teach an A-rank technique so casually to others, and to adapt it instantly for Shursui's Sharingan. With such talent and charisma, he might indeed become a bridge to restore goodwill between our Uchiha clan and the village. Recognizing the moment, Fugaku discreetly exited the training ground. While Izumi had decided to impart this technique to Shursui and Itachi, he had not extended the same offer to Fugaku. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku possessed the discernment to understand this unspoken boundary. Chapter 35, The Acquisition of 2 Exceptional Disciples. After teaching Shursui and Itachi for a while, the time for lunch arrived. Following their meal, Shursui led Itachi back to their room, leaving only Chunin and Fugaku in the living room. With a clear purpose in mind, Chunin directly addressed Fugaku. "Senior Fugaku, one of my classmates named Might Guy, whose father is Might Due, is seeking to join the Konoha police department. I wonder what your thoughts on this matter are." "That Might Due must be the watermelon-headed ninja who attended your apprenticeship banquet yesterday, correct?" Fugaku replied. "Indeed, that is him." Upon hearing Chuyun's answer, Fugaku's indecision became evident. He appeared hesitant and then spoke. "With your endorsement, I have no objections. If you regard him highly, his abilities must be commendable. However, I fear that the 3rd Hokage and some of our Uchiha clan members may hold differing opinions. I have already discussed this with my master, who is completely in agreement. As for the perspectives of the other Uchiha clan members, I have some insights." Chunin continued. "What do you think of the current relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village? To be frank, Our relationship with the village is not in a good state. Fugaku replied candidly. In my view, both the village and the Uchiha clan share the blame for this situation. Chiyun's straightforward acknowledgement of the village's faults surprised Fugaku. After all, such candidness was not something that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chiyun's master, would express so openly. Chunin then added, likewise, these are merely my personal viewpoints. Regardless of the reasons behind the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, the only way to bridge this gap is to enhance communication. However, most of our clan members are currently serving in the Konoha police department, which is exclusively staffed by Uchiha. This situation significantly limits their avenues for interaction with other ninjas in the village. Furthermore, the police department's handling of many unlawful matters often alienates the village's civilians. Therefore, in order to improve the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, it is imperative to break the precedent of the police department being solely comprised of Uchiha members. Of course, the final decision rests in your hands, Senior Fugaku. The future relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village also lies within your purview. After listening to Chuyun's insights, Fugaku struggled for a moment before responding, Indeed, you are correct, Chuyun. I shall persuade the clan members on this matter. Might Due is a very humble and amiable person, and I believe his presence will positively influence the public perception of your police department. Chuyun continued, Additionally, I have observed that both Shursui and Itachi possess remarkable talents. I wish to take them as my disciples, and I seek your approval, clan leader Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Fugaku, who had been deep in thought, suddenly lifted his head. It would indeed be their honor to be accepted as disciples by you, Chiyun. I have no objections. If Chiyun's earlier suggestion regarding Might Due had raised Fugaku's suspicions about Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions to meddle in the police department's affairs, his proposal to take Shursui and Itachi as disciples completely dissipated those doubts. Since the establishment of Konoha, only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had taken an Uchiha as a disciple, and since then, the Uchiha clan had lost direct ties with the Hokage lineage. Now, Chun not only sought to take Uchiha clan members as disciples but two at once. In the ninja world, the master-disciple relationship is akin to that of father and son. Therefore, Chiyun's decision to accept both Shursui and Itachi as disciples deeply entwined him with the Uchiha clan. Though young, Chiyun held significant status within the Hokage lineage and was greatly valued by the third Hokage. His position allowed him to forge a profound bond with the Uchiha clan, which could not help but signify his sincerity. Thus, Fugaku completely dismissed any lingering doubts regarding Chiyun and the third Hokage. Consequently, Fugaku instructed Mikoto to bring Shursui and Itachi to the living room. Upon seeing them, Chiyun addressed the two, Shursui, Itachi. I find your talents outstanding and wish to take you as my disciples. Would you be willing? Before they could respond, Chiyun turned his gaze to Shursui. Shursui, you are not much younger than I am. Technically, you are my junior. If you have any reservations about this, it is perfectly acceptable to decline. No, Chiyun-senpai, I am more than willing, Shursui replied immediately. In my view, in the ninja world, strength should dictate who becomes a master, and age should not be a barrier. Indeed, the worthy should be mentors. Your perspective is commendable. After praising Shursui, Chuyun turned his attention to Itachi. And you, Itachi, are you willing? Itachi looked to Fugaku, who gave him an encouraging nod, and then he replied, I am willing as well. With both affirmations, Chiyun smiled. He then announced, from this day forth, you shall both be my disciples, and simultaneously, the grand students of the third Hokage. However, as I am still quite young, hosting a formal apprenticeship banquet is challenging. I hope you will bear with me. Master, it matters not. As long as we can become your disciples, we would gladly pay any price, Shursui said with a smile. Thus, after performing the customary apprenticeship rites at Fugaku's residence, Shursui and Itachi were accepted as Chiyun's disciples. With the formalities concluded, Chiyun bid farewell to Fugaku, who accompanied him to the door. Chiyun then said to Shursui and Itachi, should you have any questions, feel free to approach me at the main gate of Konoha. I will also visit frequently to instruct you. Understood, master. Goodbye. Shursui and Itachi replied in unison. After leaving Fugaku's home, Chiyun inquired with a passing Uchiha clan member to ascertain the location of Obito's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha household, Chiyun discovered Obito assisting his grandmother with household chores. Seeing Chiyun arrive, Obito beamed with delight. Chiyun, what brings you here? I came to speak with Senior Fugaku and, in the process, have accepted Shursui and Itachi as my disciples. Who would have thought that you, being the same age as me, have already taken on 2 disciples. I must not fall behind. It seems I should also take on some disciples. Obito declared, his expression one of defiance. With your abilities, taking on disciples? My disciple Shursui has already awakened his Sharingan, while you, an elder of the Uchiha clan, have yet to activate yours, Chunin teased. Obito retorted, somewhat defensively. What is so special about awakening a single Tomo Sharingan? I will activate my Sharingan sooner or later, and who knows, I might even awaken a 2 Tomo Sharingan. Chapter 36. Surpassing Kakashi in half an hour. Kakashi's utter frustration early the next morning, before Izumo awoke, Danzo, with a serious expression, knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Upon entering Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, he inquired, Danzo, what brings you here so early? Is there something troubling you? Hiruzen. How can you even ask? Why has Izumo taken on 2 young members of the Uchiha clan as his disciples? Both Hiruzen and Izumo had no intention of concealing this matter. Indeed, they desired for the entire village to be aware of it. Such transparency would demonstrate the Hokage's clear stance towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, Hiruzen did not evade the question and replied directly to Danzo. Izumo informed me in advance that he has taken Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui as his apprentices. These 2 children of the Uchiha clan possess exceptional talent and are indeed worthy of being Izumo's disciples. Moreover, given the current strained relations between the village and the Uchiha, this move could potentially mend those ties. Danzo, without a hint of politeness, retorted, Hiruzen, it seems you are already muddled despite your youth. How could a genius like Izumo possibly associate with those wicked Uchiha brats? I doubt you can adequately guide Izumo, since you lack the time to mentor him. Why not hand him over to Root? I will ensure he becomes a formidable weapon for the village. Haven't you forgotten, Danzo? Our comrade Uchiha Kagami is also a member of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen countered. Since the second Hokage once accepted Kagami as a disciple, why should Izumo not take talented individuals from the Uchiha as his own? Furthermore, since I have already taken Izumo as my apprentice, I would appreciate it if you refrained from interfering. I will have Minato teach him in my stead. You wouldn't want Root's influence to vanish from Konoha, would you? Bang. Hiruzen, you will regret allowing Izumo to associate with the Uchiha clan so recklessly. Danzo argued, unable to prevail against Hiruzen, and stormed out. Hurry back, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen shot back sharply. At the gates of Konoha, Izumo remained blissfully unaware of the heated exchange between his mentor and Danzo regarding his situation. He had just been roused from his slumber by the system prompt echoing in his mind. Ding. Host has mastered the art of the sword for 9 days. Reward. The elite Konoha sword technique. Izumo felt immense satisfaction with this reward. After all, he had recently acquired the Kusanagi sword, which placed his weaponry at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Yet, his proficiency in swordsmanship was dismally low. Receiving the Konoha sword technique would alleviate his considerable shortcomings. This technique was renowned as one of the finest in the ninja realm. Kakashi's father had earned the moniker White Fang through his mastery of this very technique, illustrating its formidable nature. However, Izumo pondered what level of skill he had actually obtained. Was it on par with Tsukumo's prowess or Kakashi's? Upon accepting the reward, Izumo realized that the Konoha sword technique he had acquired was likely not far from Tsukumo's level, even if it did not reach it. Compared to Kakashi, who had inherited little of the Konoha swordsmanship legacy, Izumo's abilities had surged to an extraordinary height. Yet, to fully realize the potential of the Konoha sword technique, his physical conditioning remained a significant hindrance. After all, swordsmanship demanded high physical standards rather than an extensive chakra reserve. Thus, Izumo's current physicality as an ungraduated student was insufficient to wield the Konoha sword technique effectively. Additionally, Izumo faced another dilemma. He had never met Tsukumo and had not studied the Konoha sword technique. It would be utterly impossible to justify how he had seemingly mastered it to such a high degree. Therefore, Izumo devised a plan to feign a visit to Kakashi's home after school to request instruction in swordsmanship. This way, when he eventually employed the Konoha sword technique, others would not question its origins. With this thought in mind, Izumo rose from his seat, purchased breakfast on the way, and set off toward the ninja academy. Upon arrival, he noted that class had yet to commence. Seizing the opportunity, he approached Kakashi and tapped him on the shoulder. Kakashi turned to him, and Izumo spoke. Kakashi, as you know, I recently acquired the Kusanagi sword, but I have little knowledge of swordsmanship. May I visit your home after school to learn from you? Absolutely. I too wish to spar with you, Kakashi readily agreed. Then it is settled, Izumo replied, sealing their agreement. The day swiftly passed, and soon the bell for dismissal rang. Following Kakashi home, Izumo was surprised to find that Kakashi's abode was quite spacious. However, the only downside was that it had been neglected for far too long, leaving it in a state of disarray. As Izumo's gaze fell upon the scattered tissues by the bedside, the crumpled blankets, and the litter strewn across the floor, Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Let me tidy up a bit," he said, immediately setting to work with a speed comparable to the quickness with which he removed his mask to eat in front of others. Izumo assisted him in the endeavor. While tidying up, Kakashi remarked, "You are the first person to visit my home since my father's passing. Is that so? Then it is truly an honor," Izumo replied. Once the cleaning was complete, Kakashi picked up a wooden sword to instruct Izumo in the art of swordsmanship. As Kakashi taught him, Izumo soon realized that the technique being imparted was indeed the Konoha sword technique. Furthermore, he noticed that Kakashi held nothing back, generously sharing all he knew. This deepened Izumo's appreciation for Kakashi as a friend. In the process of teaching, Kakashi was taken aback by Izumo's rapid progress. If Kakashi had improved significantly under his father's tutelage, Izumo's advancement was nothing short of miraculous, akin to a transformation occurring every second. He was making astonishing strides, truly remarkable. Had Kakashi not witnessed Izumo's earlier clumsiness when sparring against Orochimaru, he might have suspected that Izumo had studied the Konoha sword technique beforehand. Half an hour later, Kakashi was drenched in sweat from the intensity of the session. Izumo's progress had been overwhelmingly swift. In just half an hour, his skills had nearly matched Kakashi's own. If not for the absence of the signature white hair characteristic of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi might have questioned whether Izumo was his father's illegitimate child. With a look of defeat, Kakashi addressed Izumo, "Let us conclude our lesson for today. I have nothing more to teach you. Your talent is simply extraordinary. No wonder you continue to grow stronger while lounging at the gates of Konoha." Chapter 37. Class Assignment and Joint Nin Exam. Upon returning to the gates of Konoha from Kakashi's residence, Izumi lay down directly. The following day, as customary, he awoke to the melodious chime of the system notification. Ding. The host has guarded the gates for 10 days. Reward: B-rank fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. This ninjutsu is one of Madara's signature fire techniques. Izumi did not need to experiment. He was acutely aware of the technique's formidable power in Madara's hands. Possessing a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan akin to Madara's, the potency of the technique wielded by him would not be significantly diminished. In the original narrative, when Madara unleashed Great Fire Annihilation, he expelled an immense fireball toward the ground, akin to a meteor crashing down. Once this colossal fireball made contact, flames would swiftly spread, engulfing the area in a sea of fire. Thus, Izumi could easily surmise the technique's might without personal experimentation, especially since he lacked the conditions to do so within Konoha. In the subsequent period, Izumi accrued numerous rewards: an extension of life by 10 years, an increase of 0.1 chakra, and a doubling of physical constitution. Additionally, he acquired the methods for applying and releasing the caged bird curse seal. On the morning of the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy, Izumi finally addressed his sole shortcoming: his physique. Now, not only had his physical condition reached the level of an average adult nin, but his height also surged to approximately 1.7 meters. Consequently, Izumi, who had once been shorter than Kakashi, appeared somewhat taller than him. He could now effortlessly wield the Kusanagi sword in battle with one hand. As Izumi continued to develop quietly, his overall strength finally ascended to the rank of jonin. Securing the Kusanagi sword on his back, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving, he found Rin already present in the classroom, seated behind him. Upon noticing Izumi's arrival, Rin waved enthusiastically. As Izumi approached her, Rin's face radiated joy and surprise. "Izumi-kun, after just one night, how have you grown so much taller?" she exclaimed. "After returning to the gates of Konoha yesterday, I went to the Konoha forest to pick some fruits, and somehow I discovered this morning that I had grown significantly taller," Izumi replied, weaving a benign fib. After all, when Tsutsuki Kagaya consumed the fruit of the god tree, she became the goddess of the moon, so it seemed plausible that I, Kamatsuki Izumi, could grow a little taller from consuming a few fruits, right? "Izumi-kun, if you're hungry, there's no need to venture into the Konoha forest for fruits. I can come to your home every day to cook for you," Rin shyly suggested, lowering her gaze. "Sure. How about you cook lunch and dinner for me every day from now on?" Izumi responded without hesitation, eagerly accepting her offer. "All right. But every time I come to cook for Izumi-kun, I would also like to share the meal with you at your place." considering it a form of compensation for my efforts. How does that sound? Rin coyly stated, her intentions clear as she sought to spend more time with him. That sounds perfect. I appreciate it, Rin, Izumi agreed. After sharing a pleasant conversation, Kakashi, Obito, and others arrived in the classroom. The sudden growth spurt of Izumi, towering by 2 or 3 centimeters overnight, became a hot topic of discussion among them. Obito, brimming with excitement, remarked, I should go to the Konoha forest and pick some fruits as well. Who knows, I might grow as much as Izumi. Soon after, Sarutobi Koji entered the classroom and announced the commencement of the graduation examinations. Unsurprisingly, Izumi passed the graduation exam with flying colors. As for Obito and Guy, who had previously struggled to meet the requirements, with Izumi's assistance days prior, they too had developed the capability to pass and succeeded. With the graduation exams behind them, the eagerly anticipated class assignment began. Sarutobi Koji stood at the podium, reading out the names of the assigned classes. Class 1. Class 7. Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing this, both Rin and Kakashi exchanged glances of disappointment, while Obito's expression was a mixture of joy and discontent. Their eyes involuntarily drifted toward Izumi, who sat between them. Then, they heard the announcement, and Kamatsuki Izumi. At the sound of this name, their expressions brightened with joy. While Izumi remained impassive, he had already surmised from Sarutobi Hiruzen that this would be the outcome of the class assignment. Once the assignments were complete, Sarutobi Koji addressed the class. The class assignments are concluded. You shall await your respective jonin to escort you. Before long, the ever-late Minato entered the classroom, this time arriving punctually. With his golden hair and a smile, he beckoned, Class 7, follow me. The 4 of them trailed Minato out of the ninja academy and into an open area of Konoha. Observing the group, Minato smiled and said, Let us begin with some introductions. I shall go first. I am Namikaze Minato, a jonin of Konoha, fond of the meals prepared by Kushina, with an interest in reading, and my dream is to become Hokage. After Minato's introduction, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin took turns introducing themselves. I am Uchiha Obito. I enjoy helping those in need, despise my weaker self, and aspire to become Hokage. I am Hatake Kakashi. I relish salt-grilled mackerel, miso soup with eggplant, detest tempura, have a penchant for reading, and dream of becoming the captain of the Umbu. I am Nohara Rin, fond of strawberries, dislike overly cooked seafood, collect shells, and aspire to become a top female ninja in the shinobi world. Finally, it was Izumi's turn. I am Kamatsuki Izumi. I take pleasure in lying at the gates of Konoha, detest situations that prevent me from doing so, enjoy lying at the gates of Konoha, and dream of becoming Hokage while lying at the gates of Konoha. Upon finishing his introduction, Obito burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, Izumi, what kind of self-introduction is that? Is there nothing else you do besides lying at the gates of Konoha? He then turned to Kakashi. And Kakashi, I didn't expect your dream to be to become an Umbu captain. Does that mean you wish to serve under me as Hokage? Ha ha. Kakashi glanced at Izumi and countered Obito. Not only do you dream of becoming Hokage, perhaps I shall become Izumi's Umbu captain instead. We are good brothers, so it matters not who becomes Hokage. Obito, carefree, scratched his head in amusement. After patiently waiting for Obito's antics to subside, Minato addressed the 4 of them. One point of clarification. Although the village has assigned you 4 to 1 class, only Rin, Obito, and Kakashi truly belong to Class 7. As for Izumi-kun, he has been assigned to my team due to the 3rd Hokage's busy schedule, allowing me to mentor him. After all, it is unprecedented in the shinobi world for 4 individuals to share a class. Rin and the others understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Since the teacher has assigned me to your team, I shall call you Minato-sensei from now on, and you may simply refer to me as Izumi, he stated. Recognizing Minato as the leader of their squad, it would be inappropriate to continue addressing him as little uncle during missions. Very well, Minato nodded in agreement. He then adopted a more serious demeanor, cautioning the group, in approximately 1 week, the village will hold a joint jonin exam with the Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Cloud Village, and Hidden Sand Village. You, among others, are the prodigies of the village. The village hopes that our team can partake in the upcoming joint jonin exams. Therefore, for the next week or so, we must prepare diligently for battle. Chapter 38. The shocking fate of Minato. Minato retrieved 3 bells from his pocket and addressed the 4 members of Team Izumo. First and foremost, I wish to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to be promoted to Genin. I have here 3 bells. Those who seize one may remain with me in Team Minato. Those who fail to do so will be sent back to the academy. Upon hearing this, Izumo remained composed, while Rin and her companions fell into contemplation. None of them wished to return to the ninja academy, nor did they want their comrades to face the same fate. After a few moments, Rin and her companions turned their gazes toward Izumo in unison. Izumo, what do you think we should do? Perhaps we should first unite our efforts to snatch the bells from Captain Minato before discussing how to share them. Understanding that Minato's threat of returning them to the academy was merely a ruse, Izumo proposed this strategy. Rin and her companions nodded in agreement, saying, Izumo, that's a splendid idea. You shall take charge of the operation. Excellent, let us step aside and devise our battle plan. Izumo replied as he led the three to a nearby spot. Minato observed them from a distance, a smile of approval gracing his features. It appeared that this apprentice, who only partially belonged to the team, was indeed the backbone of their group. The third Hokage had expressed concern that the passing of SHM Senpai might impact Kakashi and the others' camaraderie. However, it seemed that under this young apprentice's influence, Kakashi faced no such dilemma. After a brief contemplation, Izumo outlined their strategy. We will first proceed in this manner, then that, followed by this, and ultimately conclude with this. Do you all comprehend? Understood. Rin and her companions nodded. Captain Minato, we have devised our battle plan. Shall we head to the forest and commence? Izumo inquired. No problem. I shall await your arrival here, Minato replied with a smile. Leading the four into the small woods, Minato stood in an open area. Curiosity bubbling within him. What could their battle plan entail? Will it bring me a surprise? Soon, Izumo and Kakashi emerged from the thicket, each wielding a kunai as they charged toward Minato. Rin followed closely, armed with an array of shuriken. As Izumo and Kakashi approached, they aimed their kunai at various parts of Minato's body. In response, Minato deftly blocked their strikes with kunai held in both hands, while Rin continued to launch shuriken at him from a distance. Despite the coordinated assault from the three, Minato, now at the level of a Kage, managed to fend them off with relative ease, though he found himself slightly flustered. Minato mused, is this truly the extent of Izumo's plan? I expected something more surprising. But where is Obito? Why is he not joining the fray? Just as he pondered this, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Obito had transformed into a shuriken from the outset, only to be hurled by Rin behind Minato, intending to catch him off guard while he dealt with Izumo and Kakashi. Feeling the ominous premonition, Minato's instincts alerted him to the imminent danger from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Izumo had already locked eyes with him. In an instant, a vivid illusion flashed through Minato's mind, depicting him being struck by Obito's surprise attack. At that very moment, Izumo seized the three bells from Minato's waist. Upon breaking free from the illusion, Minato instinctively leaped aside, his hand instinctively covering his backside. Thank goodness it was just an illusion. Initially dismissing his apprentice's plan as unremarkable, he now realized it was far more than that. It was downright alarming. Suppressing his lingering trepidation, Minato addressed Izumo and the others earnestly. Your performance was commendable. As such, you may all remain in Team Minato, and there is no need to distribute the bells. At this revelation, Kakashi and Rin, previously in the dark, realized that Minato's earlier warning about returning to the academy was mere bluster. Only Obito leaped for joy, exclaiming, Hooray! We can all stay. Idiot, Kakashi muttered under his breath, observing Obito's exuberance. What did you say, Kakashi? Obito retorted playfully, mimicking the gesture for a surprise attack. Kakashi instinctively took a step back, opting to refrain from further argument. Ha ha ha, Izumo's plan truly works wonders. Obito laughed heartily. At noon, Minato treated Izumo and the others to a barbecue. In the afternoon, he took on several D-rank missions, leading the four in tasks such as finding lost cats, babysitting, and harvesting sweet potatoes. Thus, the day passed pleasantly and productively. That evening, Minato invited Izumo and the others to his home for dinner, allowing them to savor Kushina's culinary skills. As they walked back to the village gate, Izumo turned to Obito and asked, Obito, during your self-introduction today, why did you say you despised your weaker self? I can't believe you noticed that, Izumo. You're truly a good friend, Obito replied, scratching his head with a smile. Among our quartet, your talent is remarkable, rivaling that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, while not quite at your level, is hardly inferior to Minato-sensei. Rin excels in chakra control and medical ninjutsu, but I feel like I'm on a different plane altogether, too ordinary and weak. Obito, do you remember what I told you? You will become a formidable force, surpassing even the Kage level, perhaps one of the strongest in the ninja world, Izumo reassured him. Do you doubt me? Or do you doubt yourself? Obito hastily waved his hands in protest. Izumo, it's not that I don't believe in you. Perhaps I could indeed become the kind of strong person you envision in the future, but right now, I am undeniably weak. Izumo comforted him, saying, there's no need to rush. Each person has their moment to shine. You simply have not yet arrived at your time to grow stronger. Chapter 39, Kisame Hashigaki, Ao Ajetsu Mangetsu. In the separation from Obito, after parting ways with Obito, Izumi pondered for a moment. He indeed possessed a method to strengthen Obito. Yet the time was not ripe for such an endeavor. He believed that when the moment arrived, when he could inquire why Obito despised his weaker self, and Obito could no longer smile, it would signify his ascension to power. This characteristic was intrinsic to the Uchiha clan. The following day, the familiar chime of the system echoed in Izumi's mind. Ding. The host is guarded for 27 days. Reward, 0. 1 chakra. Ah, another 0. 1 chakra. Not bad. At least his strength was steadily advancing. After purchasing breakfast on the street, Izumi proceeded towards the designated meeting spot agreed upon with Minato and the others. As he passed by the Konoha hot springs, Izumi unexpectedly spotted a figure. Atop the hot springs building stood a tall man, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, and a red mark beneath his eyes. The middle-aged man, dressed in a crimson outer robe over a brown ninja outfit, obliviously gazed excitedly into the hot springs, entirely unaware that Izumi had noticed him. Upon recognizing the figure, a name immediately surfaced in Izumi's mind, Jiraiya. Observing Jiraiya's clandestine antics at the hot springs, Izumi muttered to himself, what brings Jiraiya here so early to gather material? The sound of his voice alerted Jiraiya, who quickly fled, muttering, wasn't that my little junior disciple? The old man summoned me back. I wanted to get to know this junior and leave him with a grand impression. Who would have thought I'd be discovered while gathering material? Now I must wait until he forgets this incident before I can meet him again. But how did he know I enjoy gathering material? Could it be that the third Hokage informed him? Izumi continued towards the meeting spot with Minato, contemplating, why has Jiraiya returned now? With only a few days until the joint Chunin exams, could it be that the old man summoned him back to maintain order? Or perhaps he has sensed the impending possibility of the third great ninja war. Soon, Izumi arrived at the rendezvous point, dismissing these thoughts. In the morning, Minato did not lead Izumi and the others on more D-rank missions, instead opting to have them simulate combat scenarios to enhance their teamwork. The morning swiftly passed. At noon, Izumi habitually headed toward the Konoha gate. Before long, he heard Rin's voice calling from behind, Izumi-kun, wait for me. Rin caught up to Izumi, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she said, Izumi-kun, didn't you say yesterday that you'd like me to cook for you at noon and in the evenings? Let us head to your house now. Sure, Izumi replied with a smile. Walking side by side towards Izumi's home, they stopped to purchase some ingredients along the way. Upon arriving, Izumi pushed open the door, stirring up a cloud of dust. Embarrassed, he explained to Rin, I've barely been home this past month. Spending most of my time at school or at the Konoha gate, it's accumulated quite a bit of dust. No worries, I'll help you clean up, Izumi-kun. Rin replied, unfazed, and promptly began tidying up. She soaked a cloth in a bucket of water and started wiping down the surfaces in Izumi's home. Izumi joined her, taking up a cloth of his own. After they finished cleaning, Rin began preparing lunch while Izumi assisted her. As Rin cooked, Izumi chopped vegetables nearby, while he sliced. A wave of unfamiliar emotions washed over him. Despite living two lives, he had never experienced the joys of marriage. Now, as he shared household chores and cooking with Rin, he felt a true sense of home. His initial fondness for Rin had gradually evolved into a perception of her as the ideal partner. The following days passed in a harmonious blend of training and cooking together with Rin. Before long, the eve of the joint Chunin exams arrived. That day, after gathering, Minato addressed Izumi and the others. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the joint Chunin exams. Today, the lower ninjas from various villages participating in the exams will be arriving. Let us head to the Konoha gate. I'll share the intel I've gathered about them. Upon reaching the Konoha gate, the group had yet to see the other village's lower ninjas. However, they encountered Izumi's shadow clone, diligently transcribing notes. Thanks to the efforts of his shadow clone, Izumi had achieved a perfect score on his theoretical examination during graduation. Obito teased Izumi with a grin. Izumi, you really haven't changed, even when you're away. You leave a shadow clone at the Konoha gate. No wonder you seem to grow stronger despite your lack of effort. It's all thanks to your shadow clone working hard for you. Kakashi chimed in with a smirk. Unfazed, Izumi chuckled heartily indeed. There's no such thing as innate talent. It's merely my shadow clone bearing the weight of my journey. As they conversed, the team from the Mist Village participating in the Chunin exams made their entrance, led by the rotund and orange-haired Suigetsu Hoshigaki. Following closely behind him were Aoigetsu Mangetsu and Kisame Hoshigaki, with Aoigetsu even walking ahead of Kisame. Aoigetsu sported white hair styled into vertical braids, with a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck. Kisame, with his deep blue long hair, wore a visage reminiscent of a shark, his skin color accentuating his sharp teeth and golden eyes. As Minato observed the Mist Village team, he introduced them to Izumi and the others. The young man with deep blue hair is Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the geniuses participating in this Chunin exam from the Mist. Although he is classified as a jonin, he possesses strength comparable to a special jonin. It is said that he possesses an immense chakra reserve, earning him the moniker the Tailless Beast. Moreover, he has the ability to absorb others' chakra through physical contact. Therefore, you must exercise caution around him. Rin and the others nodded solemnly, fully aware of Kisame's formidable capabilities. After all, Kisame was a member of the Akatsuki in the original narrative, wielding strength at the level of a Kage. His current prowess was certainly not to be underestimated. Minato then turned his attention to Aoigetsu, his expression growing increasingly grave. While Kisame's strength and talent were already impressive, he was only the second strongest among the Mist ninjas participating in this exam. The first was none other than the one walking ahead, Aoigetsu Mangetsu. Chapter 40. A person is a team with a grave expression. Watergate explained to the four of them that despite his young age, Hozuki Mangetsu had already mastered the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen within the ranks of the Mist Village. He was virtually predetermined to be one of the next members of this esteemed group. He was referred to as a prodigy, someone who treats all 7 swords as his prey, adored by the swordsmen. It was evident that both his swordsmanship and strength were formidable. If one were to compare the strength of Kisame Hoshigaki to that of a special jonin, then Hozuki Mangetsu had already attained the level of a special jonin himself. Thus, he was the contestant that required the utmost attention from them in this Chunin exam. Upon hearing Watergate's account of Hozuki Mangetsu and Kisame Hoshigaki, the expressions of the other 3, aside from Izumi, grew notably serious. Obito, feeling rather disheartened, remarked, "This is a Chunin exam. Yet we already have a genius with the strength of a special jonin. This is quite extraordinary." As Izumi and the others cast their gaze towards the Mist Village team, the Mist team also noticed the attention directed at them. Among them, a lower ninja named Tauri Kwan scoffed disdainfully at Izumi, saying, "Those 4 over there must be the Leaf Village team participating in the Chunin exam. But why is one of the lower ninjas so tall, nearly reaching 1.70 meters? He clearly does not belong to our graduating class. Could it be that he has already achieved Chunin strength but is deliberately not graduating, aiming to secure a better result for Leaf Village in this Chunin exam?" The person he referred to was, of course, Izumi. Tauri Kwan scrutinized Izumi's height with increasing contempt. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Leaf Village might cheat, it was impossible for them to surpass the achievements of our Mist Village. Especially with a genius like Hozuki Mangetsu on our team. Even if that tall pretty boy were a Chunin, he could never outmatch Hozuki Mangetsu. Hearing Tauri Kwan's insolent remarks, even the Leaf Village Chunin responsible for hosting the Mist team couldn't help but retort, "You Mist Village are far too insular. You don't even know our strongest genius. Kamizuki Izumi? He is not some past graduate who has already achieved Chunin strength. He is a freshly graduated lower ninja, regarded in our Leaf Village as possessing talent comparable to that of the ninja god." However, instead of retracting, Tauri Kwan's expression only grew more derisive. If he is a genius on par with the ninja god, then our Hozuki Mangetsu is a genius that surpasses the ninja god. The Leaf Chunin instinctively countered, "You are merely an ordinary lower ninja from the Mist team, while Hozuki Mangetsu, the main figure, has not said anything. Yet here you are, making noise under the guise of his reputation." The reason Hozuki Mangetsu remains silent is simply that he does not consider the other competitors worthy of his attention. Unyielding, Tauri Kwan continued to argue. In Hozuki Mangetsu's eyes, these individuals were not fit to be his adversaries. The Leaf Chunin was about to say something more when Hozuki Mangetsu, who had been silent, impatiently addressed Tauri Kwan. "Tauri Kwan, I am merely here to participate and secure the greatest victory for my village in this Chunin exam. No one is worth my effort to remember. Do not employ such lowly methods to extract information about Leaf's participating lower ninjas." Upon hearing this, both Tauri Kwan and the Leaf Chunin chose to remain silent. While Tauri Kwan and the Chunin were engaged in their dispute, The team from the Cloud Village arrived at the gates of the Leaf Village. Leading the Cloud team was a ninja clad in a black hat, with an eye patch over his left eye, inscribed with the symbol for lightning. This ninja was none other than the jonin from the Cloud Village, Dodai. Following closely behind Dodai was a lower ninja with dark skin, long white hair, and a thick lip, whose left eye was obscured by bangs. This lower ninja bore tattoos of the symbols for lightning and water on his shoulders and carried a sword on his back. This ninja would later become the fifth Raikage of the Cloud Village, Darui. Observing the Cloud Village team, Watergate remarked to Izumi and the others. In comparison to the impressive lineup of the Mist Village, the Cloud Village appears rather ordinary. The only one you need to be wary of is that white-haired youth. His name is Darui, possessing formidable swordsmanship and lightning-release ninjutsu, his strength comparable to that of a special jonin. Additionally, he wields the storm-release Gekkai Genkai, capable of unleashing laser-like attacks while freely controlling their direction like flowing water. After listening to Watergate's account, Izumi inquired, "Captain Watergate, how do you know so much about the participating ninjas from other villages?" While this information may not be classified, it is not easily obtainable either. Watergate scratched his head, explaining, "This information was given to me by Lord Third Hokage. It was likely provided to him by elder Dans from the Hokage's advisory group." Upon realizing that the information was passed down from his mentor, Izumi felt it was much more plausible. He regarded the Cloud Village team with a much more favorable impression compared to the previously arrogant Mist team. After all, while the Cloud Village was known for its toughness, Darui, their main contender in this Chunin exam, exhibited a certain laziness that softened Izumi's perception. Similarly, the Cloud team took note of the group observing them. One lower ninja beside Darui alerted him, "Darui, that tall lower ninja is Kamatsuki Izumi, known in the Leaf as having talent comparable to the ninja god Senju Hashirama. His strength is formidable, perhaps even surpassing yours. You should be cautious." All right, I understand," Darui replied nonchalantly, scratching his head, clearly not taking the warning seriously. Seeing that Darui dismissed his caution, the lower ninja felt a sense of helplessness. He then recalled the haughty demeanor of the Mist team and smirked, muttering, "The Mist team underestimated Kamatsuki Izumi so much. They are bound to suffer greatly in this Chunin exam." After the teams from Mist and Cloud had arrived, the team from the Sand Village finally made their entrance. Their lineup appeared rather lackluster, indicating they had not placed much importance on this joint Chunin exam. As the Sand team reached the Leaf Village, Kisame, Hoshigaki, and Dodai were being received by the third Hokage and the Hokage Tower. Dodai glanced at the list of participants from the Leaf and questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Lord Hokage, why does one of your teams in this Chunin exam have 4 ninjas? This seems rather unfair to the other teams, does it not?" Chapter 41. The Chief Examiner Jiraiya after the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen faced skepticism from the Tsuchikage. The nearby Suigetsu Hzuki remarked bluntly, "This team cannot possibly be so weak that they must form a quartet. However, if they manage to pass the Nin exam in such a manner, how can it earn the respect of other teams?" After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you both present a valid point. I shall address this matter appropriately." Once the Tsuchikage and Suigetsu departed, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and turned to Sarutobi Shino, instructing, "Shino, inform Minato that for this Nin exam, Kakashi, Rin, and Abido will form one team, while Shinjutsu will stand alone." Lord Third, the comments from the Tsuchikage and Suigetsu were clearly meant to provoke us. Should we not disregard their taunts? Sarutobi Izumi questioned, bemused. Setting aside whether they were indeed attempting to provoke us, their words carry a kernel of truth. The reason I insisted on Shinjutsu's participation in the Nin exam is to utilize his prowess and victories to instill fear in the other ninja villages. With a larger team, even if Shinjutsu does not rely on his comrades' techniques to triumph over the other villages, they will not fully concede. Conversely, if Shinjutsu stands alone, his team will be smaller than those of the other villages. Should he emerge victorious, the respect from the other teams would be genuine. Indeed, that makes sense. But might this approach be too arduous for Shinjutsu? Shino responded gravely. While other teams consist of 3 members each, Shinjutsu must face 3 opponents alone. With unwavering conviction, Hiruzen replied, "I have faith that Shinjutsu will surprise us. After all, no genius ascends without facing trials." Receiving the order, Sarutobi Shino promptly set off to find Shinjutsu at the village entrance, where everyone in Konoha was aware that the prodigy Shinjutsu often lay at the gates, safeguarding the villagers. Upon arriving at the gates, Shino indeed spotted Shinjutsu along with Minato and others. Approaching the group, the masked Shino spoke with a serious demeanor. It is fortuitous that you are all here. An urgent matter requires your attention. The teams from Kirigikure and Kumogikure have protested to Lord Third regarding your quartet's unfair advantage. After careful consideration, he believes that even if you achieve victory, the other villages will not respect it. Therefore, he has decided to disband your team, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito will form one team, while Shinjutsu will stand alone. Is it not perilous for Shinjutsu to compete alone, especially with so many formidable genin participating in this exam? Minato, the team leader, expressed concern. In previous Nin exams, there have been instances of genin fatalities. Shinjutsu's solitary status only heightens his risk. Before Asuma could respond, Shinjutsu interjected, "It is of no concern. I am in agreement with the arrangement of being a solitary team, while others may be unaware of his capabilities." Shinjutsu was acutely aware of his own strength. He had been diligently honing his skills while reclining. How could he possibly falter against mere genin? Furthermore, this arrangement aligned perfectly with his intentions, as he aimed to defeat the elite from other villages, including the formidable Hzuki Mangetsu, to establish his reputation as a powerhouse within the village. This Nin exam marked the first step in his transformation from prodigy to true strength, and he was eager to embark on this journey. Upon hearing Shinjutsu's declaration, the others ceased their objections. In the afternoon, all teams participating in the joint Nin exam had gathered. Following lunch, all teams convened at the Ninja Academy's playground, where the host, Konoha, announced the qualifications for the exam. Once all teams were assembled, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, ascended the podium. Recognizing Jiraiya, many ninjas acknowledged his esteemed status. It was unexpected that the chief examiner for this joint Nin exam was Jiraiya. Clearly, Konoha placed significant importance on this event. Typically unreliable, Jiraiya assumed a serious demeanor in this context. Holding a manuscript, he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya, the chief examiner for this joint Nin exam. Now, I shall outline the fundamental arrangements for the exam. The joint Nin exam comprises 4 segments: a written test, a team battle in the Forest of Death, individual preliminary matches, and formal individual matches. The schedule is as follows. The written test will take place tomorrow morning, the team battle tomorrow afternoon, individual preliminary matches the day after, and the formal individual matches the following afternoon. Next, I will announce the basic rules for this Nin exam." As the procedural announcements concluded, evening descended. After enjoying a dinner prepared by Rin, Shinjutsu returned to the village gates, retiring early to conserve his energy. The following morning, as dawn broke, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has guarded for 33 days. Reward, 0, 1 chakra. During this period, Shinjutsu had accumulated several chakra rewards. Consequently, his chakra reserves had solidified to the level of a jonin. He estimated that even in a continuous battle against the genin participating in the Nin exam, he would easily prevail. After breakfast, Shinjutsu made his way to the Ninja Academy to partake in the morning's written examination. Shortly after arriving at the designated classroom, an upper ninja clad in a black tactical suit and adorned with green Nin armor entered. "I am Uchiha Kurenai, the proctor for the written examination. I will now confirm the list of participating teams to ensure that each member is present for this Nin exam." As Kurenai called out the names of various team members, she expressed surprise upon reaching the last team, the final team, Shinjutsu Kamizuki. "Present," Shinjutsu replied lazily. Witnessing this, many lower ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. Shinjutsu Kamizuki? Just one name? Could he really be a team of one? How presumptuous of him. We are all teams of 3, yet he stands alone? Peach, a genin from Kirigikure, glanced at Shinjutsu and whispered, "Even our genius Hzuki Mangetsu has teamed up with me and Kisame. His arrogance is truly unfounded. Perhaps he is a spy sent by Konoha to cheat." Chapter 42. Izumi stopped on the road as the crimson sun dipped below the horizon. The written examination officially commenced after Yuko completed the roster. Upon glancing at the exam questions, Izumi recognized their considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, bolstered by the relentless study facilitated by his shadow clones, these challenges posed no obstacle for him. Before long, Izumi had completed all the questions. After finishing, he submitted his paper early and exited the examination hall, opting to lie down at the gates of Konoha. After all, resting at the gates was far more comfortable than sitting in the examination room. Izumi's early departure only served to solidify Kanto's suspicions, as he was still sweating profusely over his answers. That individual must have been sent by Konoha to cheat. He must have acquired the answers beforehand to finish so swiftly. After a refreshing nap, Izumi made his way to the entrance of the Forest of Death, where numerous jonin were already gathered. Upon seeing Izumi's arrival, Rin and her companions eagerly waved at him. Approaching them, Rin expressed her concern. Izumi-kun, venturing alone is perilously unwise. Shall we establish a rendezvous method for when we enter the Forest of Death? It would be safer with the four of us together. No need for that. Izumi replied with a smile, echoing his mentor's sentiments. If I were to join you, other teams would remain unconvinced even if we defeated them. Besides, are you not aware of my capabilities? Should we encounter other teams, they would be the ones in danger, not I. After a brief exchange, the exam proctor arrived at the gathering of jonin, clutching a stack of papers. He addressed the participants. This is a consent form that you must sign before proceeding with the team examination in the Forest of Death. Given the nature of this test, which could potentially be fatal, your signatures will attest to your voluntary participation. We will not be held accountable for any unforeseen incidents. Once all the jonin signed the consent forms, the proctor unveiled 2 scrolls, stating, I possess 10 heaven scrolls and 10 earth scrolls. Each team will be randomly assigned 1 scroll. The Forest of Death is a circular area, and you will enter through designated gates from different directions. Within the forest lies a wooden tower. Each team must simultaneously obtain at least 1 heaven scroll and 1 earth scroll while maintaining their numbers to reach the tower in order to pass the examination. The deadline is midnight tonight. This means that even if you acquire both scrolls and reach the tower after midnight, it will still count as a failure. Moreover, withdrawal from the examination midway is strictly prohibited. Upon hearing these conditions, Izumi noted that this iteration of the exam differed significantly from Naruto's experience. While Naruto's exam lasted 5 days, this challenge allowed less than 12 hours. This indicated that the difficulty of Izumi's exam was considerably greater than that faced by Naruto and his peers. The accelerated pace would likely lead to more extreme actions among the jonin, increasing the inherent dangers. Following the proctor's announcement of the rules, the jonin began to collect their scrolls. Izumi received a heaven scroll and proceeded in the direction assigned to him, contemplating how he might achieve his objective in this team examination, transforming the villagers' perception of him from a mere genius to a formidable force. Ultimately, he resolved to head straight for the wooden tower at the forest center upon entering. If confronted, he would seize the scrolls of those who attacked him. If left undisturbed, he would not initiate any assaults. Even when he secured both a heaven scroll and an earth scroll, he would refrain from entering the tower until just before the examination concluded. During his time before the tower, he would take the scrolls from any team that attempted to assault him or had already done so. In this manner, he aimed to demonstrate his modus operandi to the villagers. Those who allied with him would reap benefits, while those who opposed him would face consequences. In stark terms, he intended to establish that those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who resisted would perish. Through this strategy, he sought to cultivate relationships with friends while minimizing adversaries. He had considered the possibility of ambushing the tower to snatch all scrolls or eliminate all non-Konoha ninjas, showcasing his strength to the villagers. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion, acknowledging that he was not a born killer. Upon reaching the entrance to the Forest of Death, Izumi finally understood why Naruto had needed 5 days within its depths, while he was afforded less than 12 hours. The forest boundaries had significantly shrunk since Naruto's time. After the proctor unlocked the gate for Izumi's entry, he promptly secured it behind him. Once inside the Forest of Death, Izumi observed that the trees were considerably larger than those outside, evidently cultivated for the Chunin exams. He dashed towards the wooden tower's center, his hands poised behind him, swiftly traversing the branches. Before long, he spotted a team from the mist moving ahead. Choosing to ignore them, he continued on his path. True to his strategy, he left the choice of friendship or enmity, survival or demise, in their hands. As Izumi advanced ahead of them, the team suddenly noticed a figure had leapt over their heads. How did that guy manage to pass us without us noticing? One exclaimed. He appears to be alone. Should we take action? Of course we should. He is the only one here without a team. We can't let this opportunity slip. Thus, the group pursued Izumi, shouting, Hey, Konoha ninja, stop right there. Hearing their shouts, Izumi halted. He leaped down from the branches and smiled at them, asking, What will you choose? Confused by his question, they replied, What do you mean, choose? Enough chatter. Hand over your scroll. Chapter 43. Encounter with the Cloud-Hidden Druid and the Clash of Wind release. Having made a poor choice, Izumo clapped his hands together and silently chanted, Great fire destruction. A colossal fireball instantly formed, hurtling toward the trio from the mist-hidden village like a meteor. They never anticipated that Izumo could unleash such a formidable fire technique without the need for hand seals. The trio was caught off guard, struck directly by the fireball. Boom! The fireball struck the ground with a deafening roar. As the flames and smoke dissipated, all that remained were a few iron weapons and headbands, while everything else, including the scrolls, had been reduced to nothingness. Izumo, who had initially received great fire destruction as a reward, had never had the opportunity to test the potency of this technique until now. He finally witnessed the immense power of this ninjutsu, which not only affected a radius of several dozen meters, but also achieved such high temperatures that it vaporized a few ninja instantly. After dispatching the mist-hidden ninjas, Izumo proceeded toward the wooden tower at the heart of the Death Forest. Shortly thereafter, atop the wooden tower, a Leaf Village Chunin hurriedly approached the proctor, Jiraiya. Beside Jiraiya stood other leading jonin from various villages participating in the examination. They were intently observing the unfolding events in the Death Forest through a series of screens. The Leaf Chunin rushed to Jiraiya's side and whispered urgently, "Lord Jiraiya, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. We just detected the sudden disappearance of a scroll." After confirmation from the on-site proctors in the Death Forest, the candidate in possession of the scroll was a mist-hidden Chunin. Following the scroll's disappearance, the proctors immediately went to investigate the vicinity where they last saw the mist ninjas and discovered a battle site. The battlefield bore a massive crater with signs of burning at its base. Fortunately, it was in an open area, so the surrounding forest remained untouched by the flames. However, all they found were some weapons and headbands. There was no sign of the mist ninjas or their scrolls. Only weapons and headbands? It seems this group of mist ninjas has perished, Jiraiya remarked, his expression grave. He hadn't expected that the group examination in the Death Forest would witness the death of a Chunin so early on. The Leaf Chunin continued. Near the battle site, we discovered that your junior, Lord Izumo, was the closest. My junior? Could he be involved in this incident? Jiraiya pondered. You were assigned to stay by my side and track my junior's movements on the screens. Unfortunately, these screens do not provide a complete view of the Death Forest. They only show scenes from locations where battles frequently occur. Otherwise, we could have directly witnessed the recent combat. After running for a few minutes, Izumo noticed a group of cloud-hidden ninjas concealed within a thicket a few hundred meters ahead. The leader of this group was Darui, a prodigy from the cloud-hidden village whom Izumo had previously encountered at the gates of the Leaf Village. One of Darui's subordinates, upon spotting Izumo approaching, exclaimed, "Darui, we didn't expect that after hearing the sounds of battle, we would ambush the very team I mentioned before, Shingetsu Izumo. Although he is alone, his talents and strength are reputedly formidable. We should abandon this ambush and retreat." Darui, scratching his head nonchalantly, replied, "Abandon this ambush for other opponents? That sounds tedious. Besides, how can we know if we cannot defeat him without engaging him? Indeed, Shingetsu Izumo may be a genius, but isn't Darui a genius too?" Another subordinate interjected. Darui possessed strength comparable to a special jonin and wielded the rare wind release bloodline limit. Its destructive power could lock onto enemies. And since they were lying in wait for Izumo, Darui's wind release would surely strike true. If they could hit Izumo, they might not only defeat him, but also seize his scroll. Before the subordinate could say more, Darui interjected, "Enough talk. He is almost here." As Izumo deftly leaped between the trees, he observed his surroundings closely. Soon, he detected something amiss in a nearby thicket. Although it appeared inconspicuous at first glance, Izumo's keen insight, comparable to that of a typical Uchiha with a single Sharingan, revealed numerous flaws. Feigning ignorance of the anomaly, he continued forward, extending his hand backward while bringing his palms together. Great fire destruction. Another immense fireball, identical to the one that had struck the mist ninjas, formed instantaneously and launched toward the thicket ahead. Unlike the previous group, Darui's team was entirely focused on Izumo. Their attention riveted on him as they witnessed the enormous fireball materialize before their eyes. Shocked expressions adorned their faces. "No way. This is impossible." They attempted to flee at full speed. Despite their efforts, they were caught by the fireball's edges as they leapt away. As they escaped the blast, two of Darui's subordinates suffered severe burns, their bodies becoming bloodied. Darui, moving faster, sustained only minor burns. At the wooden tower in the center of the Death Forest, Jiraiya and the other proctors, along with the accompanying personnel from various villages, witnessed this unfolding spectacle. The cloud-hidden jonin, Hokage, observed Izumo's figure on the screen. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, clapping his hands together without hand seals, he conjured an immense fireball instantaneously. Is this not a feat reserved for the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju? How could a mere Chunin accomplish such a terrifying feat? Moreover, how much chakra did he expend to create such a colossal fireball? Could it be that his chakra reserves rival those of the god of ninjas? Surely, this Chunin must be the current Leaf Village's greatest prodigy, Mangetsu Izumo. No wonder he is hailed as a genius on par with the god of ninjas. Regrettably, our intelligence on him remains sparse. Otherwise, Darui and his team could have better prepared. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's astonishment at this scene was no less than that of Tsuchikage. Chapter 44, Severing Darui's Arm. The arrival of Hozuki Mangetsu. Jiraiya watched in astonishment as Shuyun clapped his hands, instantly manifesting a colossal fireball. His pupils trembled violently. Initially, he believed the old man's description of his junior's talents was already outrageous, yet witnessing this scene with his own eyes was even more astonishing. With a mere clap of his hands, without any hesitation, a jutsu comparable to an S-rank fire technique took form instantaneously. This was simply extraordinary. Even the most gifted individuals, no matter how swift in hand seals, would find themselves a step behind in his presence. Moreover, though Shuyun's fire technique appeared akin to a B-rank jutsu, why did its power rival that of an S-rank technique? Within the entire shinobi world, utilizing an equal amount of chakra, perhaps only a sage art, Goemon, could surpass the might of this jutsu. As the examiners in the wooden tower at the heart of the death forest marveled at the formidable strength of Shuyun's great fire destruction, Darui, amidst the flames, used his lightning-release chakra mode to transport his two severely injured teammates to a nearby open area. Unlike his prior relaxed demeanor, Darui now wore a grave expression, filled with resentment as he regarded Shuyun. This is the genius of Konoha? He has inflicted serious injuries upon my two comrades right from the outset. Clearly, I underestimated you. Had I heeded my teammates' advice earlier, they would not have sustained such grave wounds. However, since you have harmed my companions so severely, I shall make you experience the agony they are enduring. With that, Darui swiftly formed hand seals, bringing his palms together. Storm release. Lightning strike. Instantly, numerous powerful blue lasers surged towards Shuyun. In response, Shuyun clapped his hands. Phantom body technique. Before Darui's storm release could reach him, multiple phantoms appeared around Shuyun. Darui redirected the storm release lasers towards each of the phantoms. The lasers passed through every illusion, yet these phantoms neither dissipated nor suffered any harm. Illusions? A grave expression crossed Darui's face. However, as the storm release lasers traversed through these phantoms, they suddenly charged towards him. Were these phantoms not insubstantial? Why are they rushing towards me? Are they attempting to confuse my judgment? Despite his doubts regarding Shuyun's intentions and the nature of the phantoms, Darui, being a genius of Kumobikure, could not afford to be unprepared after witnessing his two teammates gravely wounded by Shuyun in a single strike. Thus, he darted away from the phantoms. Yet, as he distanced himself, one of the phantoms drew the Kusanagi sword from its back and flashed to his rear. With a keen battle instinct, Darui activated his lightning-release chakra mode and dodged to the side. Just as the phantom reached him, it struck. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, cold sweat beaded on Darui's forehead. How is this possible? Is this the body flicker technique? But why is its speed even greater than my lightning-release chakra mode? Darui realized he could not completely evade Shuyun's strike. He could only attempt to dodge as best as he could. Thud. Darui's right arm was severed and fell to the ground. Drip, drip, drip. Blood poured from the wound on Darui's arm, staining the earth below. Clutching his arm, he gazed at Shuyun in horror. What just happened? Why did my storm release pass through those phantoms, yet they were able to attack me? Meanwhile, in the wooden tower at the center of the death forest, the examiners, including Tsukadai and Suigetsu, shared Darui's astonishment. Some even gasped. What kind of technique is this? These phantoms seem intangible yet possess a semblance of substance. Furthermore, this technique appears to embody the rapid movement capability of the body flicker technique, even surpassing the speed of a typical body flicker. This jutsu must be at least A rank. Why has such a powerful ninjutsu never been seen in the shinobi world before? We initially thought this so-called Konoha genius was merely a name without substance. We never anticipated he could effortlessly sever the arm of Kumobikure's talented Darui. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had a broader understanding than most. Yet, even he could not discern the underlying principle of Shuyun's phantom body technique. His eyes remained fixated on Shuyun's figure on the screen, murmuring in awe, "No wonder my junior's talent has even impressed Orochimaru." Such prowess is rare in the entire shinobi world. The jutsu he employed possesses the ability to attack like a physical body while evading harm like an illusion. How is this achieved? Despite Jiraiya's expertise in both ninjutsu and sage arts, he could not unravel the mystery of Shuyun's technique. Nevertheless, he understood that this jutsu was undoubtedly not part of the existing ninjutsu repertoire. It must have been created by Shuyun himself. After all, while Jiraiya's talent in ninjutsu was not particularly exceptional, his knowledge was extensive. Recognizing this was no challenge for him. Before the battle commenced, he had believed that even if Shuyun could defeat Darui, it would be a formidable challenge, given that Darui was the strongest genius of the new generation in Kumogakure, with great potential to become the Raikage. Yet, to his astonishment, Shuyun effortlessly severed Darui's arm without sustaining a scratch. Both the creation of a technique rivaling S-rank ninjutsu and the effortless severing of Darui's arm underscored Shuyun's extraordinary talent. To Jiraiya, Shuyun's abilities not only surpassed his own, but eclipsed everyone he had encountered, even surpassing Nagato, his disciple with the Rinnegan. After all, Nagato's greatest advantage lay in his Rinnegan. In terms of mastery and the creation of ninjutsu, Nagato was far inferior to Shuyun. Moreover, even in his area of expertise, Nagato did not exhibit exceptional control. Thus, Jiraiya felt that Shuyun's talent might even exceed that of Nagato, the genius with the Rinnegan. At that moment, the leading jonin of Kumogakure, Tsukadai, observed Shuyun's movements on the screen with increasing gravity. For Shuyun had once again assumed an offensive posture, clearly not intending to let Darui off easily. However, just then, Tsukadai noticed the figures of Hozuki Mangetsu and his companions from Kirigakure entering the frame. Seeing this, a smile broke across Tsukadai's previously despairing face, with a third party arriving. Darui now had a chance to escape. Chapter 45. The death of Darui. As the scene unfolded on the screen, Tsukadai observed with a smile. Muttering to himself, two exceptional talents from the mist, GD Suki and Kakashi Guy. Even a genius like Kamatsuki Izumo would have to retreat in their presence. Despite having lost an arm, Darui seized the opportunity to escape. However, the next moment, Izumo's actions caused Tsukadai's smile to freeze. With a clap of his hands, numerous illusions appeared beside Izumo, all charging towards Darui. Witnessing this, Tsukadai exclaimed in urgency, encountering both GD Suki and Kakashi Guy at the same time. This Kamatsuki Izumo dares to pursue Darui? What could possibly be going through his mind? Does he intend to confront both formidable adversaries after battling Darui? Or has he grown so arrogant as to believe he can handle both after eliminating Darui? This Kamatsuki Izumo is truly insane. Such individuals, no matter how gifted, will never truly grow, and a talent that fails to mature is rendered meaningless. If he must perish, so be it, but dragging Darui down with him is utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, one of Izumo's senior disciples, watched the unfolding scene with both confusion and concern. Frowning at the sight of Izumo, he pondered, has my junior been too fortunate on his journey, leading to such arrogance? In such dire circumstances, he still harbors thoughts of killing Darui, which is exceedingly perilous. Regardless of whether he ultimately succeeds in slaying Darui, he will inevitably face both GD Suki and Kakashi Guy. Though my junior is talented, he still possesses the impulsiveness of youth. Furthermore, with GD Suki and Kakashi Guy present, how could he possibly disregard them and successfully eliminate Darui? In the Death Forest, as Darui and Izumo faced off, GD Suki and his companions approached the battlefield without concealing their presence. Upon seeing GD Suki, Darui felt a glimmer of hope for survival. To live was to seek vengeance against Konoha and Kamatsuki Izumo. Darui activated his lightning release chakra mode and swiftly fled in the opposite direction of GD Suki and his companions. Izumo, however, dispatched several illusions in pursuit of Darui. Observing this, GD Suki's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and he coldly remarked to himself, this so-called Konoha genius dares to pursue a cloud shinobi even after our arrival? As a genius of the mist, surpassing even Kakashi Guy, I have always disregarded others. I have never been overlooked myself. Meanwhile, as Izumo chased after Darui, a whirlwind of thoughts consumed him. Initially, he had no intention of killing unless provoked. However, Darui's group had attacked him, and his allies could barely withstand a single blow. Given his understanding of the aggressive nature of the Lightning Village, allowing Darui to escape would only pose a future threat. After all, the Lightning Village was known for its martial disposition. Against such a combative shinobi village, one must strike decisively to avoid being overwhelmed. Only by eliminating Darui could he demonstrate Konoha's resolve, ensuring the Lightning Village would not act recklessly. Otherwise, allowing Darui to escape would only embolden them. Much like the aftermath of Hige Hayashi's death. Thus, Izumo pressed on in pursuit of Darui, fueled by unwavering confidence in his own strength. With the aid of his shadow clone technique, he rapidly closed the distance. If Darui were to eliminate that cloud shinobi before their eyes, it would reflect poorly on their capabilities. Suki regarded Izumo with an icy demeanor. Moreover, if Darui were to be slain, it should be by their hands. Suki formed a finger gun shape with his hands, launching liquid projectiles resembling bullets toward Izumo's illusions. However, these bullet-like liquids passed harmlessly through the illusions. At the same time, Darui, sensing he was drawing closer to Izumo, retrieved a shuriken from his tool pouch and hurled it toward him. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens zipped toward Izumo. However, as soon as they were released, Darui halted. Izumo's Sharingan activated, locking onto Darui's gaze. Under the influence of Izumo's genjutsu, Darui froze. In that instant, Izumo swiftly appeared before the immobilized Darui, drawing the Kusanagi sword from his back. With a swift motion, Darui's head was severed and fell to the ground. In the center of the death forest, atop a wooden tower, Sukadai watched Darui's severed head tumble to the ground. His emotions surging as he shouted, "Kamatsuki Izumo dares to slay our genius from the cloud. War must be declared against Konoha." Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed Izumo sheathing his sword. His heart a mix of joy and concern. He marveled at his junior's ability to kill Darui under Suki's pressure. Realizing the depths of his strength were unfathomable. He wondered if this was indeed the limit of Izumo's power. If so, what audacity fueled him to forcefully slay Darui in the presence of Suki and his companions? Regardless, it was evident that Sukadai's reaction would likely lead to complications ahead. In the death forest behind Izumo, as the sound of the sword sheathing echoed in Suki's ears, the pride he had felt moments ago dissipated, replaced by a chilling realization. It was not that this individual underestimated him. Rather, he had underestimated this so-called Konoha genius. There was something distinctly unsettling about him. Just moments ago, Izumo had clapped his hands, summoning a legion of clones. How had those clones managed to bypass his attacks and strike at Darui? Why had Darui hesitated at such a crucial moment when he turned to retaliate? Was it genjutsu? Yet, there had been no signs of hand seals. When had Konoha developed such non-hand seal genjutsu, aside from the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques? Chapter 46, Pressure Misun, The Honest Man, and Kisame. In the presence of the full moon, Izumi killed Darui. Though the full moon within the shadows could not fathom the intricacies of Izumi's phantasmagoric technique, he had no intention of letting Izumi off the hook. Gazing at Izumi with a chilling countenance, he bared his sharp fangs and spoke. "From your recent display, I can see that you are indeed a prodigy. However, how dare you insist on slaying our quarry in the face of our obstruction? It seems that we, the Hidden Mist, have become too reclusive, causing the other ninja villages to forget our cold-blooded nature. Although Obito remains in Konoha and the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, has yet to fall under Obito's illusion. The traditional disposition of the Hidden Mist has always been one of ruthlessness and isolation. Since the fourth Mizukage is now under Obito's control, our cold-heartedness has only intensified." Staring at Izumi, the full moon continued with a frosty smile. "In light of this, let us use your life, the genius of Konoha, to remind the other ninja villages of our long-standing ways. However, we shall not take advantage of you, since you stand alone. We shall send but one to claim your life." As the full moon finished speaking, a figure emerged from the ranks, Kisame Hashigaki, with deep blue hair, gills adorning his cheeks, and eyes resembling those of a fish. He fixed his gaze on Izumi and grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "Pressure, Misun. Since Lord Full Moon has spoken, I shall be your opponent, Konoha's genius, Shingitsu Izumi." Kisame's companion, the devious Tauri Kwan, chuckled menacingly at Izumi. "Kisame is our Hidden Mist's second greatest talent after Lord Full Moon. To perish at his hands would indeed be an honor." Izumi found the chatter of the Hidden Mist shinobi excessive. With determination, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword and charged at Kisame. "Our Hidden Mist village is renowned among the 5 great shinobi villages for our proficiency with blades. After all, we are home to the 7 ninja swordsmen." Seeing Izumi draw his sword, the full moon wore a confident smile. "Kisame is the second finest swordsman among our younger generation. To draw a blade before him, should I commend your bravery or lament your ignorance?" "Ha ha." Kisame too drew his sword, ready to meet Izumi's assault. The clash of steel echoed as their blades collided, each strike a testament to their skill. Izumi moved with incredible speed and precision, forcing Kisame into a defensive stance. With every blow that Kisame parried, he felt a tremendous force reverberate through his hands. After receiving 3 successive strikes, blood began to trickle from his damaged palms. Tao Quan watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. What? Shingetsu Izumi is actually overpowering Kisame in swordsmanship? What kind of technique is this? It embodies speed, accuracy, and lethality to the utmost degree. In the history of Konoha, only Senju Tobarama and the legendary white Fangataki Sakumo have displayed such prowess. Tao Quan, while not as formidable as Kisame or the Full Moon, was skilled in medical ninjutsu and intelligence gathering. However, his abilities in gathering information paled in comparison to those of his peers, given the Hidden Mist's notorious secrecy. The Full Moon's expression soured upon hearing Tao Quan's incredulous remarks. He had been certain that Kisame would triumph over Izumi. But now, the battle had taken an unexpected turn. The clang of swords continued as Izumi relentlessly attacked, while Kisame's face grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, with a definitive strike, Kisame's sword shattered into 2 pieces, one falling to the ground with a resounding chime. The Full Moon's expression turned frigid, his face resembling a mask of frost. Kisame's sword has been severed? How is this possible? Though it may not compare to the 7 ninja swords, it is among the most resilient and sharp blades within our Hidden Mist arsenal. To think that Shingetsu Izumi could cleave it in twain. In his vast knowledge of blades, the Full Moon believed that only Tobarama Senju's Raijin or Orochimaru's Kusanagi could achieve such feats. The sword in Izumi's grasp bore no resemblance to the Raijin. Could it be the Kusanagi? But wasn't that an Orochimaru's possession? How did the Shingetsu Izumi come to wield it? What was Izumi's true identity? Orochimaru was infamous for his aloof demeanor. It seemed inconceivable that he would bestow such a weapon upon Shingetsu Izumi, even if there were multiple Kusanagi swords. Orochimaru would not be so generous. The Full Moon gazed at the Kusanagi sword in Izumi's hand with a mixture of admiration and desire. If I could bring such a treasure back to my village, it would surely be a monumental achievement. Perhaps the village would even elevate this sword to the same status as the 7 ninja swords, transforming the 7 into 8. If that were the case, I might seize the opportunity to join their ranks. Originally intending for Kisame to face Izumi alone, the Full Moon now felt an insatiable urge to personally vanquish Izumi and claim the Kusanagi sword for himself. On the battlefield, after Kisame's sword was shattered, he swiftly distanced himself from Izumi. He began to weave hand signs with remarkable speed. Observing Kisame's serious demeanor, Izumi couldn't help but find it amusing. In the later stages of the Shinobi War, most had begun to rely on their unique abilities, leaving traditional hand signs behind. Yet here was Kisame, diligently forming seals, as if repairing a dam. Before long, Izumi heard Kisame declare, "Water release." With a torrent of water erupting from Kisame's mouth, a massive, oval-shaped water prison quickly enveloped Izumi and Kisame. Kisame regarded Izumi with a smug grin. "At last, we have entered my domain, Konoha genius." With that, he swiftly propelled himself towards Izumi. Meanwhile, Izumi, trapped within the water prison, remained motionless, as though paralyzed. "Are you frightened?" Kisame taunted. It was understandable. Such a potent water release technique could only be rivaled by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, in all of Konoha. Even if Shingetsu Izumi was a prodigy, how could he have encountered such a level of water release? Chapter 47. Who built the dam enveloped by the water prison of Kisame? The moonlit figure of Gazuki Mangetsu witnessed the unfolding scene and relinquished the notion of intervening personally. Observing Izumo, a twinge of regret flickered within him. Alas, it seemed the honor of seizing a treasured sword for the village would solely belong to Kisame. This fellow truly deserved the title of the tailless beast. His chakra reserves were unparalleled, far exceeding even his own. Before Izumo, Kisame swiftly glided to his side, extracting a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and thrusting it towards him. It was only at this juncture that Izumo responded, seizing Kisame's wrist to deflect the assault. A smile crept across Kisame's face. At last, a reaction. But alas, it is too late. My approach wasn't to slay you with a kunai. My true weapon is the ability to absorb your chakra. With that, Kisame began siphoning Izumo's chakra. As he absorbed it, his small fish-like eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Your chakra is immense, comparable to that of a jonin at your age. This dwarfs my own reserves. You must be the true tailless beast. Suddenly, a thought struck Kisame, and he relaxed considerably. However, no matter how abundant your chakra, it will be of no use to you now. I will drain it completely. Unless you can extricate yourself from my grasp while I absorb your chakra, ha 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 ha. Yet Kisame's expression shifted abruptly. He gazed in astonishment as Izumo pressed a blue chakra sphere against his abdomen, leaving him no time to react. The moment the sphere made contact, it sent Kisame hurtling away, spinning through the air before crashing into a nearby river. His body floated lifelessly on the water's surface, seemingly devoid of consciousness. With Kisame's chakra dissipated, the enormous oval water prison encasing Izumo vanished. Witnessing this, the nearby Tauri Quan staggered backward in shock. How can this be? Kisame was already approaching Shingitsu Izumo, beginning to absorb his chakra. How could he still be thrown away? What jutsu is that sphere? Its power is astounding. Why does this individual possess such techniques never before heard of in the ninja world? Could he be the illegitimate child of Orochimaru? Gifted with the Kusanagi and these unprecedented jutsu? While Tauri Quan was engulfed in uncertainty, Kazuki Mangetsu's heart was equally tumultuous. He had witnessed Kisame's ability to absorb others' chakra firsthand. With Kisame's prowess, even a Nin's chakra would be instantaneously depleted. Yet, Shingitsu Izumo had endured 2 to 3 seconds of absorption before executing a jutsu. What kind of chakra reserves did he possess? This must be at least jonin level, far beyond what a mere Konoha jonin could wield. Moreover, what was that sphere he unleashed, which sent the formidable Kisame flying and rendered him unconscious in a single blow? Such a jutsu must rival Kisame's own A-rank water release, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. Where did this individual acquire such powerful techniques? After using the Rasengan to propel Kisame away, Izumo prepared to pursue him. In truth, the reason Izumo had not reacted while ensnared by Kisame's water prison was that he understood its nature. It moved in tandem with its caster. Attempting to flee would only invite Kisame to follow, making escape exceedingly difficult. A more straightforward method was to await Kisame's approach and counterattack, as he had just done. As Izumo set forth to chase Kisame, Kazuki Mangetsu appeared before him. To think you would attempt to slay my companion in my presence. You truly underestimate me. Even if your chakra reserves are vast, having been partially absorbed by Kisame and then expending an A-rank jutsu, you must be running low by now. I initially believed the glory of seizing the treasured sword for the village would be claimed by Kisame, yet you have surprised me. Upon hearing the word glory, Tauri Quan quickly interjected, Mangetsu-kun, allow me to assist you. I will help you subdue Shingitsu Izumo. Do not approach. Your presence will only serve as my vulnerability. Kazuki Mangetsu retorted disdainfully. Tauri Quan's face flushed with embarrassment, for Mangetsu's words were bluntly candid. Then, Mangetsu instructed, go check on Kisame. If he still breathes, employ your medical ninjutsu to tend to him. Reluctantly, Tauri Quan scampered towards the river where Kisame had been flung. As he ran, he muttered to himself. It seems the glory of claiming the sword for the village has slipped from my grasp. With his water transformation technique, Kazuki Mangetsu could easily negate physical assaults. In Izumo's current state, no matter how gifted he might be, he would likely succumb to the gradual erosion of his strength against the water transformation technique of Suigetsu. Meanwhile, Tauri Quan, head bowed and lost in thoughts of glory, failed to notice that Kisame was regaining consciousness on the water's surface. Gradually, Kisame's awareness returned. He swiftly tore his garments into strips and bound them around his wound to staunch the bleeding. That Shingitsu Izumo is a monster. Were it not for my unique physiology, I would surely be dead. Such a potent attack would obliterate a mere jonin like Tauri Quan, leaving no trace behind. This level of talent is akin to that possessed by my idol, Uchiha Madara. My instincts tell me that Shingitsu Izumo will not easily fall to Kazuki Mangetsu. He might even turn the tables and eliminate him. However, in my current condition, I am of little use in this battle. It would be wiser to regroup with the other mist ninjas. If Kazuki Mangetsu emerges victorious, I can claim I was swept downstream by the river and lost my way. But if Shingitsu Izumo wins, if he wins, he will certainly eliminate Kazuki Mangetsu. Given the village's regard for Kazuki, they would not lightly overlook my involvement. Under the pressure from the Kazuki clan, the village might even hand me over to them. In that case, my fate would surely be death. Thus, should Shingitsu Izumo prevail, I may have no choice but to defect from the village and become a rogue ninja. Chapter 48. I, Kaido Mangetsu, shall call you the strongest opposite Kaido Mangetsu. Izumo drew the Kusanagi sword and lunged towards him. Kaido Mangetsu unsheathed the sword from his back, deflecting Izumo's strike. The sound of clashing metal echoed in the air. Izumo relentlessly assaulted Kaido Mangetsu, who soon felt the pressure that Kirita had previously experienced. Kaido Mangetsu found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the intensity of the combat. After withstanding several of Izumo's attacks, he quickly distanced himself. Such sharp swordsmanship. It's no wonder Kiryu could not prevail against you. In terms of swordplay, even I, a ninja cherished by 7 blades, cannot compete with your prowess. Among those who have crossed blades with me, none surpass you. I, Kaido Mangetsu, shall proclaim you the strongest. However, your chakra must be nearly depleted, is it not? As long as I maintain distance and engage in ninjutsu, you cannot outlast me. Moreover, as a member of the Mangetsu clan, I possess the ability to utilize the water transformation technique, rendering me immune to physical attacks. Upon hearing Kaido Mangetsu's words, Izumo found it amusing. What stature does Kaido Mangetsu possess to dare mimic the words of Madara? Who granted you such audacity? Izumo regarded Kaido Mangetsu as excessively verbose. With a clap of his hands, he activated the phantom body technique. Numerous illusions appeared beside Izumo. Simultaneously, these phantoms unleashed the body flicker technique, closing in on Kaido Mangetsu. Each of these illusions brandished the Kusanagi sword, striking at Kaido Mangetsu one after another. However, this time Kaido Mangetsu refrained from using his sword for defense. The Kusanagi sword passed through his form. As the sword traversed his body, Kaido Mangetsu erupted into laughter. Ha! This is the water transformation technique of the Mangetsu clan. No matter how many clones you possess, you cannot harm me. Unbeknownst to Kaido Mangetsu, the illusions, having failed to strike, did not attack again. They cleverly surrounded Kaido Mangetsu. While he spoke, Izumo leapt onto the crown of a nearby tree, gazing down upon Kaido Mangetsu. He clapped his hands. I do not comprehend why everyone discusses fire release as if it cannot kill. As if fire release is too lowly to be ranked alongside the other elemental chakra natures. Today, I shall demonstrate to all that fire release can indeed be lethal. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive fireball, akin to a meteor, plummeted from Izumo's lips towards Kaido Mangetsu below. Kaido Mangetsu stared in horror at the descending fireball. How can such a level of fire release be possible? Why do you still possess so much chakra? Despite his astonishment, as a prodigy from the Mist Village, Kaido Mangetsu did not lose hope in the face of Izumo's onslaught. He swiftly darted to the side, attempting to evade the fireball. However, as Kaido Mangetsu moved, the nearby illusions of Izumo matched his speed, once again surrounding him. How can these illusions be so fast? They keep pace with me. With his movement hindered by Izumo's illusions, Kaido Mangetsu resorted to the water transformation technique, slipping through the illusions and desperately fleeing. Yet, as he ran, he glanced upward and realized the fireball was far too massive before it struck the ground. He could not escape its reach. Water release, shield of the tortoise. Instantly, a torrent of water enveloped Kaido Mangetsu's liquefied form, manifesting as a colossal water creature. The ability to summon such a vast water beast speaks to Kaido Mangetsu's genius. Alas, this water beast was still slightly smaller than Izumo's fireball. Boom. The fireball crashed to the ground like a meteor, creating a deafening roar. Kaido Mangetsu's water creature barely held its ground for a second before dissipating entirely. A massive crater, dozens of meters in diameter, was formed in the earth. Kaido Mangetsu found himself at the bottom of this pit, the ground around him fractured. Simultaneously, all trees within a 100-meter radius ignited, engulfing Kaido Mangetsu in a sea of flames that rapidly spread outward. Feeling the searing pain coursing through his body, Kaido Mangetsu writhed on the ground in agony. What kind of fire release is this? Water release is supposed to counter fire release. How can he inflict such tremendous damage upon me? My shield of the tortoise could not withstand even a second before being vaporized by that fireball. Observing that Kaido Mangetsu had not perished from his great fire annihilation, Izumo felt a twinge of surprise. He then leapt onto a nearby rock, clapping his hands once more. If one fireball cannot slay you, then let it be two. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a hot air balloon shot from Izumo's mouth towards Kaido Mangetsu. With several ribs shattered, his internal organs severely damaged, and his body heavily scorched, Kaido Mangetsu was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Izumo's flames engulfed him. Under the relentless torrent of fire lasting 4 to 5 seconds, Kaido Mangetsu first transformed into a gelatinous form before being reduced to nothingness. In the distance, Mato Guy, who had not yet moved far, heard the commotion behind him and turned just in time to witness Izumo's colossal fireball descending upon Kaido Mangetsu. Mato Guy, terrified, fell to the ground, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Is this a joke? Such a degree of fire release? It's akin to the sun crashing to the earth. How can such a level of fire release be wielded by a mere jonin? Why is it appearing in the Chunin exams? Moreover, was he not supposed to have his chakra absorbed by Kiryu? How can he still unleash such a powerful fire release? To possess such immense chakra and formidable strength, this individual must hold a status in Konoha comparable to Kaido Mangetsu's, perhaps even surpassing it. Only then did Madogai form a clearer assessment of Izumo's capabilities. Such a level of fire release could not be withstood even by Kaido Mangetsu. Not to mention Kaido Mangetsu, even a seasoned ordinary Chunin could not endure this strike. If Kaido Mangetsu falls to this attack, I am surely next. It seems I must abandon Kiryu and flee at once. However, as Madogai glanced towards the river, he discovered that Kiryu was no longer in sight. Momentarily stunned, he swiftly recognized that this river was his chance for escape. Madogai summoned every ounce of speed he possessed, racing towards the river. Once I dive into the water, it will be my domain. Even if I cannot defeat this Shinke's Izumo, escaping should pose no problem. Chapter 49. The Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage after dispatching the formidable GT Manmoon. Izumo did not forget the two companions of GT. With a swift clap of his hands, he activated the body flicker technique, propelling himself rapidly towards Kei Tamamochi. In no time, Izumo found himself directly behind Keita. Hearing the unmistakable sound of movement behind him, Keita turned in shock. Such speed could only be achieved by a master like Waijin, so why? Before Keita could voice his bewilderment, Izumo unsheathed the Kusanagi and severed Keita's head in a swift motion. With Keita vanquished, Izumo glanced towards the river where GT had previously lain, only to find that GT had vanished without a trace. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, Izumo scanned the vicinity but detected no sign of GT. Clearly, GT had departed some time ago. A thought crossed Izumo's mind. Had his eyes retained the abilities of the Byakugan, he might have been able to locate GT. Returning to focus, Izumo decided against pursuing GT. The recent skirmishes had consumed much of his time. His immediate priority was to advance towards the wooden tower at the center of the Death Forest. As for GT, Izumo did not feel compelled to eliminate him, for he was not a born killer. GT would eventually become a member of Akatsuki, an essential component in Izumo's grand strategy to unify the ninja world. Without a common enemy, how could there be a leader to rally the ninja of various villages against a shared foe? The greater the threat posed by this common enemy, the more the villages would require a formidable leader to unite them in opposition. Retaining GT as a member of Akatsuki would serve this purpose. With that thought settled, Izumo searched Keita's body and soon discovered the scroll belonging to their team. Upon inspection, he found it to be the same heavenly scroll he possessed. Thus, he made his way towards the two remaining companions of Darui. After Darui's demise, his two comrades had succumbed to their severe injuries without treatment. As he approached their lifeless forms, Izumo picked up GT's treasured sword. Though it could not compare to his Kusanagi or the seven ninja swords of Kirigakure, it was undeniably superior to ordinary blades. Reaching the corpses of Darui's companions, Izumo conducted another search, uncovering yet another scroll. Opening it, he found the earth scroll he required. Grasping the scroll, he hurried toward the wooden tower at the heart of the Death Forest. Meanwhile, within the tower, Jiraiya and others observed the battle through the screen. Witnessing Izumo's fierce confrontation, Jiraiya was astounded as he watched the colossal fireball crash into the ground, his cheeks twitching in disbelief. My judgment of my junior disciple was indeed correct. His talent surpasses Nagato's. Having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, Izumo possessed chakra at the level of a jonin, with overall strength to match. Such talent was truly beyond Nagato's capability. Jiraiya felt a mix of joy and concern. He had managed to keep Darui's death under wraps. But the news of Izumo slaying the prodigious GT Manmoon could not be suppressed. I must report this to the third Hokage. With that, Jiraiya commanded the Konoha examiners beside him, send a team to extinguish the flames from the battlefield. I must inform the third Hokage of this matter. With that, he leaped from the window. As he made his way to the Hokage's office, Jiraiya was filled with questions. The great Toad Sage had prophesied that his disciple would be the savior of the ninja world. To Jiraiya, that meant Nagato. Yet now, his junior disciple had seemingly eclipsed Nagato's talents. Why, then, was the savior of the ninja world not Izumo, whose abilities surpassed even Nagato's? Did the great Toad Sage foresee that Izumo would perish before achieving maturity? Or perhaps Izumo would stand in opposition to the ninja world, thus failing to fulfill the role of its savior? Jiraiya resolved that once the Nin exams concluded, he would journey to Mount Maiboku to seek clarity from the great Toad Sage regarding Izumo's future impact on the ninja world. After Jiraiya's departure, the examiners sprang into action, heading towards the battlefield where Izumo and GT had clashed to extinguish the flames. witnessing the demise of his village's prodigy. Suigetsu Izuki was not as steadfast as his counterpart, T-Dai. Nevertheless, anxiety consumed him. He had not anticipated that the village's genius, GT Mamoon, would be slain by a mere jonin from Konoha. This was a predicament that required immediate attention. He must relay this information back to the village to prompt a decision. In a hidden corner of the Death Forest, the concealed GT beheld the immense fireball descending towards the earth. His expression turned grave as he realized that the fireball originated from the direction where Izumo and GT had engaged in battle. Such a degree of fire jutsu could only be withstood by elite jonin like the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although GT had been earmarked as the next generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was far from their caliber. With GT's abilities, he could not withstand such a devastating attack. It seemed that his worst fears had come to fruition. GT Mamoon had been killed, and with no choice but to flee the village, he contemplated his escape. Being outside the village presented the best opportunity for defection. Returning to the village would make such an escape nearly impossible. However, Konoha was renowned for its mastery of sealing and barrier techniques. How could he depart safely without detection? As he pondered his future path, GT felt a deep respect for Izumo. Though they were adversaries, the strength of Shingetsu Izumo was undeniably admirable. Such talent rivaled only that of the one he revered, Madara. Regrettably, he had never seen Madara's visage and could only wonder what he truly looked like. Had he and Shingetsu Izumo not been enemies, he might have found it agreeable to follow someone whose talent rivaled that of Madara. The fireball unleashed by Izumo's great fire destruction was immensely large and brilliant, akin to the sun itself. Not only did GT witness the fiery spectacle, but also the lower-ranking ninjas participating in the exam throughout the Death Forest. The sight of the fireball crashing down left the lower-ranking ninjas in awe, igniting a flurry of astonished discussions among them. Chapter 50. The 4 of us are truly exceptional within the Death Forest. Rin, Kakashi, and Obito beheld the colossal fireball conjured by Izuki. Together, they stared at the magnificent orb, their hearts a mixture of admiration and concern. Such a magnitude of fire release could likely only be executed by Izuki among all the lower ninjas in the Death Forest. What formidable opponent could compel Izuki to unleash such an immense display of power? Having discerned Izuki's direction, they resolved to approach and investigate. If Izuki's battle had not yet concluded, perhaps they could lend their support. After their discussion, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito dashed toward the site of Izuki's confrontation. After a while, they arrived at the battlefield where Izuki clashed with the formidable Akatsuki member, Hozuki Mangetsu. Upon entering the scene, they were greeted by the sight of flaming trees engulfed in flames, and at the center of the inferno lay a vast crater measuring several dozen meters in diameter. The trio scrutinized the flames, yet Izuki's figure was nowhere to be found. However, they did discover a hidden mist forehead protector situated in the crater's heart. As they shifted their gaze, they noticed several charred corpses adorned with hidden mist and cloud village forehead protectors, not entirely consumed by the fire. Kakashi recognized one of the half-burned bodies as Darui, whom the 4th Hokage had introduced to them at the gates of Konoha. The sight before them left Kakashi and his companions utterly astonished. This post-battle scene resembled the aftermath of a small-scale war. It was evident that one of Izuki's adversaries had been the Cloud Village's Darui. The most devastating remnants of combat were found in the massive crater caused by Izuki's fire release, a testament to his fierce struggle against the Hidden Mist team. To elicit such a powerful fire release from Izuki, it was likely that his opponents were none other than the formidable Hozuki Mangetsu and the Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki. As introduced by their mentor, Minato, given that Izuki's presence and the Konoha forehead protector were absent, it appeared he had triumphed in battle. The ability to engage and defeat both Hozuki Mangetsu, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Darui simultaneously spoke volumes about Izuki's current prowess. It seemed that Izuki's strength had ascended to a level where even ordinary jonin might struggle to rival him. After their deliberation, the trio felt an immense pressure in light of Izuki's prodigious talent. Recognizing his remarkable growth, they resolved to strive to keep pace with him. It was likely he had already gathered the earth and heaven scrolls and was making his way toward the central tower of the Death Forest. They hastened to catch up with him. Meanwhile, Izuki had reached the forefront of the central tower in the Death Forest. True to his earlier intentions, he did not plan to enter the tower immediately, but rather awaited the arrival of his comrades. Yet, he found himself waiting for quite some time without any sign of the approaching teams. After a quarter of an hour, a group finally arrived. Yet it was not the anticipated squads from other villages. but rather Kakashi and his companions. Kakashi swiftly approached Izuki's side and, observing his unscathed appearance, inquired hesitantly, "Izuki, the enormous crater and the burning trees in the Death Forest were your doing, were they not?" "Indeed. That was the battlefield where I fought against the hidden mist and cloud ninjas," Izuki confirmed with a nod. Kakashi, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, "I never imagined your strength would grow so rapidly, reaching this level. I was once the top genius of Konoha, while you were merely a straggler like Obito. Now you stand as a formidable jonin, whereas I remain a chunin." In contrast to Kakashi's reaction, Rin circled around Izuki, worry etched on her face. After completing her circuit and noticing Izuki's lack of injuries, she asked, "Izuki-kun, you haven't sustained any internal injuries, have you?" "Rin, I am perfectly fine. You needn't worry." Izuki assured her with a reassuring glance. As they conversed, a new group finally arrived. Unlike the previous singular team, this time, a multitude emerged. 3 squads adorned with the forehead protectors of the hidden mist, cloud, and sand villages, each containing over 10 members. It was clear that the ninjas from the 3 villages had banded together. Observing this spectacle, Izuki felt perplexed. What is going on with these individuals? Why have they formed such a coalition? He stepped forward, intending to inquire about the situation. However, as he advanced, the assembled ninjas recoiled in unison, their expressions betraying their apprehension. Some regarded Izuki with trepidation, while others instinctively reached for their ninja tools, cold sweat trickling down their brows. A few fixated on him, eyes bloodshot, hands moving towards their weapons. Before Izuki could speak, Obito addressed the distant teams. "What is the meaning of this? Are you all clustering together to take us on with numbers?" Upon hearing this, several members of the 3 teams hurriedly waved their hands in denial. "No, no." Seeing their immediate reaction, Obito chuckled. "We truly are formidable. They respond to my every inquiry without hesitation." Kakashi, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, muttering, "This fool." At that moment, a lower ninja from the sand village stepped forward and addressed Izuki. "You must be the prodigious Shinju Izuki of Konoha. That immense fireball you conjured not long ago was indeed your creation, correct?" "Precisely," Izuki affirmed with a nod. The sand ninja continued. "We realized that we stood no chance against you as individual squads. Thus, the lower ninjas of the sand village decided to band together to avoid being annihilated one by one. I suspect the other 2 villages share a similar predicament." Upon hearing the sand ninja's explanation, Izuki shrugged in resignation. "Even if I am strong, there is no need for you to unite. Even in defeat, I cannot slay you all. Do you perceive me as a born killer?" Chapter 51. He owes us gratitude. The words of Izumo caused the corners of the sand-hidden shinobi's mouth to twitch. This sand-hidden shinobi couldn't help but mutter softly to himself. If it weren't for our encounter with the other 2 ninja villages earlier, where we gleaned some information, we might have actually believed your words. You encountered a total of 3 teams, and aside from the fact that Kisame escaped due to being intercepted by the Hozuki clan, everyone else perished. Yet you claim you are not a natural-born killer. As the sand-hidden shinobi lost himself in thought, Izumo tossed the 3 scrolls in his hand and addressed the 3 teams. "Given this situation, now that you have banded together, do you have any intentions of seizing the scrolls from me? I possess 3 scrolls. If you manage to take one, your teams could potentially pass this examination." Upon hearing Izumo's words, it was not only the sand-hidden shinobi whose mouth twitched. Many other lower-ranked ninjas also exhibited similar reactions. One of them muttered, "We may be numerous, but we're not foolish. With the power of your fireball, even our combined strength would not suffice to withstand it." Seeing Izumo eager for a challenge, as if inviting them closer, the sand-hidden shinobi who had previously engaged in conversation with him hastily waved his hands, proclaiming, "We have no intention of taking your scrolls." In response, Izumo felt a twinge of boredom and remarked to the crowd, "If you do not wish to take my scrolls, then you may proceed with your own affairs. However, if you do wish to take them, we shall engage in combat." The sand-hidden shinobi, incredulous, questioned, "So, if I collect the scrolls, you will allow us entry into the central wood tower?" "Indeed. My principle is simple. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If someone attacks me, they shall become a casualty," Izumo affirmed with a nod. The sand-hidden shinobi beamed at this response and tentatively asked, "If I have gathered the heaven and earth scrolls, does that mean I can enter directly?" Izumo nodded in silence. The sand-hidden shinobi cautiously made his way towards the central wood tower, his 2 companions anxiously trailing behind him. Once they crossed the threshold of the tower, the trio finally relaxed. The sand-hidden shinobi turned back to Izumo and said, "Thank you. Witnessing the sand-hidden team successfully enter the central wood tower, other teams possessing scrolls rushed in as well, while those without the heaven and earth scrolls resorted to fighting among themselves. The formerly united three teams disbanded in an instant due to Izumo's remark. Observing that no one was inclined to engage him in battle, Izumo realized that further establishing his authority through combat was futile. Nevertheless, having defeated Hozuki Mangetsu and his companions had likely served its purpose. With that in mind, Izumo decided not to squander any more time and led Kakashi and the others into the central wood tower. At that moment, other Leaf Village ninjas who had formed a group arrived late. They had intended to support Izumo against the other village's lower-ranked ninjas. However, given that the Leaf Village had the largest number of participants, they took longer to gather. Upon their arrival, they could only witness Izumo single-handedly intimidating the other village's ninjas. Truly, our Leaf Village's prodigy, Izumo, has frightened the opposing ninjas into retreating. However, it seems unnecessary for us to band together after all. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, listened to Jiraiya's report regarding Izumo's performance in the Chunin exam within the Death Forest, while also observing the scene through the crystal ball before him. After Jiraiya finished recounting the events, Hiruzen expressed his admiration. I never anticipated that within merely a month, the student I once evaluated as having talent comparable to the first Hokage would now possess the strength of a jonin. At this moment, I finally comprehend the feelings of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara when facing the original Kage of the other villages. Fortunately, unlike those Kage, this exceptionally gifted talent is not my adversary, but rather my disciple. Indeed, I was initially skeptical of your claims regarding my junior disciple's remarkable talent, Jiraiya replied, filled with emotion. Now, I realize he has not tarnished your high regard for him. Hiruzen continued, moreover, the scene where Izumo stepped forward and the lower-ranked ninjas retreated eerily reminded me of the aura described in the secret archives regarding Uchiha Madara. The ability to intimidate an entire ninja team, despite their numerical advantage, is a quality only possessed by ninjas of the first Hokage's caliber. Remarkably, Izumo has yet to become a Chunin and already wields such formidable presence. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Yes, I have only seen such presence in Hanzo of the Salamander. Then, Hiruzen teasingly remarked to Jiraiya, from the recent footage, it is apparent that your junior disciple, unlike you, is not only a powerful ninja but also possesses the potential to become Hokage. With just a simple statement, he dissuades others from opposing him. Old man, while you may praise my junior disciple, there's no need to draw attention to me, Jiraiya said with a hint of resignation. After their exchange of admiration, Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of concern. Prior to the Chunin exam, he had specifically instructed Izumo to demonstrate the strength of the Leaf Village to the other villages, even suggesting he act without restraint. However, he had not anticipated that Izumo would simultaneously eliminate two geniuses from the Mist and Cloud villages. Hiruzen turned to his aide, Sarutobi Shinzo, and instructed, inform Danzo to dispatch route members to closely monitor the movements of the Cloud and Mist villages and ascertain how they will respond to Izumo's actions. Yes, Sarutobi Shinzo promptly left to carry out the order. Next, Hiruzen addressed Jiraiya. Notify the Jonin class to remain on high alert for any potential conflict with the Cloud and Mist villages. Understood, Jiraiya replied solemnly before departing. Once Jiraiya had exited, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and murmured, Izumo's strength has evidently reached Jonin level. Coincidentally, I have a rather challenging mission that I initially intended to assign to Minato, Shikaku, and Shiho. Given that Izumo has attained Jonin strength, I shall have him accompany Minato's team to complete this task. Once Izumo accomplishes this mission, it will be time to promote him to Jonin. Chapter 52. Will we encounter Naruto? As the time for the Chunin exam in the Death Forest drew to a close, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Given the late hour, Izumi decided against having Rin prepare dinner, and instead, they both ventured out to Ichiraka Ramen for a meal before returning to the gates of Konoha to rest. The following morning, as was customary, Izumi awoke to the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding. Host has completed 34 days of gatekeeping. Reward. Physical enhancement. The enhancement of his physical abilities was a commendable reward. At his young age, although the previous boost had increased his height, his overall physical prowess remained unremarkable. Now, with this new enhancement, he was steadily bridging the gap between his physical capabilities and his other advantages. While on his way to breakfast, Izumi, who had intended to participate in the individual preliminary matches after his meal, was intercepted by a member of the Umbu. Lord Izumi, The Hokage requests your presence. After purchasing his breakfast, he followed the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Izumi was greeted by the presence of Minato, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, all gathered within the office. Minato turned to Izumi with an expression of admiration and remarked, "Izumi, I have heard about your impressive performance in the Chunin exam from others. Your display of skill is remarkable. Even at your age, I was nowhere near as accomplished." He then addressed Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, stating, "Kakashi, Rin, Obito, your performances were commendable as well. I believe that with the conclusion of today's examination, all four of you will successfully advance to Chunin." Minato scratched his head apologetically, adding, "Unfortunately, I was unable to witness your battles in the central tower of the Death Forest yesterday due to other obligations." Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Minato, it is understandable that they are aware of the circumstances. After all, one is my disciple, and the other three are your own." Only then did Minato proceed to elucidate, "Since the third Hokage sees no issue with this, I will share what transpired yesterday, but you must keep this strictly confidential. As you may know, our village harbors the Nine-Tails beast. However, you might not be aware of who the Jinchuriki is. In truth, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is my wife, Kushina Uzumaki. The reason I could not attend your battles yesterday was that the seal on Kushina had weakened, and I spent the entire day reinforcing it to prevent the Nine-Tails from escaping." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Izumi nodded in acknowledgement. Rin and the others quickly followed suit, affirming their commitment to secrecy. Afterward, Hiruzen sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the four. "The reason I have summoned you is to assign an important mission. In the deserts of the Land of Wind lies a nation known as the Ancient Lulan Kingdom, which exists independently of Mangekyō. Beneath Lulan, there is a dragon vein of immense power. I have received word that many years ago, a rogue ninja from Mangekyō named Hyakuzoku defected to Lulan. Recently, this Hyakuzoku has sought to exploit the dragon vein to create weapons that threaten the ninja world. To prevent him from successfully manufacturing such weapons and to thwart the potential acquisition of the dragon vein by other ninja villages, I require the four of you to seal this dragon vein. However, as the Chunin exam is currently ongoing, it is unlikely that Hyakuzoku will be able to produce weapons in such a short span. I will allow you to rest for a few days after the exams, and I will notify you of the specific date for this mission. Given the uncertainty surrounding this task, I am temporarily categorizing it as an A-rank mission." Hiruzen then turned his gaze to Izumi, stating, "Based on your performance in yesterday's battle, it is evident that you possess the strength of a jonin. Therefore, should you successfully complete this mission, upon your return, I intend to promote you to jounin. You would then become the youngest jounin in the history of our village and the ninja world. Rest assured, I will prepare diligently." Izumi responded with a nod. The third Hokage's words stirred memories within Izumi of the details surrounding this mission from the original narrative. In the original storyline, Minato encountered Naruto during this mission, and together they sealed the dragon vein. With the butterfly effect of Izumi's interference, he pondered whether Naruto would still traverse into this timeline. The mention of the dragon vein ignited within Izumi a desire to control it. After all, upon becoming Hokage, he would begin preparations to unify the ninja world. However, achieving such unification could not rely solely on his own strength. It would demand a formidable army. The ninja forces he commanded upon assuming the role of Hokage would constitute only a fraction of that power. Furthermore, he envisioned the potential to replicate Hyakuzoku's method of employing the dragon vein to create puppets as part of his military. Moreover, the dragon vein represented a source of energy, akin to the oil of his previous world, possessing numerous applications. Hence, Izumi aspired to seize control of the dragon vein. However, if he wished to master it, he would need to be the one to seal it, rather than Minato. This way, he could freely manage the dragon vein as he saw fit. Consequently, Izumi resolved that he must acquire sealing techniques. Following the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, a plethora of research scrolls on sealing techniques had been obtained by Konoha. Thus, Izumi addressed Hiruzen, "Master, I recently vanquished the Mist Manji, and from him, I acquired a treasured sword. I wish to exchange this sword for the most formidable sealing techniques available in Konoha. Would that be permissible?" Hiruzen paused momentarily before smiling and responding. Exchanging a sword for a sealing technique is certainly acceptable. However, given that Minato excels in sealing techniques, it would suffice for him to seal the dragon vein. There is no need for you to learn sealing techniques yourself. Focus all your energy on strengthening your abilities, as learning sealing techniques would consume a portion of your time. Izumi's desire for sealing techniques was not for personal study. With the rewards from the system at his disposal, he had no need to toil in learning. If the system could grant him rewards, it would be futile to engage in arduous study. His intention was that if he could acquire sealing techniques through the system before embarking on the mission, he could later provide a reasonable explanation for his methods upon receiving the reward. Even if he did not obtain sealing techniques as a reward before the mission, there remained the possibility of acquiring them subsequently. Ultimately, if he were to secure sealing techniques through the system, he could reinforce the seal on the dragon vein, thereby gaining control over it. In essence, his pursuit of sealing techniques was merely a strategy to ensure a legitimate source and rationale for the rewards he would acquire later through the system. Chapter 53. Where has Kisame Hashigaki gone? Of course, Izumo could not reveal the truth to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "Master, I wish to learn sealing techniques, not merely for this mission. After all, the utility of sealing techniques is vast. For instance, if I master them, I could assist in sealing the Nine Tails, thereby contributing more to the village." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded appreciatively. "Izumo, it appears you have grasped the essence of the will of fire. Despite your tender age, you are already aware that the Nine Tails escape from its seal could endanger the village as safety, which is why you wish to learn sealing techniques. In that case, I consent. I shall allow you to study the scrolls of sealing techniques, excluding forbidden jutsu, for a few days. You may also seek knowledge from Minato or Kushina regarding sealing techniques." "Thank you, Lord Third," Izumo exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. "I will deliver the sword of Hozuki Mangetsu after the Chunin exams." As he accepted the scroll of sealing techniques from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Izumo thought to himself, after all, the system's rewards tend to align with his own aspirations. So I hope to gain sealing techniques as a reward in these coming days. Once he acquired the scroll, Izumo, along with Minato and the others, exited the Hokage's office. On their way, Minato turned to Izumo, saying, "Little uncle, thank you for considering Kushina. There's no need for gratitude between us. Besides, I am equally thinking of the village." Izumo replied nonchalantly. As they chatted, they swiftly arrived at the examination venue for the Chunin exams. In a spacious classroom, the examiner announced the rules and subsequently revealed the list of matchups for the jonin battles. Upon seeing the list, Izumo's expression shifted oddly. For his opponent was none other than the son of his esteemed master, Sarutobi Izuma. Since Izumo's match was scheduled later, he took the opportunity to converse with Obito, who was beside him, while waiting for his turn. As he scanned the room, he noticed a familiar figure was missing, Kisame Hashigaki, with a puzzled expression. Izumo inquired of Obito, "Why do I not see Kisame today? I heard that during your battle with Hozuki Mangetsu yesterday, Kisame was injured and fled. Is that true?" Obito did not answer directly but instead posed a question to Izumo. "Is that so?" "Yes," Izumo nodded. "Then it makes sense. Hozuki Mangetsu was killed. But he was a prodigy from the Hozuki clan of the Mist Village. I have heard that Kisame feared retribution upon returning to the Mist and has betrayed them. He is likely hiding somewhere within the village. The village is vast, and with our limited manpower, they cannot lower themselves to seek help from Konoha. Which is why Kisame has yet to be found." With this information, Izumo nodded and addressed Rin and the others nearby. "Our sealing techniques and barrier jutsu in Konoha are currently the strongest in the ninja world. Kisame will not be able to escape from Konoha. With this unstable factor present in the village, please ensure your safety in the coming days." As Izumo and Obito continued their conversation, Asuma approached Izumo's side, hesitating to speak. Noticing Asuma's discomfort, Izumo asked, "Asuma, do you have something on your mind?" "Izumo, when we battle later, could you possibly go easy on me? I do not wish to embarrass myself in front of Kurenai." "Sure," Izumo nodded. After all, Asuma was his classmate, and he had the connection of being Sarutobi Hiruzen's student. It would not be an issue for Izumo to allow Asuma to lose without suffering too much humiliation. Soon after, the preceding matches concluded, and it was finally Izumo's turn to face Asuma. Within the examination hall, Izumo and Asuma stood opposite each other. Asuma winked at Izumo, who instantly understood the signal. Thus, in the arena, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange for several rounds before Izumo ultimately emerged victorious. Observing this scene, the genin from outside Konoha began murmuring among themselves. Could that have been the true strength of Kamatsuki Izumo? Surely not. Impossible. If he possessed such strength, how could Hozuki Mangetsu and Darui have perished at his hands? Fortunately, you reminded me. I thought I was truly capable. Most reflected on how much Izumo had indeed held back. Yet, a few genin remained oblivious. Is Kamatsuki Izumo really this strong? I feel like I could take him on too. Was it not he who killed Hozuki Mangetsu and Darui, but rather that they fought each other to exhaustion, allowing him to swoop in for the victory? I had originally planned to forfeit if I faced him in the finals. But now I am eager to see his true strength. Thus, the morning's individual preliminary matches concluded. Izumo, Kakashi, and Rin all advanced, while Obito fell to a sand ninja and did not progress. In the afternoon after lunch, Izumo returned to participate in the official individual matches. Upon receiving the matchup list, he discovered he was to face the sand ninja who had defeated Obito, named Kiyama. Upon realizing he was matched against Izumo, was eager for the challenge. I wonder if Kamatsuki Izumo's performance this morning was truly reflective of his abilities. I am keen to witness his true strength. Before long, with fewer participants remaining in the official matches, it was Izumo's turn to compete. As he stepped onto the field, he faced Kiyama, the examiner announced. Kamatsuki Izumo versus Kiyama. Begin the battle. As the examiner's voice faded, Izumo swiftly clapped his hands together. Body flicker technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Kiyama, kunai poised at his throat. Feeling the chilling aura of death behind him, Kiyama broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. I concede. Only then did the examiner respond, declaring, Kamatsuki Izumo defeats Kiyama. Kamatsuki Izumo, Kiyama, please perform the reconciliation seal. As they completed the seal, Kiyama, with gratitude evident on his face, said, thank you for sparing my life. Izumo shrugged, remaining silent. After all, his aim was merely to win the battle and attain the rank of Chunin, not to eliminate the sand ninja. As Kiyama exited the arena, still shaken, he muttered to himself, that speed was nothing short of divine. It seems Kamatsuki Izumo truly held back this morning. Fortunately, he had refrained from insulting Izumo beforehand. Otherwise, he might not have left the arena unscathed. Like Kiyama, many of the lower-ranked ninjas failed to perceive the speed at which Izumo had acted. Asuma, witnessing the swift conclusion of the battle, felt elated. So this is the true strength of Izumo now. He truly is a brother. Kakashi, observing that he had not even glimpsed Izumo's movements before victory was claimed, wore a serious expression. Izumo's growth is astonishingly rapid. No wonder the third Hokage mentioned promoting him to jonin upon the completion of the Lauren mission. Chapter 54. This must be a conspiracy of Konoha. After the battle between Izumi and that sand shinobi, along with Izumi's reputation following the demise of the formidable Hozuki Mangetsu and Darui, it became apparent that in the subsequent individual matches of the Chunin exams, every opponent facing Izumi chose to forfeit. Consequently, Izumi effortlessly secured the ultimate victory, emerging as the first-place winner in the solo combat segment of this Chunin examination. Furthermore, due to Izumi's flawless performance in the written exam, he triumphantly passed the joint Chunin exams, thereby officially becoming a Chunin. Among the four of them, only Obito, having barely passed the written test and performed poorly in the individual matches, remained a Jonin. As the Chunin exams concluded, emotions were mixed. Some celebrated while others were engulfed in despair. A few participants exited the examination hall with laughter, while others bore sorrowful expressions, lost in the depths of their failures. Izumi, alongside Rin and his companions, made their way towards the Hokage's office. Upon the conclusion of the Chunin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally distributed Chunin vests to the successful candidates. The Chunin vest is one of the significant symbols that distinguish a ninja's rank by appearance. As they walked, Obito looked at Izumi and his companions with envy, exclaiming, Izumi, I truly envy you all. How wonderful it would be if I too could pass the exam and become a Chunin like you. Now, you three are Chunins, while I remain a mere Genin. Izumi chuckled softly and replied to Obito, Obito, although you are a Genin, the Genin of Konoha are not to be underestimated. In Konoha, the Genin are indeed the most formidable. Hidden among Konoha's Genin are numerous exceptional talents. Is that so? Obito scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. While engaging in conversation with Obito and the others, Izumi overheard other candidates whispering about him. Fortunately, Shinkage Izumi did not target us in the forest of death. Otherwise, we would have had no chance of passing the Chunin exams. Indeed, Shinkage Izumi is, as he claims, clear in his distinctions between enmity and friendship. It appears that even if we do not seek to please him, we cannot afford to be his enemies. After all, among those who opposed him, even powerful geniuses like Hozuki Mangetsu and Darui perished at his hands. Conversely, although we might not possess the strength of Hozuki Mangetsu and Darui, we managed to pass the exam without having incurred his wrath. This is indeed true. and the number of candidates from each ninja village who passed the Chunin exams reflects this reality. Originally, the Mist and Cloud villages dispatched their geniuses, eager to showcase their talents, only to inadvertently provoke Shinkage Izumi, resulting in the demise of their key talents. Surprisingly, among the 3 villages outside Konoha, it was the Sand Village, which had not placed significant emphasis on this Chunin exam, that had the most candidates succeeding. In contrast, the Mist and Cloud villages, which aspired to make a name for themselves, ended up with the fewest successful candidates in this Chunin exam. Upon hearing these discussions, Izumi silently nodded in agreement. Through the words of these individuals, he discerned that he had indeed achieved his objective in this Chunin exam. He had established his reputation among the new generation of Konoha ninjas, as well as their understanding of his conduct. Consequently, in the future, should he wish to pursue any endeavors, it would be easier for him to garner support from others. Izumi even heard some candidates mention that upon returning home, they would recount the tale of how he single-handedly repelled candidates from 3 villages to their families. This outcome further pleased Izumi, as it seemed that many within Konoha's new generation of ninjas had begun to idolize him. Thus, whether he aspired to become Hokage or unify the ninja world, his path would undoubtedly be less arduous. Regaining his composure, Izumi redirected his attention entirely back to his conversation with Rin and the others, as they continued their journey towards the Hokage's office. As the Konoha candidates returned to their homes, the teams from the other 3 ninja villages preparing to leave Konoha began to pack their belongings, readying themselves to return to their respective villages the following day. At the Cloud Village's encampment, a Chunin, standing beside T-Dai, exclaimed excitedly, "Lord T-Dai, just as you stated at the central tower in the Forest of Death, we shall immediately request Lord Rakage to declare war on Konoha upon our return to the village." T-Dai, with a serious demeanor, replied to the Chunin, "The reason I suggested we declare war on Konoha was due to witnessing Darui's demise, which stirred my emotions too fervently, without careful consideration. Upon reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen has consistently pursued peace as a ninja. Given that Shinkage Izumi is a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his performance in the Chunin exams must align with Hiruzen's stance. Could it be that Shinkage Izumi or Sarutobi Hiruzen are unaware that by slaying Darui, we in the Lightning Village might retaliate against Konoha? If they are aware, yet Shinkage Izumi still chose to kill Darui, even pursuing him after Darui had surrendered and intended to retreat. It suggests that there may be some conspiracy or trap at play behind their actions. Moreover, it is unusual that during this Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin who had been away, which further indicates the exceptional nature of these events. Although the Chunin remained reluctant, he replied, "Lord T-Dai, should we simply let the murder of Darui go unpunished? Of course, we cannot let it go unpunished. However, we must not fall into Konoha's trap this time." T-Dai explained, "Therefore, upon returning to the village, we must persuade Lord Rakage not to declare war on Konoha to avoid stepping into their trap. As for avenging Darui, there will be ample opportunities in the future." Very well. Though the Chunin understood only partially, he acquiesced to T-Dai's counsel. After dismissing the Chunin, T-Dai muttered with a worried expression, "Fortunately, the Cloud Village has a strategist like me. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the calamities my impulsive comrades would face. I wonder if we can truly persuade Lord Rakage, given his volatile temperament, once we return to the village." Simultaneously, at the Mist Village encampment, the loss of the genius Hozuki Mangetsu weighed heavily on Suigetsu's mind. Like T-Dai, he harbored suspicions that Shinkage Izumi's actions were orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he intended to persuade the Mizukage against declaring war on Konoha to avoid falling into their trap. However, the situation in the Mist Village was not entirely akin to that of the Cloud Village. Suigetsu turned to a Chunin beside him and inquired, "Did you find the dried persimmon, Kisame, after searching all day today?" Chapter 55. Does this burden truly fall upon me? The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, after inquiring about the whereabouts of the dried persimmon Kaski, received a disheartening response from the middle ninja. "Lord Watermelon Mountain, our fog village lacks sufficient manpower. We have searched for an entire day without success. However, could it be that the dried persimmon Kaski has already fled from Konoha? Impossible." The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish replied with unwavering certainty. "Given Konoha's sealing techniques and barrier arts, even I would struggle to enter and exit freely. How could the dried persimmon Kaski manage it? Konoha is vast. It is not surprising that you were unable to find him. Nonetheless, we must return to the village by tomorrow, and we must locate the dried persimmon Kaski tonight. It seems, despite our reluctance, We must seek assistance from Konoha to aid in our search. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Izumi, Kakashi, and Rin had entered the Hokage's office, where Obito awaited them outside. Inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on with satisfaction as he addressed Izumi and the other Konoha candidates who had successfully passed the joint CH-NIN exam. Congratulations! You have passed this joint CH-NIN examination. Hiruzen personally distributed the CH-NIN vests to the candidates, adding, I wish you all smooth sailing in your future ninja careers. After receiving their vests, Izumi and the other candidates exited the Hokage's office. Following this, Izumi and Rin returned to his home to prepare dinner together. After their meal, Izumi escorted Rin back to her house, mindful of the potential danger posed by the dried persimmon Kaski's presence in Konoha. Upon returning home, Izumi intended to take the late-night snack Rin had prepared for him and lie down at the Konoha gate. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a faint sound in the yard that had never been present before. Peering through the crack in the door, he spotted the dried persimmon Kaski, bandaged and standing in his yard. With a swift clap of his hands, Izumi activated the body flicker technique, appearing instantly behind the Kaski. His Kusanagi blade poised at the Kaski's throat. Dried persimmon Kaski, your comrades from the Fog Village have been searching for you everywhere. What brings you here? Willingly walking into my domain? Surely, you did not randomly leap into this yard? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Kaski's forehead. I came specifically to find you. I wish to propose a trade. A trade? What sort of trade? Izumi inquired. Fog Village has sought Konoha's assistance to locate me. Both Fog Village and Konoha's ninjas are searching for me. My proposal is simple. Assist me in escaping Konoha, and I shall become your subordinate. Izumi pondered swiftly, sensing the truth in the Kaski's words. After all, Konoha was indeed searching for him, and he had no other acquaintances within Konoha who could aid his escape. Thus, he found himself compelled to seek help from someone he had never met before. Realizing the sincerity of the Kaski's offer, Izumi contemplated whether to engage in this trade. By allying with the dried persimmon Kaski, he would gain a formidable subordinate whose natural talent was exceptional. If all went smoothly, the Kaski could very well rise to the level of a shadow, given his prowess in the original narrative. Should the Kaski become Izumi's subordinate, it would significantly benefit him in his future endeavors to unify the ninja world. Moreover, Izumi's vision for the Kaski extended beyond mere combat utility. He regarded the Kaski with the same perspective he held towards his own shadow clones. Having acquired such a subordinate, he would undoubtedly extract every ounce of potential value. Furthermore, Izumi harbored no fears of betrayal from the Kaski. Recently, he had received the means to apply and remove the caged bird seal as a reward from the system. As long as he affixed this seal upon the Kaski, he need not worry about betrayal in the near future. In due course, once he acquired sealing techniques as further rewards, he could bestow additional seals upon the Kaski, transforming him into a formidable warrior adorned with tattoos. After considering all these factors, Izumi addressed the dried persimmon Kaski. Very well, but I must apply a seal upon you. Through this seal, I shall maintain control over your life and death. Agreed. The Kaski responded after a moment's contemplation, recognizing he had little choice. Moreover, setting aside their positions, the Kaski held a deep admiration for Izumi. Izumi sheathed his sword and ushered the Kaski into his home. 3 minutes later, he had successfully applied the caged bird seal in a discreet location on the Kaski's body. With the seal in place, the Kaski smiled wryly, declaring, from this point forth, I am your subordinate. Izumi nodded and instructed the Kaski. Transform into a piece of paper or a leaf. I shall assist you in evading the pursuit of the Fog Village and Konoha ninjas. The Kaski complied, transforming into a piece of paper. Then, Izumi retrieved the sealing scroll given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He placed the Kaski's paper form inside the scroll, carefully rolling it back up. With the scroll in hand, Izumi proceeded to the Konoha gate. Given the scroll's inherent value, he could carry it without raising suspicion. Throughout the night, Konoha ninjas indeed came to the gate multiple times to search and investigate. However, due to the scroll's sealing techniques, which obscured sensory perception, it was impossible for even the elite of the Hyuga clan to discern what lay within the scroll. During the night, Izumi made several trips to the restroom, allowing the Kaski to transform back and forth, as his chakra control was not as robust, necessitating frequent changes to sustain the transformation. At midnight, Izumi fell asleep at the Konoha gate. In stark contrast, the Hokage's office was far from tranquil. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, glaring furiously at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, you have hidden the dried persimmon Kaski, haven't you? The dried persimmon Kaski, you mean the talented CH-NIN from the Fog Village? Danzo feigned ignorance. Do not play coy with me. You are the only one in the entire village with both the capability and motive to assist the Kasuki in evading our ninja search. I suspect the Kasuki has already become a part of your root organization. I have not. Danzo countered defensively. I intended to recruit the Kasuki into root. But I have not succeeded. Save your defense. Hiruzen interjected, irate. My anger does not stem from your recruitment of the Kasuki into root, but rather from your failure to inform me in advance, leaving me unprepared before the representatives of the Fog Village. Very well, let the Kasuki remain within root. You may leave now. Although Danzo was displeased, he obediently exited the Hokage's office, fully aware that Hiruzen was genuinely upset. Yet, a sense of indignation simmered within Danzo. Must I truly bear this burden? Chapter 56. Rewarding oneself regarding the inability to locate Kisame Hashigaki, Danzo's thoughts were exceedingly straightforward. In Konoha, only he and Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed the capability to conceal Kisame without being discovered. Thus, if it was not Danzo who had hidden Kisame, then it must certainly be Hiruzen himself who had done so. The rationale was equally simple, just as Hiruzen could not allow Danzo to recruit Shinjitsu Izumo into root. The moment Kisame joined their ranks, he could potentially evolve into a powerhouse of Kage caliber. In that scenario, Root would pose a considerable threat to Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Hence, in Danzo's view, it was Hiruzen who had concealed Kisame with the intent to thwart Root's growth. Although Danzo felt considerable resentment towards Hiruzen's act of making him the scapegoat, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. As he made his way towards Root, he addressed a nearby Root jonin. I have heard that Hiruzen has dispatched Minato Namikaze's and Shinjitsu Izumo's team on a mission outside the village. Indeed, Lord Danzo. According to our intelligence, they are heading to the ancient kingdom of Lulan to carry out their mission, though we have not been able to ascertain the specifics. The Root Chunin replied, his head bowed. It is said that the Hokage has promised Shinjitsu Izumo that upon his return from the mission, he would be promoted to jonin. Danzo scoffed. It seems Hiruzen places considerable importance on his disciple. Shinjitsu has just recently become a Chunin, yet Hiruzen is eager to promote him to jonin. Nevertheless, Shinjitsu's prowess has indeed reached the level of jonin. Such rapid advancement is quite remarkable. Although he is unlikely to become a contender for my position as Hokage in the near term due to his age, his favorable relationship with Orochimaru could prove advantageous if Hiruzen were to pass the Hokage mantle to Orochimaru. Shinjitsu would then become a crucial ally for Orochimaru in suppressing Root. Indeed, Lord Danzo. I recall suggesting that Root send someone to assassinate him, but you dismissed the idea. The Root jonin cautiously observed Danzo's expression before continuing. Since Shinjitsu is departing the village for his mission, what if we were to relay intelligence about his mission to Kumogakure or Kirigakure, enlisting their aid to eliminate this troublesome individual? That is a commendable idea. Let us proceed as you suggest, Danzo nodded. Tomorrow, as the teams from Kumogakure and Kirigakure return to their respective villages, devise a way to pass the intelligence to them. Understood, the jonin replied, lowering his head. The following morning, sunlight bathed Shinjitsu as he awoke, as usual, to the system notification. Ding. Host has completed 35 days of guarding. Reward, C-rank water release. Water candy technique. Upon hearing this reward, Shinjitsu was taken aback. Water release, water candy technique. Is this not the jutsu I invented in the original story? However, since he could now obtain rewards through the system, he had not attempted to invent any techniques. Is it appropriate for you to grant me the jutsu I originally created? Despite these thoughts, Shinjitsu found the reward to be quite acceptable. After all, this technique functioned as a control skill, effectively compensating for his current deficiencies in that regard. Upon receiving the jutsu, Shinjitsu immediately sought an open area to test it. He clapped his hands together. Water release, water candy technique. Instantly, a torrent of water spewed forth from his mouth, splashing onto the ground before him. Unlike in the original story, where the range of this technique was approximately a 10-meter diameter circle, the area he created now spanned several dozen meters. Stepping onto the water candy he had conjured, Shinjitsu attempted to lift his foot. He discovered that, despite his considerable strength, it was not an easy task to raise it. If an ordinary Chunin were to step onto his water candy, it would likely take them 2 to 3 seconds to free themselves. A standard jonin would require a full breath to escape. Thus, after testing, Shinjitsu deemed this technique to be an effective control jutsu. In battles between jonins, even a moment's delay could prove significant. Despite their formidable strength, jonins in the world of Naruto remained vulnerable. Next, Shinjitsu focused his chakra, allowing it to flow beneath his feet. He clapped his hands again, utilizing the body flicker technique. In an instant, he moved across the water candy at a speed surpassing even his previous execution of the technique. It was worth noting that after receiving the reward of Shirsue's phantom body flicker technique, Shinjitsu had already been exceptionally swift. Even Darui, utilizing his lightning release chakra mode, could not match the speed of Shinjitsu's body flicker. Now, this new technique further enhanced his velocity. Shinjitsu estimated that while using this method to traverse the water candy, his speed might rival that of the fastest shinobi in Kumogakure. Thus, he had thoroughly explored the newfound jutsu's applications, utilizing it as a control skill to hinder enemy mobility, while simultaneously creating an advantageous environment for himself to accelerate his movement with the body flicker technique. After testing his newly acquired jutsu, Shinjitsu proceeded to have breakfast. Meanwhile, after a night of reflection, many households in Konoha were abuzz with discussions regarding Shinjitsu's performance in the Chunin exam. Lord Shinjitsu single-handedly defeated both the Kumogakure and Kirigakure teams, even while facing them simultaneously. Remarkably, both teams included talented shinobi on par with Kakashi. Previously, Lord Shinjitsu was merely slightly stronger than Kakashi. Now, he has evolved into a formidable ninja. From his achievements in this Chunin exam, it is evident that his strength has reached jonin level. With this, Konoha gains yet another powerful shinobi. Even more admirable was the fact that despite his immense strength, Lord Shinjitsu remained unwavering in his principles, refraining from unnecessary bloodshed. His character was beyond reproach. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaka had just finished listening to a report from a clan member regarding the recent joint Chunin exam. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi sat beside him. After the report, Fugaka smiled and addressed Shisui and Itachi. "What are your thoughts on your master's performance in this Chunin exam?" What impressed me most about Master Shinjitsu's performance was the astonishing power of the phantom body flicker technique he taught us, Shisui stated with a look of reverence. "I will strive to diligently practice this jutsu and elevate Master Shinjitsu's phantom body flicker technique, ensuring I do not bring shame upon him." Chapter 57. Has Izumo become Naruto's master? Uchiha Fugaku advised Shisui and Itachi to diligently learn from Izumo before dismissing them. He then summoned a senior Uchiha ninja from the Konoha police force and inquired about Might Guy's performance at the police department, following Izumo's recommendation. Might Guy has performed exceptionally well, exhibiting a very approachable demeanor in his law enforcement duties, the ninja replied. Remember to instruct our clan members to avoid any conflicts with him. After all, he is someone recommended by Kamatsuki Izumo. Understood, the ninja responded. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's estate, Hyuga Hayashi sat on the tatami, absorbing the reports from his clan members with a look of astonishment. I never imagined that Kamatsuki Izumo not only possesses the formidable Rasengan, but is also skilled in swordsmanship. It appears that his prowess in close combat may even surpass that of our Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan has previously invited him as a guest. It seems we must begin to regard him with greater respect. The Uchiha clan has indeed been fortunate. After Izumo's visit, 2 prodigies became his disciples and joined the Hokage's lineage. Send an invitation to Kamatsuki Izumo, requesting him to visit our Hyuga clan for lunch today. Yes. A clan member quickly exited. At the home of Namikaze Minato, he prepared breakfast alongside Kushina while informing her, "Kushina, yesterday, Izumo's little master uncle learned about the instability of your sealing technique and proactively requested to study sealing techniques from Lord Third. Is that so? It seems he is truly a kind-hearted individual," Kushina exclaimed with delight. "In that case, why not invite him over for a visit in a few days? If he has any questions regarding sealing techniques, we could offer our insights." "Sounds good," Minato agreed with a nod. He then asked Kushina, "Given Izumo's remarkable talent, it is inevitable that his strength will surpass mine in the future. In fact, his speed is already quite comparable to my own. Moreover, he is so benevolent. Perhaps we should have our child recognize him as their master when the time comes?" Kushina pondered for a moment and replied, "That could work. But wouldn't that complicate the generational hierarchy?" "It's fine. Our generational ties are already quite tangled," Minato said nonchalantly. After breakfast, Izumo set off towards the Konoha gates with some food in hand. Along the way, he was greeted by several unfamiliar faces, evidently drawn to him after hearing about his impressive performance in the Chunin exams. Initially, they perceived him merely as a talented child, hesitant to approach him. However, now, in their eyes, he had transformed into a true powerhouse, prompting them to alter their mindset and greet him. Finding a secluded spot, Izumo allowed Kisame to finish the breakfast he had brought back. after which he transformed Kisame back into paper and secured him within a sealing scroll. Once these tasks were completed, Izumo returned to the Konoha gates to lie down. The sunlight caressed his face, and he felt immensely comfortable. Oh, these past few days have been quite exhausting. Lying down is indeed a relief. Nonetheless, despite the fatigue, the rewards have been substantial. Foremost among these was the acquisition of skills such as the Shadow Clone Technique, Great Fire Annihilation, and the Konoha Swordsmanship, which significantly enhanced his capabilities. His former special jonin strength had now ascended to that of a jonin. In just a few days, he had experienced such a remarkable growth in power, undoubtedly making him one of the fastest-growing ninjas in the ninja world. This rapid progression was nothing short of astonishing, especially when compared to his contemporaries, Kakashi, who remained a special jonin, and Obito, who was still a genin. Additionally, having successfully passed the Chunin exams, he had taken a significant step closer to his goal of becoming Hokage. Previously, he bore the forehead protector representing his genin status, but now he possessed a Chunin vest symbolizing his new rank. Izumo was confident that he would soon complete the task related to the ancient country of Luon. At that time, his Chunin vest would be replaced with a jonin vest, leaving only the Hokage cloak as his ultimate attire. Moreover, his recent success in the Chunin exams had greatly elevated his prestige. The villagers no longer merely recognized him for his talent or as a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. They now respected him for his formidable strength, as he might soon become their leading jonin. Furthermore, he had taken on Kisame, a talented subordinate. Izumo intended to maximize Kisame's potential and soon devise a plan to send him out of the village to establish an external force on his behalf. This would facilitate Izumo's endeavors in the future. Once Yuhiko had perished and Nagato assumed leadership of the Akatsuki, he planned to have Kisame infiltrate the organization as a spy to gather intelligence. Prior to that, he would reinforce the sealing techniques on Kisame to ensure his loyalty. Lastly, he had acquired the Sword of the Mist, which he had exchanged for access to a sealing technique scroll. Should he later obtain sealing techniques as a reward, the origins of those techniques would be clarified, allowing him to master the Dragon Vein. Thus, this too was a significant gain. As Izumo lay comfortably on a recliner, Jiraiya, who had been astounded by his performance in the Chunin exams, sought out the great Toad Sage at Mayaboka Mountain for prophetic insights. Before Jiraiya sat the colossal figure of the great Toad Sage, drowsily dozing in a chair, adorned with a necklace featuring a round bead inscribed with the character for oil. The great Toad Sage, known as Fukusaku, was the founder of Mayaboka Mountain and possessed formidable prophetic abilities. He had even guided the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya in sealing their mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Jiraiya had come to inquire whether there had been any changes in the prophecies concerning his little disciple, Kamatsuki Izumo, whose extraordinary talents might significantly impact the ninja world. Chapter 58. Is Uchiha Madara the savior of the ninja world? The dozing great sage Toad remained blissfully unaware of Jiraiya standing before him, lost in a deep slumber. Beside him, the diminutive Toad Sage gently shook the great sage's body. Finally awakening, the great sage blinked in confusion at Jiraiya before him. "Who might you be?" he inquired. "Esteemed elder, it is I, Jiraiya," the Toad Sage reminded him. "Did you not mention just a few days ago that you had seen a new prophecy?" "Coincidentally, Jiraiya has come today." "Ah, I remember now. Indeed, there was a prophecy." The great sage's recollection sparked. Looking down at Jiraiya, the great sage stated, "Little Jiraiya, did I not previously prophesy that the savior would be your disciple? Now, however, the prophecy has shifted. The original savior is no longer your disciple but that of another." Jiraiya, bewildered, muttered, "Could it be that Nagato has betrayed me and taken another as his master? Or perhaps the savior was never meant to be Nagato at all. But what does the original savior truly mean? Is there a new savior in the ninja world?" Jiraiya directly inquired of the great sage, "What do you mean by original savior?" The great sage opened his eyes and replied, "This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. For reasons unknown, in this prophecy of mine, the original savior is no longer the savior. A new savior shall emerge in the ninja world, and the one who was to be your disciple has now become the disciple of this new savior." "A new savior? What is his name? What does he look like?" Jiraiya was taken aback by the prospect that the great sage's prophecy could change. "My prophecy does not reveal his name," the great sage responded earnestly. "However, in my dream, he appeared as a man with long black hair obscuring his right eye, clad in a fiery red layered armor." Upon hearing the great sage's description, Jiraiya began to ponder if he knew anyone with such a visage. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This appearance. Is it not the likeness of Uchiha Madara as recorded in the confidential files of the Leaf Village? Could it be that Uchiha Madara is not dead? Moreover, he could become the savior of the ninja world? The records describe Uchiha Madara as a warlike individual, had it not been for the first Hokage's intervention. He might have waged war against the other ninja villages following the establishment of the Leaf. How could such a person possibly save the ninja world? Even if Madara were alive, he could not be the savior, but rather the ultimate antagonist. Jiraiya found it hard to believe this revelation regarding Uchiha Madara, prompting him to recall if anyone else bore such a resemblance. Then he muttered to himself with a peculiar expression, "It seems my junior disciple, Shinyuki. There's a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara. Could it be that the future savior is my junior disciple?" After careful analysis, Jiraiya increasingly felt this possibility was plausible. His junior disciple possessed remarkable talent. Perhaps he truly was the one. However, where would his junior disciple acquire such fiery red armor? That was an ancient relic from the Warring States period, and modern children certainly did not wear such things. It appeared he would need to observe closely to ascertain whether it was indeed his junior disciple. The elder had instructed him to remain in the Leaf for a time, so he resolved to closely observe his junior disciple during this period. Coincidentally, he could use his junior disciple as inspiration for the protagonist of his next novel. Additionally, this matter needed to be communicated to the elder so he too would be informed. With his questions answered, Jiraiya promptly returned to the Leaf. Leaping through the window into the Hokage's office, he excitedly addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Elder, I just visited MT Miyaboku, and the great sage Toad informed me that the prophecy has changed, and this change pertains to my junior disciple, Shinyuki." Sarutobi, initially ready to reprimand Jiraiya for his window entry, immediately grew serious upon hearing his words. What did the great sage's prophecy entail? How does it involve Shinyuki? Jiraiya recounted the great sage's prophecy in its entirety. Sarutobi, upon hearing it, wore an expression of incredulity. In the future, Shinyuki shall become the savior of the ninja world? Will my disciple truly achieve such greatness? Yet, regardless of whether it is Shinyuki or not, it cannot possibly be Uchiha Madara, can it? Jiraiya replied, "Elder, whether it is my junior disciple or Uchiha Madara is merely conjecture on my part. The savior may simply resemble them. Thus, to ascertain if his junior disciple possessed the potential to become the savior, he planned to observe him closely during this time." "Very well. Do keep a close watch and later inform me of your findings," Sarutobi nodded. "Moreover, this matter must remain confidential, especially from Danzo and Shinyuki himself, to prevent any influence on Shinyuki's development." Jiraiya nodded and promptly exited the Hokage's office through the window. Meanwhile, Shinyuki received an invitation from the Hyuga clan. As the second most prestigious clan in the Leaf, the Hyuga's invitation was exquisitely crafted. Upon receiving the invitation, Shinyuki reclined on a lounge chair for a while before making his way to the Hyuga clan's estate. Unlike the proud Uchiha clan, where most members were rather easygoing, the Hyuga clan exhibited not only the arrogance of a noble family but also a rigidly conservative hierarchy. Upon entering the Hyuga estate, Shinyuki was promptly escorted to the residence of the Hyuga Hisashi. As he passed through the estate, Shinyuki encountered members of the Hyuga clan, each greeting him with utmost courtesy and respect. Upon reaching the grand halls of Hisashi's home, he was welcomed warmly. "Welcome, Shinyuki-kun, to the Hyuga clan," Hisashi greeted him. "It is my honor to be a guest of the Hyuga clan," Shinyuki politely responded. Hisashi then engaged in formal pleasantries with Shinyuki. Listening to the courteous exchanges, Shinyuki could not help but marvel at how traditional the Hyuga clan was. Here, he felt far less at ease than among the Uchiha. After half an hour of pleasantries, Hisashi inquired, "Shinyuki-kun, I have heard that you recently took 2 prodigies from the Uchiha clan as your disciples. Might there be any promising juniors from our Hyuga clan that you would consider as potential disciples?" Chapter 59. The Opportunity to Eliminate Kamatsuki Izumo. Upon hearing Hyuga Hisashi's inquiry, Izumo discerned that this must be the true intention behind Hisashi's invitation to visit the Hyuga clan. Izumo responded to Hisashi with tact, "Senior Hisashi, the prodigies of the Hyuga clan are indeed remarkable, but I take on disciples based on fate." He continued, "If I encounter a talented individual from the Hyuga clan with whom I share a connection in the future, I shall gladly accept them as my apprentice." Izumo had previously taken Uchiha Shursui and another as his disciples, primarily due to their innate talents. Additionally, he sought to harness the strength of the Uchiha clan. However, to be candid, he found no prodigy among the current members of the Hyuga clan that piqued his interest. Future figures such as Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi might possess commendable talent, yet they had not yet been born. Although the Hyuga clan's overall strength remained formidable, Izumo contemplated more advantageous means of acquiring it. After all, he possessed the ability to impose and lift the caged bird seal. Whether he decided to accept Niji as a disciple and subsequently lift the caged bird seal, or to secretly eliminate the existing main family, allowing Niji to ascend from the branch family to the main family and govern the Hyuga clan, or even directly abolish the caged bird seal for the entire clan. All these options surpassed the prospect of merely taking on a disciple who would still be beholden to the clan leader's commands. The rigid hierarchy within the Hyuga clan was, after all, excessively stringent. I hope that in the future, the Hyuga clan may indeed encounter a prodigy destined to connect with you, Izumo-kun. Hisashi replied with a polite smile, seemingly unfazed. After exchanging pleasantries with Hisashi, Izumo departed the Hyuga clan's grounds and headed towards the gates of Konoha. Once outside, Hisashi observed Izumo's retreating figure, contemplating, this Kamatsuki Izumo actually refuses to accept any prodigies from our clan as disciples. It seems he remains unaware of the formidable prowess of our Byakugan. Upon returning to the gates of Konoha, Izumo reclined comfortably on a lounge chair. Not long after, he sensed someone covertly watching him. A sense of puzzlement washed over him. Had his concealment of Kisame Hashigaki been discovered? Logically, such a revelation seemed improbable. After mulling over it without reaching a conclusion, he decided to dismiss the matter for the time being. Given the circumstances, I might as well get some rest. After a brief respite, he was awakened around noon by Rin, who had come to fetch him. Izumo-kun, wake up, it's time for lunch. Rubbing his eyes, Izumo responded, Rin, you're here. Indeed, I noticed you were asleep, so I prepared lunch, Rin said, bending slightly with a smile directed at him. Izumo playfully pinched her cheek before rising. This is quite impressive. I didn't expect lunch to be ready already. Rin, you are increasingly showing the potential to become a wonderful wife. Although Rin's cheeks flushed slightly from the playful gesture, she looked exceedingly adorable. Feeling a bit shy, Rin shifted the topic. Izumo-kun, when I came to find you earlier, I noticed that Jiraiya-sama was observing you from the shadows. Jiraiya? Izumo was taken aback to learn that it was Jiraiya who had been watching him. Given this, it could not possibly be related to the Kisame incident. After all, he presumed that his unorthodox mentor would not dispatch Jiraiya, an unreliable figure, to surveil him. Moreover, Jiraiya had not even attempted to conceal his presence, as Rin had easily spotted him. After sharing a meal with Rin at home, Izumo returned to the gates of Konoha and lay down once more. Throughout the afternoon, he noticed that Jiraiya continued to observe him from a distance, leaving Izumo perplexed. Could it be that Jiraiya's inclinations have changed? A lecherous old man, not pursuing beautiful women, but fixating on me? As this thought crossed his mind, Izumo felt a shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, intently studying Izumo, murmured to himself in confusion. My junior brother spends the entire day either teasing Rin or lounging about. Is this really the future savior of the ninja world? If you told me he was half buried in the ground, I would believe it. Resolute, he decided that this matter warranted the old man's counsel. Without delay, Jiraiya dashed off towards the Hokage's office, climbing over the wall to enter Sarutobi Hiruzen's domain. Hiruzen reproached Jiraiya. Jiraiya, next time you, ignoring Hiruzen's remarks, Jiraiya interjected, Old man, I observed my junior brother all day, and he does not resemble a future savior in any way. In my view, a savior should exert at least 200 times the effort compared to others. My junior brother has spent the entire day either amusing a young girl or lounging on a chair, appearing more unseemly than you. Hiruzen refrained from contesting Jiraiya's claim of him being unseemly, instead expressing astonishment. Izumo has been lounging all day? Watergate and Kakashi, are there any geniuses among them who do not train diligently every day? I initially believed he was secretly working hard. It turns out he is merely secretly idle. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, old man, I've been saying that my junior brother doesn't resemble a savior at all. You are mistaken, Jiraiya, Hiruzen countered. Izumo lives such a leisurely life yet continues to grow stronger. This demonstrates the frightening nature of his talent. You may have encountered prodigies who trained in secret, but when have you ever seen a genius who does not train yet still grows stronger? Such talent, not engaging in training and still progressing, is something even the sage of 6 paths could not achieve. Izumo's potential is far more terrifying than we can fathom. Only with such a gift can one become the savior of the future. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, realizing he had miscalculated. So it is. Perhaps the old man is indeed correct. I must continue to observe my junior brother and see what he reveals tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the Raikage's office in the village of Kumogakure, discussions regarding Kamatsuki Izumo were also underway. Bang! After receiving the report from Noki about the joint Chunin exam, the third Raikage punched a sizable hole in the wall of the Hokage's office. What did you say? Darui was killed by someone from Konoha named Kamatsuki Izumo. We shall declare war. Tomorrow, we attack Konoha. Noki sighed. I anticipated that the Raikage would respond this way. Addressing the third Raikage, Noki cautioned, Raikage, I understand your urgency. But please, hold your horses. It is quite possible that this is a scheme by Konoha. What do you mean? The straightforward third Raikage inquired. Based on our understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is someone who prefers internal conflict over external war. How could he possibly initiate actions that might lead to war between our two nations? Furthermore, during the Chunin exam, our intelligence operatives noted that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha. All these signs indicate something unusual happening in Konoha. And perhaps Kamatsuki Izumo's act of killing Darui is merely bait set by Sarutobi Hiruzen to lure us into a trap. But isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen averse to external conflicts? Why would he actively incite war? The third Raikage questioned, perplexed. Keep in mind that Sarutobi Hiruzen has the warmongering Shimura Danzo behind him. He may very well be the one orchestrating this, Noki replied. Moreover, it may well be that Sarutobi Hiruzen employs this as a strategy to eliminate internal adversaries, especially considering the current unrest within the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The third Raikage finally comprehended the rationale behind T-Dai's words, yet still. He queried with reluctance, are you suggesting that Darui's vendetta will go unavenged? T-Dai, with a visage marked by fervor and enmity, responded, Lord Raikage. We have received intelligence indicating that Kamatsuki Izumi will be leaving the village in a few days to undertake a mission. It is then that we shall seize our opportunity for retribution.